23. First off, get a seat. Put your seatbelt on. This is going to be a fast ride all the way to 5 o'clock today. Lots going on. First off, I want to thank Terry, K8MNJ, who has been the leader, has done all the work here today. Thank you, Terry. Also to Amy, N8AMY, standing in the door over there, also very big help. Jason, KC3UCJ, has worked very, very hard. Sandy, DL1QQ, and Jerry, K1SO, who has been with me for all of the 16 years we've been doing this. Also would like to point out our board of directors for Contest University is Ray Novak, N9JA, Doug Grant, K1DG, and John Doerr, K1AR. Thank you. Our sponsors, we could not have done this for 16 years without the help of Ray Novak, N9JA from ICOM. Thank you very much, Ray. DX Engineering, YASME, the Northern California DX Foundation, the ARRL, and the Radio Club of America. Our Contest University professors, whether you're a professor today or have taught in the past, would you please stand up and be recognized? These gentlemen have worked very hard on their presentations, and I hope you enjoy them today. How many first-timers do we have here today? First time? Wow, that's great. Congratulations, and I hope you have a great time. How about our Gold Star folks that gave presentations, Gold Stars? There we are. These Gold Star folks are the ones that are giving back by presenting to radio clubs and helping out. Is DM9EE here? I don't see Karsten. Okay. How about our CTU youth that are here today? How about KG5 X-Ray Radio? Stand up, please. Whiskey Zero Oscar Fox Yankee. Are you here? There he is in the back. All right. Kilo Delta 9 Lima Sierra Victor. There he is. Kilo Delta 9 Whiskey Hotel Oscar. Kilo Charlie 3 Uniform Alpha X-Ray. Late for class, okay. Whiskey 4 India Papa Charlie. All right. Do we have any other youth here today? Remember, the youth that's 25 and younger attend under a scholarship from the Northern California DX Foundation, so thanks very much to them. Let's go on to, if you're from outside the country, I'd like to know about you. Germany, Netherlands, Australia, Iceland, Sweden, please stand up. These are your DX guys, and how can we not forget, how about Canada? The Victor Echoes, yay. ARRL directors, I believe I saw Alpha Bravo 1 Oscar Charlie. Fred? Any other directors from the ARRL, please? Okay. Thank you for being here, Fred. Our live stream today, thanks to ICOM and George Thomas from Amateur Logic TV, W5JDX. So we're live on YouTube. So, what's in your bag? There's money in your bag. All right. That waiver release, we need to turn that in to Amy or Sandy at the desk. Also, the vote sheet. If you didn't get to see something that you want to see in the afternoon, the vote sheet is very important. Contest-related events, we want you to come and have pizza tonight and enjoy yourself, and also on Friday and Saturday night. The feedback form is very, very important going forward. The eyeball sprint, the K1DG eyeball sprint form is in there as well. Your CTU textbook, this is the largest textbook we have ever done. There is so much information in there. And the National Contest Journal, $5 off publications from the ARRL, an ARRL membership application if you're not a member already, an ARRL bag is in there, the DX Engineering 2023 catalog is in there, a DX keyring is in there, there's stickers, there's a $20 voucher for DX Engineering in that bag, so $20 off your next order. ICOM stickers, ICOM notepad, ICOM pen, Hamvention pin, thanks to Michael Coulter, and the Greene County pin. So a lot going on in there, as well as your program for Hamvention too. So you don't even have to go find that when you go out to Hamvention tomorrow. Our contest dinner speaker tomorrow night is one of our youth, KG5HVO. He's got a great story. There will be folks selling tickets at the door. Typically there are scalpers and traders and everything going on. So if you don't have a ticket, you can probably still get in. There's also will be a table here for the WRTC 2022-2023. If you have a vegetarian need for your lunch, just tell the server and they'll take care of that. Make sure that you turn in releases and vote sheets. This afternoon, the ladies will be selling leftover t-shirts, books, etc. at the registration tables. Thanks very much to Dara for the support. We have buses that will start tomorrow morning under the leadership of N8AMY at 7 o'clock, Amy? At 7 a.m., going to the front door of the Hamvention. So that's, thank you again, Michael, for that. That K1DG Sprint has got a $100 gift certificate for the first place finisher. And with this, I would like to welcome Ray Novak, N9JA, for your comments, please, Ray.
Please have a big hand for Tim Duffy. Without him, we would not have. Tim, as you were asking questions and getting hands raised and everything, I was trying to identify where possibly the bad influencers, maybe the front section here is a penalty box. But no, I mean, you've got youth splattered in everywhere. It looks like a great group of contesters, wannabe contesters.
Yep, you got to get right up on it.
Got to get, is this better? George, did you not take care of this one? Can't blame that one on us, huh? All right. But looking around the room, it looks like a great group of people here. Thank you very much for coming out. When Tim called me with the idea of Contest University, I'm like, how are you going to get all these guys that jam together in a band and you hear, go up, this is my frequency. How are we going to get all of them to play nicely and share the knowledge they have? And Tim, when you said there's money in the bag, there's a wealth of knowledge in that book that everybody can learn from. So thank you very much. Without your participation, this wouldn't happen. And love to see all the smiling faces in here.
Thanks again, Ray. And with that, the official spokesperson for the Dayton Hamvention and the Chief Financial Officer of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association, please welcome Michael Coulter, WHCI.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah. Might as well get it right because you're going to have to listen to me for about the next hour. First off, wow, I appreciate being here. And is anybody looking forward to Hamvention? Yeah. I mean, we have over 700 volunteers. Volunteers. I don't even make any money there, and I spend a tremendous amount of time on it. Lots of us do. And that's the same with Contest University. There's a lot of volunteer time that goes into that, too, and a lot of love for what we do. And I sure am glad to see everybody here. And, you know, I have to agree with Ray, a lot of smiling faces. I don't see too many people not smiling. Is that in the coffee? I don't know. Anyway, I just want to welcome you. And I know that, Hamvention, you can always find things wrong, right? You can always find stuff wrong there. And we try every year to improve things. And I think you'll see improvements out there. And we only have so much money to put into things. And we put a lot of money into the infrastructure at the expo center there. And the good thing about what they're doing out there is they're having more and more bigger events. And I think we led the way there with that. And because of that, they are improving their infrastructure as well. So I sure hope you all have a great time. And, if you see me out there, please say hello. Those pins that you have that say innovation on it, that's a volunteer that designs those pins every year for us. And once they're gone, they're gone. So we only have 1,000 or so printed. And so there's 300 and some here, I think. So that becomes a collector's item. And we do that kind of on purpose for that reason, that you got one of those pins and that you've been there. So a couple more things, and before Tim gets the hook out. Thank a volunteer. I know the ARL's pushing the You're the Volunteer. We push it every year. We push it all the time. And we're so thankful for our volunteers. And we thank them. Please thank them. I mean, from the people driving the golf carts to all the different things we do. And, I know that we have a lot of great forums this year. And if you haven't downloaded the app, download the app and plan your days there. It's just going to be great. And I got a message from the National Weather Service today. And beautiful day today. Maybe a little bit of rain tomorrow. Beautiful day Saturday. But all in all, for Hamvention, we're predicting a great time. Thank you to everybody. And I'm really happy to see such a great turnout at Contest University. I hope you take advantage of the buses. And look forward to seeing you at Hamvention. And once again, Tim, thanks for all the work that you do. What a maven for amateur radio. 7-3, everyone.
Thank you, Michael. Couple of things as well. Bart Yonke, W9JJ, are you here? Bart, where are you? There's Bart. Bart is your leadership at ARL headquarters for Radiosport. So say hi to Bart today as well. Thank you, Bart. Make sure you wear your DX engineering hat. You don't want to get wet tomorrow, okay? Let's talk about the rooms. This is room 1 here, up front. This is room 1. To my right is room 2. To my left is room 3. When we go in, and then room 4 is across the hall. When we go into the separate sessions, there'll be walls that'll come up, and there'll be 4 sessions going simultaneously. So you have to figure out what you want to do and what you want to see, and figure out how to vote so that you can get the repeats of things that you missed. The vote sheet is not for your favorite presentation, it's what you want to see in the afternoon. So that's very important. We got an amplifier, DG. All right, with that, please welcome Contest University board member and stellar professor, Doug Grant, K1DG. Stream.
Before you got the juice turned up, I thought I was going to have to do this on CW or maybe FT8. Predictable reaction of this crowd. Okay, so the title of this talk is Read the Rules, Obey the Rules, and Have Fun. Why do we have to even have a talk like this? How do we actually advance the slides? There we go. So the reason we have to have a talk like this is because all contesters are cheaters. I refuse to believe you can win by playing by the rules. I realize this may be a shock, but contesting for fun is a lie, and winning is the most important thing. Come on, slide. But this will not be true in the future. This is a win no matter what it takes game. Experts tell me 10 years from now, every top scoring station will need an on-site referee to prevent cheating. I do not believe that I will be competing against honest operators playing by the rules. Come on. There's a lot more in the text there that you can see, and all this will come true unless we choose to reverse it. That's why this talk is here today. So let's reverse all that stuff that I just said right here, right now. We have all the words we need. You just heard all the words, but listen carefully this time. There is hope if we play fair. It's foolish to presume that contesters are universally ruthless and unsportsmanlike. It will become evident contesters are the best operators on Earth. No longer will it be said that deliberate QRM, high power, and packet cheating will be the norm. This worked a lot better at home. Contesters didn't cheat once upon a time. I tell you this, fair play is more important than winning. I have my priorities straight because contesters who compete against me unfairly will know that they are not the most important thing in contesting. Come on. So I will tell operators trying to improve their skills, winning is everything is a big lie. Contesting is for fun. I realize this may be a shock, but you can win playing by the rules, and I refuse to believe that all contesters are cheaters. So there we go. That's why we need this talk. The first part of it, if you read through the text, is what a lot of people think about contesting. The second part is what I want you to take away from this talk today. There are 4 stages of contesting. Starting out, getting hooked on the game, then trying to win. And winning can take 2. This is where you have to make a decision. Are you going to do it the right way, playing by the rules and having fun? Or are you going to do it the wrong way, bending rules, breaking rules? But then you have to pass it along. So the fun in Radiosport comes in a lot of forms. Personal satisfaction, doing better than last year, a better score than that guy, and we're going to talk about that guy. Finding a cool band opening you never knew was there before, finessing your way through a big pileup, being at a multi-op and being part of a team or a club, and peer recognition and respect. So what are your goals in contesting? Do you want to win it all? Do you want to have fun, have some good rates, work some cool DX? Do you want to learn how to play the game better and make your station better? Those are some good goals. But let's face it, contesting's not a fair game. There are geographic advantages, local terrain advantages, rareness advantages, and a small station in the black hole has a big disadvantage when compared to a big mega station on the coast in Maine. So it's really not a fair game. But if the game is that important to you, if you want to win it, if you want to get to the top, then you have to neutralize the competition's advantages within the rules by bringing your own station up. You can change your QTH, move if it's really that important to you, guest op somewhere, use a remote station. That's very viable now, and remote stations are winning a lot. Put up better antennas and practice, practice, practice. That's how you'll move up in the game. But at some point you make the decision about playing by the rules or making your own rules with the little devil over there on your other shoulder. You can work on improving your skills, run power that's consistent with your entry class, and don't use the cluster when it's not allowed, and submit the log when it ends. Or you can make your own rules up. You can work on being obnoxious. You can crank the power up to 11. You can use the cluster, after all, who's gonna know? And take some time after the contest, right up until the deadline, to scrub the log. Fix calls, put some more calls in there if you don't have quite enough. Adjust the times if your off times aren't quite right. You can make your own rules. There are written rules in contesting and there are unwritten rules. The written rules are published by the organizer and they try to cover all the scenarios and they have to evolve over time. There are the unwritten rules, which are the things that are generally accepted by the community, and sometimes they have to be added to the written rules because, well, people take liberties with the written rules. So I equate cheating in contesting with rudeness. And this is a picture that when K5GN did a talk about like this a few years ago, he put it up. You see the guy on the left side there breaking a written rule where it says 12 items or less, and he's got skate-8 things in his shopping cart, and he loves short lines, so he's going to take that short line. And then there are guys who park across 2 spaces. Now, when I saw this one, I said, do people really do that? I mean, how common is that? Can you see the license plate in the back there? You might not be able to. It's a vanity plate in New Hampshire, and it spells out bullies. Now, I'm not sure I would brag about that. Being a bully is not exactly a highly respected character trait. But after I saw that and I took that picture, I started looking around to see if there were more people who parked badly. This guy is breaking both a written and an unwritten rule. The unwritten rule is, the lines. It's not written down, park between these lines. But, there's a rule there about, the handicap space, and this guy's parking across 2 of them. It's also not very hard to find examples of people parking badly. You guys in the front can probably see a commonality among these automobiles. Can you see it? Same thing here. What's the common thread about all these cars? They're all BMWs. Well, then there was this guy. Let me zoom in on that plate. And this guy, this is not a Bimmer, this is an Acura, which I'm told is a Japanese BMW. But there's a new world record for bad parking, taking up 4 spaces. You don't even need a car to be one of these jerks. So some of these guys have the philosophy that if it's not expressly prohibited, then I can do it. And when I was thinking about this talk, I was driving down a back road in New Hampshire, and I saw this sign. I saw no littering. Is a sign like that really, really necessary? I mean, I thought about driving down the road a little further looking for the littering okay here sign, but I didn't see one. Everybody knows throwing trash out of your car is a bad thing, but there are places where they have to put up a sign reminding people not to do it. That seems to me to be unnecessary, but I guess they need it. So how does this relate to our world in contesting? Again, I was thinking about this talk and I was tuning around in the WPX sideband contest, and there were 2 stations very loud from the same part of the world. I won't tell you who they are because I don't want to embarrass them. But there are 2 signals here on 20-meter phone from about the same QTH, the same geographic region. They probably weren't more than 75 or 100 miles apart. Can you see the difference in those 2 signals? The one on the left in the middle of the band is pretty clean. There's a guy operating right next to him, and they're both making contacts. But way up higher in the band, look at how wide that guy is. That is the equivalent of parking in 2 parking spaces. That's rude. That's cheating. Now, sometimes in contesting, a new technique emerges that gives an advantage, and people don't like it. There was a lot of backlash when guys started guest operating. Guys who didn't have very big stations would find someone who had a big station that would let them use it. And other people said, well, that's not fair. Memory keyers were once considered to be an unfair advantage, and people shouldn't be using them. They should be sending everything by hand or by left foot, whatever works for them. Computer logging, including databases, oh my God, that's going to kill contesting. SO2R, well, that's not fair. You should only have 1 radio. 2BSIQ, well, it's running on 2 bands at the same time. Well, all this stuff was within the rules, but a lot of people protested. In another sport, this is a little thing that I put together about one of my personal role models and heroes. He died last year, Bill Russell, who revolutionized the game of basketball. He jumped to block shots. Oh my God, can you believe that? His high school coach told him that a good defender never leaves his feet. That's the way you play this game. Stay on your feet so you can follow the guy around and cover him. But his college coach said, go ahead and jump, dude, man. You're gonna block the shots? This is how we're gonna win. And University of San Francisco won 55 games in a row, 2 NCAA titles, and then he went on to play for the US Olympic team, and then he played for the Celtics, and we all know how that worked out. So was it a new technique or a rule violation? He didn't break any rules by leaping. And eventually that became the norm. That's how you play the game. He didn't throw elbows, he didn't trip guys, he didn't commit flagrant fouls or try to find a way to foul without being seen by the referee. And just to tell you how great Russell was, he got very good at blocking shots. But the problem was back in the day, shot blocking was not a tracked statistical category. So some guys recently went back and looked at 100 games that he played where there was video available, and he averaged 10 blocks a game. That was his average. Last year in the NBA, the most blocks by any one player in one game was 9. One guy, one game. Russell averaged that over 100 games that they had video for. So he was pretty good. So in radio sports, sometimes these new techniques cross an ethical line. Remote receivers, self-spotting, CQing on 2 frequency on a band, using a very remote station to work a new band country. That's more of a DXing thing, and we don't care about what those guys do. They can have their own fun. Live streaming on social media to solicit QSOs, calling CQ on the internet, self-spotting. Sometimes this results in a rule change. And it becomes like whack-a-mole. The contest sponsors have to keep adapting to new techniques, acceptable ones and unacceptable ones, to make sure that everyone's playing by the same set of rules. And is this what we really want? In the CQ Worldwide Rules in 2050, that actually, by the way, is the Brazilian tax code. What about pre-contest announcements? If you, NG3K posts a list before every contest about guys that are going to be on and what category and so forth, and that's okay, but here's an example. I happen to have this. I saved it from when I found it. This was a postcard that was sent out to a bunch of stations in 1982 before the CQ Worldwide Phone Contest, and I kind of blocked out some of the line drawing. A bit risque for this group. But this postcard was sent out, and on the back of it was a worldwide inbound toll-free number saying, if you can't hear us on these frequencies, call us up and we'll get on and we'll work you on whatever frequency you can hear us. I think that crossed the line. But in 1982, the contest director actually approved it before the contest. But people don't do it now because we have the internet. We don't need postcards. So why do people cheat? They want to be a hero. They want to achieve immortality in the contest community. They want to be a legend. They want to have fame and lasting peer recognition. They want to prove that they're better than everybody. They want to prove to themselves how good they are. And these are powerful forces. The rationalizations that are out there, everybody is doing it. That's the #1 reason, the survey says. And it's provably false. Not everybody is cheating. They say, well, no one's hurt if I kind of bend the rules towards my favor. Well, yeah, you beat some other guy, and so you hurt that guy. That was not a good thing to do. And you figure, well, I can get away with it because nobody's watching. Well, not any longer. Most of the major contest sponsors have a network of SDR receivers and recorders, and they record all bands for the whole contest for the whole 48 hours, so that if you pull something, you say something on the air you shouldn't say, like asking to be spotted, they will find it. You know, life's not fair, so I have to turn my amplifier up to 11 because I can't afford a bigger antenna and I live in a valley. Well, that's another great rationalization. I watched The Big Chill on the plane flying out here, and there's a line in there where a guy says, rationalization is much more important than sex, because you've probably never gone more than a week without a good rationalization. I don't know what he meant by that. And this is a cartoon. You can read it at your leisure, but it basically says the rules apply to everybody else and not to me. But people do notice, you know, right? Some things you might read, that guy was too loud in the NAQP where people are supposed to run 100 watts. That guy uses a pair of 8877s. Or that guy is using a remote receiver over there. Or that guy uses spots, but he enters in the unassisted category. Or that guy padded his log with bogus contacts. Or that guy operated with a broad signal to push away nearby stations and keep his own channel clear. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes that guy. In fact, Here's one example of that guy. That guy, some of you know who it is. I won't say it out loud here. He was caught cheating, and it was so egregious that he was banned from all CQ contests for 5 years. His previous wins, and there were several, were deleted. And that doesn't sound like fun, does it? Because I show his picture now, and not in a good context. So we talk about ethics and respect in contesting. Ethical behavior requires respect. Respect for others, respect for the game, and respect for yourself. Our fellow competitors want the same respect that we want for ourselves. You've heard of the golden rule, right? To get respect, you have to give respect, and ethical behavior results in respect. Now about that golden rule, that's not really a rule, it's basic ethics. It turns out you can look across nearly every religion or social system, and it has a version of it. Matthew 7:12 in the Christian heritage. In everything, therefore, treat people the same way you want them to treat you. The Zoroastrians have a version, do not do unto others whatever is injurious to yourself. Even the Wiccans, right? Witches and warlocks and guys like that and girls like that, they have a saying that says whatever you do positive comes back to you ×3, and whatever you do to injure someone else comes back to you ×3. So every culture's got a version of the golden rule, and we sort of have one in contesting. This poster has 13 different versions of the golden rule from different faiths and social systems hanging in the UN. And Aldous Huxley, a philosopher, writer, said, it's a little embarrassing that after 45 years of research and study, the best advice I can give to people is to be a little kinder to each other. That holds true in contesting. Now, cheating is stealing. If you beat someone by cheating and you get the plaque or the certificate or listed higher, you've stolen something from him. And in pretty much every culture, stealing violates the golden rule. The end game of breaking rules is a thing called the tragedy of the commons. How many have heard of that? Okay, it's a big thing in sociology and political science, and it says that people abuse a shared resources because it's in their own best interest, and eventually everyone loses. Sort of like the no littering sign, right? If everyone ignores the no littering rule and just throws trash everywhere, pretty soon there's trash everywhere, and it's no good for anyone. One example that's given is in the city of Boston. In Boston Common back in the 1600s, the common was an area where there were no houses. It was a place where everybody could graze their animals within rules. You know, the rule was something like you can take your 10 sheep for 1 hour a day and have them go out and graze. And eventually someone said, well, you know, I've got 20 sheep, so I'm going to bring all 20 of them, and I'm going to let them graze for 2 hours. And one guy got away with it, and then everyone looked at him and said, well, if he can get away with it, I can get away with it. Pretty soon everyone was grazing all their sheep all day, every day, and eventually there was no grass left. So they killed the goose that laid the golden egg, and basically that's what happens in the tragedy of the commons. It's an old idea. It was first mentioned by that name in 1833, but the concept dates back to Aristotle. Did you think you'd get a history lesson at Contest University? Well, here it is, though. That which is common to the greatest number gets the least amount of care. Men pay the most attention to what is their own. They care less for what is common. So how do we apply that? Well, 40-meter sideband in a DX contest. It's a small, shared, common resource, and I'm going to have a big, broad signal to keep everyone away from me. There were very interesting interpretations when this guy Hardin published it. It turns out he had a lot of other philosophical issues that no one agreed with, and he had to revise the concept to the tragedy of the unmanaged commons. It was applied to big game hunting management. Trophy hunting got out of control in some of the African countries. Regulations were put in place with limits and so forth. But then they also decided that they would limit the hunting of certain animals to problem animals, like lions and elephants that were bothering certain communities, and they would give a license to people to go and hunt there. So that was a win-win because the trophy hunters got what they wanted, and the towns that were being victimized by a rogue elephant got what they wanted. And that system pretty well worked. So managed and regulated commons actually can work out pretty well. So let's talk about BMW again. A friend of mine told me this story, and I believe it because, well, because he's a good guy, and I think the story makes sense. BMW had a focus group with their marketing department, and they brought a lot of their customers in. They wanted to introduce a new feature and figure out how much they could charge for it. And the new feature in their cars were headlights that would dim automatically as a courtesy to oncoming vehicles. So there was a sensor that would say, oh, there's a car coming towards me, it's night, I've got my high beams on, I'm going to switch to my low beams. And they said, this is a good feature, and what do you think? How much would you pay for it extra? 200, 300, 500, 1,000? And the room got very quiet for a while, and then one guy said, excuse me, why should I pay for this feature if it benefits the other guy? It's not going to benefit me at all. I'm not going to pay anything for it. Interesting philosophy. Why should I contribute to the greater good? It doesn't help me personally. A little bit selfish, a little bit of a violation of the golden rule. And in a related question, why do they actually bother installing turn signals on BMWs? I've never figured that out. I don't know. So again, bringing it back to what we do, what is this all about in ham radio? Well, contester A sets the CW rise time on his FT5000 to 2 milliseconds, cranks his SSB compression to 11. Nobody can operate anywhere near him. He's got a nice clear frequency, but what happens if everybody does it? Now nobody can operate anywhere. These don't violate specific rules in most contesting. There's no littering rule, no broad signal rule in a lot of contests, but that's changing. A lot of the contest sponsors are starting to look at that, and with the network of SDR receivers, if the sponsor gets a complaint that K1DG was 20 kC wide at this time on this frequency, we can go back and listen to that time segment, that band, and say, yeah, boy, that was a pretty nasty, ugly signal. We're going to disqualify this guy. So if you're tempted to do some of these things, Big Brother's listening, and you'll get caught. Excessive power is the one that a lot of people do. There's no really easy way to police that. Just because all the knobs go to 11, don't do it. Some of my friends coined this term, Altoids mode. You're familiar with the tagline for Altoids mints? You see it on the tin there. It says, curiously strong. You know, he's an Altoids guy. Oh, yeah. Pair of 8877s will do it. So there are lots of unwritten rules. Don't make prearranged skids. Identify frequently. Don't ask friends to work you and only you. Encourage club members to get on and work everyone. Don't get on and work your friends with multiple calls. Work and spot stations equally. If you're going to spot your friends, spot everybody's friends. Don't get on and telephone or text message to multipliers saying, hey, can you get on? I'm running on this frequency. Please get on and work me. Help the casual callers enjoy the contest and make a contact. I had a guy call me during the ARL sideband contest. I was operating a K3LR. It was Sunday afternoon on 15. Things were getting slow. Some guy called in. He was a W. Well, I could have said, oh, I can't work you in this contest. Go work someone else. Go work some DX guy. But I said, well, you know, I'll talk to the guy. I'm not working much of anything else. So I gave him a report, told him he was 5'9" in Pennsylvania. And he came back and said, you're the first HF contact I've ever made. I said, great, what are you running? You know, how long have you had your license? He said, yeah, well, I was a tech, and I just passed my general, and here I am. I'm on here, just running a dipole at 20 feet, and you know, how's my signal? I said, oh, you're doing great, you know, terrific. I said, but you know, there's contests going on, and what you might want to do is tune around the band and call some of the DX stations, tell them you're 5'9" in Texas. They'll tell you you're 5'9" and give you a power, and you'll get to work a whole bunch of stuff. And he said, wow, that sounds great. I'm going to do that. You know, help these casual guys enjoy the contest. That's what it's about. Don't let others help your single op effort. Don't bring a friend with you to operate when you get tired. Don't plop down 100 hertz away from your competitor to disrupt their run. If someone's doing pretty good, move a little further away, give them some slack. And in the ARL's HF contesting, good practices, interpretations, and suggestions, there are some pretty good guidelines there. Log washing is a bad idea. Some people do it. You really should submit your log as soon as it's done. You know, pencils down, contest is over, send the log in, you're done. Upload it to LOTW, and then it's over. But using QRZCom, the spot history, 3830 reports, LOTW, club databases, all that stuff. There are some utilities out there that will flag bad calls. Do that after you've submitted your log and learn from it, but don't change your log after it should be submitted. Really, it's over when 2359 rolls over to 0000. Okay, some people just don't get it. Lance Armstrong admitted that he would still be lying about doping if he hadn't been caught. Honest competitors earn respect, cheaters do not. Hank Aaron had 755 home runs, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds hit more home runs, but he was not elected to the Hall of Fame. Yes, that's right. So covering your cheating takes way too much effort to be fun and may not work. You'll get caught if you cheat. It's just a matter of time. So don't do it. Improve your scores by taking the lessons that you'll learn today on antennas and propagation and all the other stuff. Expend your time and energies in more positive ways. If you find someone in your club or in your neighborhood who's cheating, you should probably apply some peer pressure to them. Don't do it because it's personal and you don't like the guy, but maybe get some others to help deliver the message. He may not know that what he's doing is against the rules. You know, gee, I saw you logged into the packet and every time something got spotted, you were right there. You weren't using the cluster. You entered as unassisted, right? But a lot of guys don't know the rules. You should read the rules. Choose the right time. You know, don't have the guy feel attacked. That won't work. Don't be angry or accusatory. Treat it as a mistake. Give the guy the benefit of the doubt, and focus on the actions, not the guy, and be there. People cheat because they see others getting away with it, or they think others are getting away with it. But not confronting the problem hurts everybody. And I think there are really two scores in a contest. There's the published score. The guy with the biggest number after his call gets an award. But then there's the unpublished score, and the winner gets respect. The winner with the clean signal, the loser has clicks and splatter and is an Altoids man. The winner behaves in pile-ups, listens on spot frequencies to confirm the call. The loser is very aggressive. He jumps on every spot, doesn't bother listening to the call, even if the spotted call is wrong. The winner congratulates the guys who beats him and works on improving it. And the loser makes excuses for why he didn't win and looks for a way to cheat, and nobody invites him to come operate. K3ZO passed away last year, and he was one of the heroes of contesters. And he said, I know about the assisted category, but I don't want to operate that way. I know a lot of guys use 2 radios, but I don't want to operate that way. I use 1 radio, my own skills in my ears, and I have a ball. That's enough for me. He was about having fun in contesting. He was really good at it. His logs were very accurate, and he worked a lot of guys. So some of you who've been here at Contest University in the past have seen bits and pieces of this talk periodically. It has evolved over time. It draws on material created by a bunch of these guys, and every time someone does a version of this talk, a little more gets added to it. So hopefully you picked up a little something. My biggest contest influence was K1HHN, then W9HG, who on field day put his hand on my shoulder and said, relax, kid, this is supposed to be fun. And that was the most important lesson I ever learned in contesting. Now, the next few things, which I'm not going to go through in detail because I'm running out of time, is a contest code of ethics, and there's an expanded version of it here in your handout. Make sure you read through it. It's a good thing. It's adapted from the DX's Code of Conduct, which was put out there a while back. And I want to leave you with something that came up over this winter. We had a snowstorm up in New Hampshire, and we were watching our grandkids for the day, and I took them out sledding in the backyard. I live on a hilltop, of course, and it's a great place for them to go sledding. And after we came in, I said, let me put on a video about sledding, and I put up a movie called Cool Runnings about the Jamaican Olympic bobsled team. Now, would you think the Jamaicans would have a bobsled team? Well, they don't have a lot of snow there, but I'll give you the short version of the plot of the movie. This guy is the coach of the team. He had been kicked out of the sport after winning his 2nd or 3rd gold medal because he cheated. He added weights to his sled to make it go faster, and he got caught. But he had this belief that sprinters would make the best bobsledders because it's all about the start. It's all about getting a good, fast start. And he thought that sprinters would be the right ones. So he moved to Jamaica and tried to recruit Jamaican sprinters to become bobsledders. they didn't have a lot of snow. But anyway, watch the movie, it's kind of interesting. But there was a guy who was the son of a Jamaican Olympic champion sprinter, and he wanted to go to the Olympics, and for various reasons, bobsledding turned out to be his only chance. So there's a clip I'm going to play from that movie. It's about 2/3 of the way through, before the big race. And, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Whoops.
Reese, you in here? Hey, Coach. Oh, there you are. How you feeling?
All right.
Good, good. You all set to follow in your father's footsteps?
I think so.
You think so?
All right. I know so.
That's more like it. We're gonna go grab a bite to eat. Want to join us?
Nah.
I didn't think so. I'll pick you something up.
Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
I have to ask you a question.
Sure.
But you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I mean, I want you to, but you can't. I understand.
You want to know why I cheated, right?
Yes, I do.
That's a fair question. It's quite simple, really. I had to win. You see, Therese, I've made winning my whole life. And when you make winning your whole life, you have to keep on winning, no matter what. You understand that?
No, I don't understand, Coach. You had 2 gold medals. You had it all.
Therese, a gold medal is a wonderful thing. But if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it.
Hey, Coach. How will I know if I'm enough?
When you cross that finish line, you'll know.
So there you go. Read the rules, obey the rules, aim for enough, and have fun. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you, Doug. And we are getting ready to divide the room up, but a few notes before we do that. How about hams here at Contest University from Argentina? Please stand up. Argentina. There they are. They're in the back. Do we have any other DX in the house that I missed? We have Philip, and we have Germans in the back, yes. Philip is one of our professors. Nice to have you. Also want to say thanks to Katie Rockman, who is sitting side by side with our friend George over here. Katie is the social media manager at DX Engineering and also works for Summit Racing. Thank you, Katie, for getting us all hooked up live. That's great stuff. Victor Echo 2 Zulu Lima, are you in the house? Victor Echo 2 Zulu Lima. If you would see Delta Lima 1 Quebec, Quebec, she will help you with your banner, okay? That's very good. And so as we divide this up, you're gonna see these walls come across. Figure out what you wanna do at 9 o'clock, what you wanna see. Room 1 is up here, room 2 is to my right, room 3 is to my left, and room 4 is across the hall. So get your seats. It's going to be a good day. Thank you for being here.
Here it is.
Give you about 2 minutes till you start, okay?
Yes, sir.
You got everything?
Yeah. Did you get a laptop?
Yeah.
Good.
We split all the audio.
Audio check? Sounds good? Hello, testing. Good morning. Thanks for coming. This talk is going to be about basic station automation techniques and recommendations, not really fancy stuff, but something that you could all do on your stations to make it more efficient to contest. So we're going to talk a little bit about why do we automate things, and we'll talk about computer controlling transceivers, amplifiers, band decoders, antenna switches, bandpass filters, tuners, and they'll have some time for questions at the end. So the big question is, why do we automate things? You know, there's a very basic reason. Contesting is a lot of hard work, and you're going to get tired, you're going to get sleepy, hopefully not in this presentation. Fatigue leads to mistakes, as you can see, and automation will help you prevent disastrous mistakes, such as transmitting on the wrong band into your amplifier. Let the machines do what they do best, and you do the rest, and that way you can operate and not get much rest. So what should be automated is obviously your computer logging. If you're still logging on paper, you're not doing it right. It's going to automatically log the date and time, and if you hook it up to your radio properly, it's going to automate the frequency logging as the mode and the call sign and exchange, of course. Hopefully it doesn't let you log a QSO with a blank exchange. It's going to help you do most of your transmissions, most of your CQs, and your call sign, of course, when you call a pileup. That applies to all modes. And when you change bands on your rig, it should automatically switch everything it can switch. The antenna, the amplifier, a tuner if you're using it, and if you have any bandpass filters or coax stubs in a multi-situation or a single op2 radio situation, you want those to automatically switch to when you change bands. By the way, what page in the book is this presentation on for folks that are still looking for it? 32, thank you, in your hymnals there. All right, so what don't you want to automate is things that you as a human can do better than a machine, such as if you learn to code, you can hear and copy code better than a code reader. So I discourage use of code readers in contesting, and don't blindly trust every cluster spot that you see as being correct. Generally the skimmers, if you use a node like VE7CC, they're pretty accurate because they throw out the uniques automatically, the unique spots that a skimmer makes. But the most busted spots you'll see in a contest are from human spotters. So watch out for those, and if your software should tell you whether a spot came from a skimmer or from a human. So a lot of folks want to set up their voice keyers to send all the call signs, and you'll hear on field day a lot of guys saying, you know, Oscar Hotel 2 Bravo Alpha Delta. You know, it just doesn't sound natural. You can tell you're talking to a computer, and it's not going to encourage people to call you. But if you have a disability and you have speaking problems or something like I do occasionally, I can understand why you'd want to use that, and that'd be fine. don't let the computer decide when to change bands. Some people are trying to use AI to, recommend change bands now based on past history. Well, you got to go with what the conditions are now. So make your own band change decisions. And there's a lot of software has the ability to, let's say, sign your call every 3 QSOs if you have a big pileup going. And I tried that for a little while. I really didn't like it. I'd much rather be the judge of when I don't send my call because I know there's guys waiting, and when I know there's nobody waiting, I'm going to send my call. And it's better to make that decision, not rely on the software to automate it. But of course, you have to keep track of signing your call often enough. And of course, what frequency to put your VFO on is something you should figure out for yourself. So you want to automate the band changes because it's going to save time and it's going to save your equipment from being damaged. You want it to be fast and you want it to be reliable. So my recommendation to folks is to use whatever hardware automation is built into the radio, amplifier, band decoder, etc. Some people try to use a software program on a PC to automate everything. They use, Node-RED, and they're programming microprocessors, and everything switches with fancy stuff. And that can be fun as a technical challenge, but what happens when your PC crashes and you need to reboot and you can't work anybody because it's all controlled by the PC? You can always log on paper for a little while your PC is rebooting if that happens. It's not possible for all transceivers like Flex Radio. I think you have to have a computer running to use it. But I recommend, and that's what this talk will focus on, is using the built-in hardware features that the manufacturers have created so that their stuff will automatically switch with your transceiver. Transceivers give you band data, which is, go into it in detail, it's a 4-bit code that tells the equipment what band the radio's on. You can also, some radios can be programmed to indicate what operating frequency they are on exactly. Some peripherals need the exact frequency, not just the band. And you can use either one, band data or frequency, but tuners usually need the exact frequency. A lot of amplifiers and tuners have a built-in frequency counter that'll override whatever band data they're getting if it happens to be bad. But you could use both in parallel. So the way that this should work, in my recommendation, is first, of course, you do have a PC that should be doing your logging, and that's connected to your transceiver. In this example, it's by USB port, but you can also do Ethernet with other modern transceivers like the K4 and the Flex Radio. But they have a band data jack, or they have an RS-232 jack, or they have a CIV jack. If it's an ICOM radio, it's labeled remote. And that is designed to drive an automatic amplifier, not a manual tune amplifier, but an automatic one. And I'll give plenty of examples of those. So that when you change bands on the transceiver, the amplifier goes to the right band. You can also add something called a band decoder, which takes that very same data and drives your antenna switch. Now, some amplifiers have multiple antenna ports, and they can automatically switch the antenna, and you don't need a second band decoder, but you do need to wire that band data jack in parallel to a couple of devices. You might have bandpass filters. If you have an SO2R station, that's almost mandatory. You don't want to manually switch those when you change bands. You want them to automatically switch at the same time. And you may have an automatic tuner or a step-IR controller that also wants to know the exact frequency of the radio so it can preset itself to the right segment before you do any transmitting. So what's band data? Band data just provides the band, doesn't give the frequency to the device, just the band. It's ideal for broadband amplifiers that don't have any tuner built in. They just have, you know, the band of the radio, and that applies to all those models, KPA 500 and so on. Some SPE amplifiers don't have a tuner built in, and therefore a band is good enough. And if you have a band decoder or an automatic antenna switch, and I've listed several examples there, all of those just need the band, and they will automatically switch everything to the right band. But as I mentioned before, the band data isn't really good enough for devices that need the exact transmit frequency you're on, such as an automatic antenna tuner. I've listed some examples there. TJXL is the tuner genius. KPA 1500 needs to know the frequency of the radio. ACOM 2000 ARCU, the new one, needs to know the frequency, and then it presets the amplifier to the right segment, and there's no delays when you change bands. You just start transmitting. You don't have to transmit any RF to make the amplifier move. Though many amplifiers support that, starting with the 87A was the first one I knew about that did that.
I always wanted to change bands first. I didn't want that little moment of hot switching where it's trying to figure out what band you're on. So I prefer to have everything switched before you do any RF transmitting. Step-by-R controllers, fluid motion and so on, they also can preset the antenna to the right segment when you doing a multi-mode contest on the same band. That's important. And even the baby loop controller is a very small loop that has a very narrow tuning window, and so it really needs to know the frequency of the rig before you try to transmit. So what's band data encoding? There's two ways to do it. One way uses 4 pins or 4 high-low signals to indicate the band, and that has been started by Yaesu, I believe. Elecraft copied that format. ICOM instead, going back even older, uses a reference to an 8-volt signal, and as you can see by what's circled in yellow there, a couple of the bands are shared, and so you, for example, if you use the band data output of an ICOM radio, it can't tell the difference between 15 and 17 or 12 and 10, but all the other bands have a unique voltage. The flex band data output has a special cable that will get you band data to drive a band decoder if you need it. But no Kenwood radio I'm familiar with ever provided any band data jack or equivalent that ICOM Yaesu Elecraft does. So here's some of the connectors Yaesu used. For some reason, they decided to use a very uncommon 262-degree horseshoe-shaped 8-pin DIN plug. So you may have tried to put a standard or more common 8-pin DIN plug into a Yaesu band data jack and discovered it didn't fit, so you made it fit. That's not a good idea. It's a different layout. You can buy them. I've got a small stock of them, but they're a little special to order. And they copied the same darn mistake on their FTDX10 and FTDX1200. All this time they made it a mini DIN, so even more fun to solder to. But it does have, as you can see and highlighted there, I hope, in yellow, is the 4 band data pins, the 4 bits that make up a unique combination for a band. Now they got a little bit better, Yaesu did, on their newer radios, the 101D and the 101NP. They use a DA15 connector. By the way, it's not called DB. The DB is only the 25 is the shell size. DA is a little smaller. It's got 15 pins. DE is the 9-pin version, or the 15. They both fit in the same shell. So technically speaking, there's no such thing as a DB9. It's a DE9. Anyway, they also have the band data there, as well as, I didn't highlight it here, but you can see on pin 2 is a TX ground pin. So you can, on many amplifiers, you can key the amplifier and provide band data all over one cable, and that's a convenience. The fewer cables you have going to the amplifier, the less ground loop problems or RFI problems you have, or possibility of something getting pulled out like the keying line. So if you have a connector, like a linear connector with band data and amplifier keying on it, and it can handle the voltage of your amp, I use it. And the FT710, they got a little weird with us here. As you can see, the band A and band B pins, there's a menu setting to say whether that's going to provide band data or a second RS-232 port. So that radio is a little tricky to interface. If you don't set the menu right, it doesn't work. Elecraft uses a DE15, a 15-pin 3-row connector. But the coding in this table is exactly the same as Yaesu. You know, number 1 is 160, number 2 is 80 when you think in binary. And they have the 4 band data pins, and there's also a key out pin. Be a little careful with that one. It can only handle 10 milliamps on pin 10 of the Elecraft. They have a separate key out jack and RCA connector that can handle key much beefier amplifiers. So the ICOM band data voltage is on their accessory 2-pin, and that is a standard 7-pin DIN plug. In their 7300 and 7410, they went to 13-pin DIN plugs, also lots of fun to solder to. They do provide a little pigtail for a great expense that has all the pins wired for you, and the color coding is shown there. There's, let's see, is there a ground? I don't see the TX ground on that one. Now, if you have a Kenwood radio, just a quick, how many, let's do a quick survey in the room. How many in the room have a Yaesu transceiver? I see about 5. Kenwood transceiver. I see about the same number, a little less. ICOM transceiver. Oh, Ray Novak will be happy to see that. Elecraft transceiver. Whoa, most of you guys. Okay, good. Well, for the Kenwood guys, they do have an RS-232 port on these radios that's independent of the USB connector, which is a good thing. That means the amplifier can talk to the COM port and say what band, what frequency you're on, and the software can talk on the USB port, and they don't conflict with each other. But if you have one of these Yaesu rigs, then there's only one serial port. They may have a USB port, but you have a cat select menu that says which one's to be used, and the other one becomes unfunctional except as a sound card. So if you have one of these radios, you're going to need some special sharing configurations so that the RS-232 can be split so that the amplifier just listens and the PC talks. And I'll go into that in a second here. That's a special custom Y cable, or what I call the serial box, that can do that kind of sharing of serial port data. And if you have the more modern Yaesu rig, then they have an independent serial port and independent of the USB port. So you can use the computer on one and the devices on the other, and they can both pull. But the K3 and K3S, I used to have one of those. Anybody else still have the K3 or K3S? Wow, all the other guys had K4s or other Elecraft rigs. Okay, so there's a trick on that one. Even whether you have the K3 or the K3S, even though it has a USB connector and a pigtail that gives you a 9-pin serial connector, they're really wired in parallel inside the radio, so you can't hook one device to one and one device to the other and have them both talk to the radio at the same time. One can listen, and that'd be just using pin 2, the RxD pin, and not connecting pin 3 on the listen-only device, not your PC, but on the amplifier or the step-by-R controller. Again, you need a custom Y cable to make that automatic tracking work. And there's one ICOM rig, the 705, that doesn't have this legacy ICOM CIV connector where you can get frequency data. CIV is another serial port. It's ICOM's 2-pin serial port essentially. And most of their rigs give both the USB and an ICOM CIV port or remote jack. And so your PC can connect to the USB, and then independently the remote jack can work. But you have to set this menu item, set CIV USB port to unlink from remote. And most of the modern ICOM rigs have that, the 7700 doesn't. That means the two ports operate independently, so you can hook a device to one and your PC to the other. So let's talk about amplifiers. Most automatic amplifiers are usually solid state. The one exception I can think of right now is the ACOM 2000A, which is an automatic amplifier that's a tube-type amplifier. They can communicate and get the band and frequency data from the rig by several means, either the band-data pins that I talked about, or the RS-232 or ICOM CIV, and some can even support getting frequency over the Ethernet via a LAN connection. They will change bands automatically without you having to transmit any RF. So they often have a frequency counter in them so that they can detect RF and switch to the right band. But that's still going to cause a little bit of hot switching somewhere, so that's backup. That's not the preferred way of changing bands on those automatic amps. Some amps like the Alpha 87A, they didn't have any communication with the radio per se. So you had to rely on sensing or hit the button yourself. Here's a picture of the ACOM 2000A amplifier with their modern new remote control unit. Anybody in the room have this amplifier? See a couple of hands. It's a very solid amplifier, good for lots of power and RTTY. They support two different flavors of RS-232. What they label RX-TTL and TX-TTL is a 5-volt signaling, 0 to 5 volts, which is a style of RS-232 signaling that Kenwood used on some early radios. It's not used very much now. Most RS-232 signaling is plus 6 or more volts to minus 6 or more negative volts. And that is, in my opinion, less susceptible to RFI than the TTL logic or the CIV issues. Or even USB, because that's also a 5-volt thing. The solid-state versions of ACOM amplifiers put band data on, they use a different connector and different connector pins. They still maintain the TTL and RS-232 pins, but they added band data. You can see on pins 7 through 10 there, they had the band data input. And for a solid-state amp, it really doesn't need to connect to the serial port on your radio. If your radio has a band data jack, like the K3 ACC or the linear jack on Yaesu, use that for switching the amplifier because it only needs to know the band. It doesn't need to know the frequency. Now, there was a key-in jack on there too. Here's an example of some solid-state amplifiers. You need the ARI 500 interface to these because they have a manual band switch, but they also have an auto position. And you need this interface box called the AR 500. Anybody here have an Ameritron amplifier? 1, 2, 3. All right, not bad. Ameritron, one of these is their solid state amps. Elecraft KPA 500, I have one of these. Anybody else? A couple of guys, not too mad. It can handle RS-232 and it can handle band data automatic switching. It does not have a CIV connection to an ICOM remote, but it does have the 8-volt ICOM, so it can follow the 8-volt switching of an ICOM radio. KPA 1500 was the first Elecraft device that could understand ICOM CIV. So it could get the exact frequency. Why did it need the frequency? It's got a tuner built in. So you want the antenna tuner to know not just the band, but the right frequency of the radio. And it uses the same Elecraft connector. Obviously, one aux cable goes from the Elecraft transceiver to Elecraft amp, handles keying band on their proprietary aux-IO bus, so it knows the frequency. But if you're using a non-Elecraft rig with this amplifier, you can always make it work. See me if you can't figure it out. Flex Radio has their Power Genius amplifier. It's the only amplifier I know of that's a true SO2R in a box amplifier. You can have 2 transceivers connected to it, and you can listen on one while transmitting on the other. That's the only amp on the market that does that. They use the same connector as Elecraft, but no, they didn't use the same pins. So you need to make a custom cable to get the band A through D on the right pins of that amplifier. Now you'll notice there's multiple jacks there. That's a nice thing they did. They give you a band data jack. They also give you a CIV jack for an ICOM radio, and they give you a CAT jack for an RS-232 radio like a Kenwood. So they did that part right. RF kit, not quite as clever. They have anybody here have an RF kit amplifier? One guy. Well, it has a USB jack on it labeled CAT, and what you connect there is an FTDI USB to serial adapter or a USB to CT17 adapter, and it looks like a serial port to the amplifier and can query the radio that way. This multi-interface they've got down there has band data outputs for an antenna switch, but it doesn't have band data inputs, unfortunately. It does have a LAN connector for if you want to use a software-driven approach. SPE amplifiers, anyone here got SPE? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good amplifiers. They have many different models. They all have, fortunately, share the same connector and the same common pins on each. They provide the band data if you want to if you don't have the tuner, you should use those if you have a Kenwood or Yaesu or Elecraft rig. They also have the RS-232 and a keying pin, as well as ALC, which they recommend using for everything but Elecraft radios to prevent damage to the amplifier. What about changing bands on my antennas? I mean, that amplifier, the SP, has 4 antenna jacks. You might have 6 antennas, so not quite enough to handle them all. So the common approach is you would have a standalone band decoder. What's a band decoder do? It talks to the radio's band data jack or CIV or RS-232, figures out the band of your radio, and it switches an antenna by driving a 13-volt output on one pin or a grounding one pin. And if you have a tri-band antenna, and let's say 40 and 80 meter antennas, you can wire the band decoder so that it drives the same output pin for the 3 bands that are covered by your tri-band. So here's some examples of band decoders that are currently on the market. The Bandmaster 3, I think, might not be in production anymore, but they have the Bandmaster 5 or V. And I'm showing the front and back because I want you to see the connectors. The connectors they're using are DE9 male on many of those, which is a 9-pin. So they overload the 9 pins in a different way than anybody else. They did keep RS-232 on the standard pins 2 and 3, so that a straight serial cable can work. And then they use the other pins for band data. I wouldn't wire those other pins if you're going to an RS-232 jack on a radio. Some radios like Kenwood, you have to short pins 7 and 8 together at the radio side to handle the handshaking for RS-232 that you can't disable in a Kenwood radio. Elecraft KRC2 band decoder does everything but CIV. Doesn't have any connectors other to a PC, but you put a jumper wire into these screw terminals. Anybody have this box, KRC2? Not real easy to program. It doesn't have any lights that tells you what band it's switching to, but it does work. Ham Plus, I may have Ham Plus device here, made in Brazil, I believe. There's one. Not a bad switch. Can also handle with special cables, and again, nobody agreed on what pins to use, even though they use the same connectors, except for the RS-232. But it can automatically switch, in this example, up to 8 antennas based on the band. And the smart thing they did in this box was they also took the keying output of your radio as an input into this down here. I don't know if I can point. I don't have a laser pointer. The control. I better not mess with it. There's 2 send jacks, input and output, in the lower right corner. And that way, if your radio is key down, it won't let you switch antennas, which is what all switch boxes should do. You don't want to hot switch an antenna, fry a relay. I really like these old top 10 band decoder devices made by N3RD, but he's no longer making them. He sold the business to DX Engineering, but they can't get the parts to make them anymore, unfortunately. But you'll find these on the used market, and I would pick one up if you can find it. They're very, very reliable. And it's going to switch your antenna relay switch. So you can feed 1 or 2 band decoders into these. If you have a SO2R station, you would feed 2. It automatically puts your rig on the transmit band. And you have to be careful with some rigs. They can put the transmit, you can do cross-band stuff. You always want the antenna switch to follow the transmit band, not necessarily the band you're receiving on. If you're doing something weird, like you've got split turned on and you change VFOA, but you're still transmitting on B, you want the amplifier and antenna to follow the band of B, not A. These switches are very well made in that they won't allow the same antenna to put, 2 transmitters to be put on the same antenna at the same time. One's going to get a very high SWR that tries to transmit. High power relays. So here's a surprisingly affordable and very reliable model. I've had an RCS8B for years, and even though the box gets all corroded or rusted on the outside, the relays seem to still work on the inside. Very simple 13 volt line on the control cable. When it gets 13 volts, it closes the relay and picks one antenna, one common input. This old fancier version, the 8-pack 2x8 antenna switch, I guess it's the successor to the Array Solutions 6-pack. There's radio 1 and radio 2 input, so that way you can have any antenna on any band, and it prevents 2 radios from using the same antenna on the same band. So the control cable is 12 volt input, as well as some pins to provide the signaling. The Flex Radio 8x2 antenna switch, sometimes called the Antenna Genius, or ATXL. It uses the same pins as the PGXL. We're consistent that way at least. Even though it's the same 15-pin connector that Elecraft uses, they're not the same pins. So you do have to wire a custom cable. It also has a LAN connection for Flex radios. They don't use those other connectors. And those little dip switches you see in red there are used to indicate which ports, if you have 2 ports, which one is band data, and so on. Ham Plus antenna switch is driven by their Ham Plus band decoders, by proprietary signaling cable, and it automatically, again, allows you to switch 2 radios to any antenna that's available. I have personally like these. They're built like a tank. I have the double 6 switch at my station. Just have 6 antennas for the contest band. And it has 2 control cable inputs. They're output of top 10 band decoders. Very good port isolation. And so you can feed a kilowatt, 1500 watts into the radio A and radio B connectors. And it picks the right antenna based on the band decoder. If you just have one station, the micro 6 switch just does 1 control cable input. Again, it's very simple. The band decoder output drives a 13-volt line, speaks 1 relay, 1 band at a time. What about bandpass filters? If you have a SO2R station, then you really should have bandpass filters so you can transmit on one band and listen on another at the same time and not interfere with yourself. Quite a challenge to do when your antennas are close together. You also need stubs and so on. It's typically the bandpass filters are 100 or 200 watt max. They do make some high power bandpass filters that would go on the output of your amplifier. That's great and better if you can afford it. They're really expensive and they're very big physically, and sometimes they have noisy fans to cool them too. So most folks, I think, typically will put a 100 watt automatic switching or 200 watt automatic switching bandpass filter between the transceiver and the amplifier to cut the harmonics in both transmit and receive. As I mentioned, they're more expensive. Obviously, if you're getting harmonics that are in band, the bandpass filter can't filter those out. It's passing that band. So you can use stubs to reduce harmonics at the transmit side. But you want these things to automatically switch. So here's a couple of solutions that automatically switch. This is the Ray Solutions Bandpasser 2. It's a same box internally, as far as I can tell, as another one marketed under the name Surefire BF100. I think that's the model DX Engineering sells, just has different labeling. It is one box that's a built-in band decoder and filter in one box, which is very convenient. Then you don't need an extra control cable. And they provide with that 9-pin remote jack, which in this case it's a female one. You can switch it to either band data mode, and they show you the pinout for that, A, B, C, D, or they have a per band mode, which is again like a 13-volt output from another device that tells it what band to switch to, another band decoder. This is the old one that was this classic for many years, the Dunestar 600, and it can be driven either by 13 volts or a sync connector. You have to see the manual on how to switch that. Again, uses a 9-pin connector, but bands, it doesn't do band decoding. It needs a band decoder to drive it. It just has pins 1 through 6 or 160 through 10 meters and a 12-volt input if you're using plus ground. DX Engineering has a all-in-one box, well, it's almost all-in-one box, bandpass filter set for 6 contest bands, but again, it doesn't have a band decoder in it. The band-in jack is driven by either a ground, I think it's a ground signal, yeah, it has to sync one of those pins, and only one, to 0 volts, and then it switches to that band. Here's one that is less commonly known in this country. I don't know if it's still in production. Anybody have one of these? OM Power, OM6BPF is a one-box bandpass filter with, again, and it's a built-in band decoder too, so with one cable you can, and it also supports icon band voltage if you want it, but not CIV. Okay, automatic antenna tuners. These are devices that are used to match your antenna, 1-to-1 SWR, usually maybe 20, 30 kilohertz wide, maybe 50 different segments on the band. So as you QSY up and down the band, they need to know the frequency of your radio so they automatically switch. Just like the tuner inside your radio would automatically use it. But you're often using an external tuner when you have an amplifier. So you program each segment to train the tuner on, and it remembers internally the right tuning settings for each frequency, but then it needs to know the frequency of the radio. And so if you end up with a very low SWR not really needing the tuner, it will bypass itself. And as I mentioned, the tuner can remember multiple tuning solutions for each frequency if you have multiple antennas. Here's a standard one with 3 antenna outputs, the Elcraft KAT500. Anybody in the room got one of those? See, maybe about 6 hands go up. That has the ability to work with obviously aircraft rigs using their 15-pin aux cable, or it can drive a Kenwood or any radio with an RS2. It's 2-pin or stereo jack. They're labeled PC data. That's an RS-232 that accepts data from a Kenwood radio, and with certain tricks, you can tell that as long as your logging software is polling the Kenwood radio with an FA command, or the KPA500 is doing that, then the Kenwood, it can drive this so that it automatically switches to the right band and the right tuning segment. It'll get the frequency of the radio. But there's a special trick to make that work. Flex Radio has their tuner genius, or the TGXL. It unfortunately used consistent pins along with the other Flex Radio devices. You can use either band data or CIV, or you can do RS-232. And this tuner will operate in listen-only mode, meaning you only have to connect pin 2 as long as the radio is outputting data on RS-232 pin 2. It'll switch to the right band. This is a tuner that is rare and hard to find these days, but it was the only one that looks like a PAL-Star. Don't confuse it with the PAL-Star, because there's a big split between Kessler and PAL-Star. I don't know all the history, but the Kessler can automatically track the radio's frequency. The PAL-Star cannot without extra help from like a software program or something. So it has RS-232 inputs to track the band of your radio and the frequency. And anybody here have a step-IR controller, step-IR antenna? See about 5 hands, 4 hands go up, 5 hands, 6, oh, more over there. All of their radios have a 9-pin data in connector, which is pretty standard RS-232 pins. Unfortunately, it does work in listen-only mode, meaning you don't have to have the tuner polling the radio for frequency. As long as some other device is polling, it will listen. But the trick there is if you try to use data in and data out connectors at the same time, it's probably not going to work. Unless you're daisy chaining multiple SDA controllers. It also has the ability to do CIV. Now I said it uses the standard 9-pin connector. That's not quite true. They do some tricks on that connector so that with one connector they can support RS-232 or ICOM. And the trick there is if you have an ICOM CIV, you just connect pin 9. And if you have RS-232, then you connect pins 2, 3, and 5 to TXD, RxD, TXD, and ground. And you got a short pin 7 and 8, 7 and 9 together, which is kind of weird. That's how internally they handle the serial port. So you can buy their custom data, or you can build your own arrival box that'll do the same wiring. But you can't use a straight RS-232 cable from that guy. And finally, the Wimo Ultra Beam is similar in fashion to the step-IR controllers, and it also can handle RS-232 or CIV. And there's a way to turn polling on or off. So you can, if you have a radio that only has one serial port like a K3, then you would turn polling off, let your software do the polling, and it will monitor the output. And a lot of these tuners, you want to connect them in series to your amplifier, because while your automatic tuner is moving the antenna to a new position, you don't want high power going to the antenna. It can destroy the antenna. So you always want to put the amplifier keying line in series between these tuners and the amplifier. The step-IR has that same feature, so that you have no way to key your amplifier until the antenna stops moving. So how do you connect all this together? This chart was from the beginning of the talk. It shows some very simple lines, but they're a little bit complex cabling. So you can buy many of these cables from DX Engineering, or you can find custom-made cables on eBay that will do the same thing. You have to be very careful when you're checking it to see if it's doing anything more than, like, is it doing RS-232, or is it only giving band data? If you have something that needs the frequency of the device, a band data isn't good enough. And some of them are just, they're a keying output of a Kenwood radio, and they don't give you anything else. You can try to build your own by following the documentation. All the manuals show what pins are what, but some of those connectors are kind of hard to build on your own. And if you have a need to split the band data output so you can drive both a band decoder and an amplifier, or you have a single RS-232 connector that needs to drive an amplifier, a PC, a bandpass filter, Then things get more complicated because you have to split them properly. And so simple Y cable can work for just band data lines. Generally they work okay in parallel. If you have a need to split more than two things, then I make this Y box for Elecraft rigs that can also be modified to work with the linear jack on a Yaesu rig to split it multiple ways. It has 5 15-pin connectors on it. One of them is dedicated to the Elecraft aux cable wiring. And if you want to split or share serial data and you only have one RS-232 port available, as I mentioned, you can't wire pin 3 in parallel to two different devices. They'll cancel each other out. So the PC talks on pin 3 and the amplifier is going to listen on pin 2. You can build a Y cable to do that, or if you just want to use standard cables, I put all of that in my serial box product, or S box. And it is designed to work with standard cabling, no custom cables in most cases, to step-by-air controllers, ACOM amplifiers, SPE, RF kit, etc. I have jumpers inside so I can wire to anything you need. So to summarize this, my key recommendations are, when possible, let the transceiver drive the devices instead of trying to use PC ports and software if you can get away with it. That way you're not relying on the PC to make everything work. You should be able to make a contact while your PC is rebooted. Use the band data when you don't need the frequency. Bandpass filters, antenna switches, broadband amplifiers, they can just get away with band data. But if you need the frequency for a tuner or a step-by-air controller or an amp that has a built-in tuner, then you definitely want to use the RS-232 data or the CIB data to get the exact frequency of the transceiver. And use off-the-shelf solutions if you're not comfortable wiring your own connectors or following all the diagrams. In other words, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do anything. So here's some references. I'll have a copy of this talk posted to my KRZ.com page after the convention's over. And of course, I have the serial box and Y box available if you need to split anything. And you can always email me like everybody else does. I might make this work. I get a lot of emails. Help. But that's how you can reach me. And now it's time for Q&A, and we have, I guess, about 10 or 15 minutes, so that's plenty. So, anybody totally overwhelmed and confused, or does it kind of make sense? Or everybody's got different hardware and therefore different requirements. Yes, sir?
Question, when you have multiple antennas for the same band, this is where we tend to run into problems with automating, is switches, but that's not the antenna you want. You want the beam, or you want the whatever.
So the question was, how do you handle a situation when you have multiple antennas on the same band? This is for the streaming audience here. And how do you handle that situation when you pick the right band, but you're on the wrong antenna for that band? You want to be on the Europe antenna or the JA antenna or something like that. The best solution for that is to have a secondary switch on the output of your amplifier, the output of your main switch, right? Your main switch is picking a band. So let's say this is the 20-meter cable that comes out of the amplifier. That needs to switch to JA antenna or Europe antenna. Maybe a manual antenna switch is the best solution for that. Or you can use relays, or you can use some of these boxes like the Hand Plus to manually push a button to switch, I want the JA antenna or I want the Europe antenna for 20 meters. If you have fancier stacks where you can point multiple directions, and sometimes you have top, bottom, both, that type of switching, it's more complex than I wanted to cover in this talk. Did something go wrong with the battery there? Oh, bummer. I wonder how much they missed. So you essentially need more fancy switching to handle that. Your amplifier obviously is on the same band, but when you have multiple antennas on a band, you need some secondary switching to switch which ones you want. There's the stack match from Ray Solutions, for example. Lets you pick top, bottom, both antennas. It's a separate controller for that band. It's a complicated problem. All right, and got to be some other questions. There's one.
Yeah, I have an old Kenwood 440 AT. Do you ever work with some of the older radios like that?
Not too many customers with that. I'll have to look at the manual for that. I think I can handle that one. Doesn't have a USB port, right?
Right.
Has a single RS-232 9-pin.
That's got a 13-pin cat control cable.
Yeah.
I don't recall what else offhand.
TTL. The ACOM manuals show a diagram that may work with that rig. I'd have to study that to figure it out. But if you can automate with that, I would do it. Do you control it with the logging software now?
Yeah.
So you put this back on. Apologies to the audience at home. Good. The question was regarding an old TS40 AT. How do you interface that? It doesn't have an standard RS-232 connector. It has some kind of 13-pin or DIN plug to 32 adapter. I think that's TTL RS-232. I'm not quite sure. What amplifier or antenna do you want to switch with it, or?
I'm not sure yet.
Not sure.
Let's try and investigate options.
Yeah, one option to investigate is to get a more modern radio. Makes things a lot easier. It'll receive better. It'll be quieter. It'll last longer.
Every manufacturer will love you.
Tim can help you make the decision. Okay, so we have a few more minutes. If there's any other questions, yes, sir.
I have an FT897, I have an FT450, and it works great with an auto tuner and then sending all the information to your logging software. You're supposed to only use one of those things with the FT897 that I can tell.
So I'm trying to remember again. I'd have to look up my references. Did I list that radio on one of my slides here? Did you notice it?
No.
Okay. FT897, is that a really new Yaesu rig? No, it's an older one?
Older, yeah.
Older. So it has an RS-232 and a USB, or just one?
It doesn't even have the USB, but basically it has a tuner controller or a RS-232,
Yeah.
but you got to switch with one.
Yeah, I understand. That is a problem. I'll have to look in the reference manual for that and get back to you. If you want to email me, I'll go look it up to see how it works. I think I had one customer use that rig. I'll have to look at my records. Chances are there is a way to make it work with the right kind of Y cabling, where if you've got a computer talking to it, or you don't even have that working yet.
Oh, I make either one work.
Just one at a time.
Well, see, the 450 is my base thing, but I do like to do a lot of mobile out of my camper, and the 897 is in my camper. And quite frankly, I do great on manual tuning from home, but I'd rather auto tune when I'm actually out in the field.
Okay, so just to repeat the question.
The opposite of what I can do the opposite of what I need to do.
Okay, you have an FT897 in the mobile and you want it to auto tune. What's your tuner?
I forget whatever
it's an LDG.
recommended I do.
Oh, it's not an LDG tuner though, right? It has a way of talking to the radio, or does it? Because
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so the tuner has a way to talk to the radio and get its frequency without you having to transmit. Then
Then you can't send your frequency information to the
Logging
software.
So you're driving and using a computer and mobile at the same time.
No, I park.
Oh, he parks. Okay. Phew.
Camper.
Okay.
Tow behind camper. Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. Depending on the tuner, like if it's a KAT, if the tuner's like an Elecraft KAT 500, then it will work in what I call listen-only mode. So the software will send commands to there. You split the serial connection, and one end goes to your tuner, just the receive data line, and then it'll get the data and automatically go. I need to know more about the details of the model of tuner and FT897, and then I can look it up and see how I can make it work. That's how I learned all this stuff, was I produced these products and then said, can you make it work with this? Can you make it work with that? And I had to look up every manual to figure it out.
For someone getting into contesting and looking at new equipment, what manufacturers are taking the lead in making it easy to automate
Well, that's a trick question there. So the question was, what manufacturer is new getting into contesting? What manufacturers are making easiest to automate things? Well, Flex Radio will argue that you do it all on the computer and you don't need any cables, which one Ethernet cable will do it all. That is, some people give thumbs up to that. Some people rather not deal with the computer complexities and would rather have no computer so they can operate their radio when there's computers off, which you can't do with the Flex. But all the modern radios that I mentioned, ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood, and Elecraft, have a way of getting things automated. It's a little trickier with Kenwood because they don't have any band data outputs. So ICOM and Elecraft and Yaesu do. So, you know, if you're just getting started, you know, IC 7300 people go to because it's a low-cost transceiver with a lot of capability for the price. But it gives you one USB cable that only provides one virtual serial port. The modern radios provide two. They do have the CIV, so you could use that for band switching. But if you want to run FT8 and a logging program at the same time, now it gets more complicated because they just give you the one USB port, or one virtual serial port. Hard to give you a recommendation on what to buy, but spend more on the antenna than the radio and you'll be much happier. All right. Yes, sir.
I've got an FT2000. I'm using a 1306 amp and an Ameritron antenna switch. They work just fine individually. And Ameritron said make a Y cable, and I made one, and then they won't work. And in the forums, they said it was asking for too much current to run them both at the same time.
So the question was, he had an Ameritron auto band decoder. He has the AR500, a 1306 amp, and an FT2000 band data. So, and you made your own Y cable to split that to drive the band decoder and what else? What was
It's the amp and an antenna switch.
What's your antenna switch?
Just Ameritron, like a...
Oh, is a band decoder
No, I don't have...
Oh, the 12-volt output is being split.
Decoder, right. So
Oh.
the radio to the two devices, like they'll run individually if you plug one in
Right.
or the other in. But the Y cable, and like I said, I went to the forums and they said it's trying to get too much current.
Too much current. So,
That's the solution to that.
So that's a tough problem when your band decoder output, essentially your AR500 is producing 13 volts one per band, one line per band, and it's trying to feed that 13 volts to two devices, and it's too much current to do with relays and the amp on the right band. I think you could try using pull-up resistors, you know, to 13 volts on those lines. If they're syncing them, that might help. I'd have to study it a little bit closer to see if there's a solution. Somebody on the forum may have a solution for that. Yes, sir.
A real kludge, but it works well enough. If you go onto Amazon, you can get these 16 relay boards for like $20, and they can be, I think they can be programmed for either high or low input. So basically, you can run an external set of relays. Those things have 10 amp single pole double throw relay. So if you've got a power supply, you're basically limited by what the power supply would do in terms of then syncing or sourcing current out to other things.
That's a good suggestion. He was suggesting there's some Amazon relays you can buy. So you would drive relays like single or double pole double throw relays. Those would be single pole, but if you do enough of them in parallel, then you could have one relay switch to 12 volts from your external supply. So in other words, you're driving a relay board. The relay switches 12 volts to one, and another relay switches 12 volts to the other. Totally separate power supplies, maybe, if needed. So that's a thought. Okay, one more question, anybody? Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate on the differences between the Y and the S boxes?
Okay. He wasn't a plant, I promise. He was asking the difference between the Y box and the S box. The Y box, they look the same because I use the same case, but there's a different board inside. This one has 5 15-pin connectors and breakouts to RCA, and it's really designed mostly to work with Elecraft and just Elecraft's 15-pin cable. And you can break out any of the 15 pins, like your FSK keying pin, to an RCA to make it easier to connect a Morty or another FSK keying device. And so it's mainly designed to split the accessory or ACC port of an Elecraft rig. The Y box, the serial box or S box looks the same, but the connectors are different.
It's mostly 9-pin connectors, serial connectors. That's designed as a serial port splitter, where there's a pass-through connector that passes all the lines through, and then the receive data line is tapped and jumpered to any of the other jacks for receive-only devices like the step-IR controller or a band decoder that operates on RS-232 data or an SPE amplifier. There's one 15-pin jack that's designed that can be jumpered to the wiring needed to drive an ACOM 2000A RCU or an SPE CAT connector. And so with standard cables and not having to make custom cables, you can just jumper the boxes inside. If you go to the website, you'll see a picture of the schematic, or I'm sorry, the PC board. It's somewhat out of date at this point, where you can, and I pre-jumper it for whatever device you have so that it just works plug and play when you get it. I appreciate that last question. All right, I think we're out of time, so I thank you all for attending.
Hola. Hola. Are we ready for the free beer yet? Oh, that got him. Yeah, there you go. That was always my second slide on my professional presentations, is like an 800-point free beer, and they're all like, then we get on to the boring stuff. Is it time yet? Somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. 10:14, okay. This is great. If you're not in room, if you don't think you're in room 1, let me tell you, you're in room 1. How about that? Okay. And welcome. What a crew. This is great. Some of you guys don't have small stations. What are you doing in here? You're looking how to suppress the guys with the small station. That's it. You're playing defense. Okay. Got it. Well, let's get going. Small station, bang for the buck. So my goal here is to give you some thoughts and prayers on how to make your station a little bit more effective. We're going to talk about the assumptions that I make in this talk, and what do I mean by the next level. Means almost beating me, but not quite. We'll talk about priorities and all these things. This is kind of how the talk's going to go, and then hopefully there'll be a little time for Q&A at the end. So where are we starting from? And everybody in this room has a different history, different circumstances, but we all start, unless you're really fortunate to parachute in to K3LR, you know, at the beginning. Oh, what's this ham radio thing? Wah! You know, we all started low and slow and kind of confused and frustrated, and what is this, and why am I getting squashed? So what is the best way to get better? There are millions of ways to get better. This is not a cookbook talk. This is a sort of a toolbox talk where I shake the toolbox and tools fall out of it, and you guys kind of think about it, and maybe you pick some up and maybe you don't. And remember, the path is the fun part, you know, the building part. I'm to the point now where I love building the station and bringing in people and getting them going, and that's really exciting for me, and that's the path for everybody. So what are the assumptions here? I'm thinking, who's this talk for? You have a modest station. Right now you're a one radio person. Maybe you've got another one on the side, but you know, basically you're focused on one radio. You have a low power or a not legal limit amp, and by not legal limit I mean smaller than the legal limit. Okay. And you have a PC. Okay, there's 90% of contesters right there. PC, run radio, low power, maybe an amp, small amp. Okay, you got a modest budget, unless you hit the lottery. Okay, and you're in limited circumstances of some sort. Maybe you're on a city or suburban lot. Maybe you have some aesthetic constraints, which means not everybody thinks antennas all over the yard are beautiful. Okay. So that's where you're coming from. What are you dealing with? Now, what are the assumptions about the operator? Well, you're familiar with contesting, okay, because you're here. So you've done some. You want to give some more lumps, but you've got to be willing to study. There's no magic check that you can write to one of the hamvention vendors here that suddenly raises you up, except maybe the amplifier part. Okay. You've got to have some basic technical practices. This is a technical hobby, so you don't have to be an engineer, but you have to be willing to grapple with technical issues. And you need to pick your battles. It's one thing to say, okay, I'm here, I want to move up to this next level. It's another thing to say, I'm going to win the CQ Worldwide Single Op All Band from the black hole. Okay, remember the path is its reward, okay. And you've got to be committed to practice, practice, practice. And so the wax on, wax off thing it's really true. Okay, what is the next level that I'm talking about here? Success is incremental. It's like compound interest. It may be the most powerful force in the universe, okay, but it's slow and it's incremental and it's step by step. So what you need to do is approach this as a layer by layer problem. Okay, it's like this giant onion that you're going to peel. As we all started out, you struggle to be heard. You're down there yelling in the basement. It's like Pat Bacon's wife characterized phone contesting as that hollering shit. WA7NIN. He is a cowboy and his wife was a Nevada girl, so she lets you know where she stood. So the first thing is you're trying to be heard by anybody. Okay, so then you push that level up a little bit and you're a little bit louder, and then you want to hear more. Okay, now I know I'm loud enough, but I can't hear the next layer. Okay, so then you can hear the next layer, and then you want to be heard by yet another layer. And so it's this alligator kind of thing where you're going up and up and up, push out, push out, push out. It's layer by layer. You're going to start S&P. Everybody starts with S&P. And then you're going to kind of do this CQ thing. Oh, okay. Oh, so, hey, they answered me. Oh my God, what do I do now? So then you're trying to CQ faster. And so it starts to become clear what the problem is. But you got to do this individually, step by step, to learn what you're trying to accomplish. And you start out with that one radio, and you're getting really good at that one radio, and you spin the dial, and you got all the buttons and your VFO, AB, and all this kind of stuff. And so then you're going to try SO2R, okay? And then you get to a whole new level of confusion, believe me. Okay, so then you got your SO2R. Now you're starting to kind of get that going, and it's sort of like learning how to juggle. And then what? Then you hear about this two-band, synchronized CQing, and if you want to really mess with your mind, you can try that. But it's one step at a time. Typically, you start simple, focused, do well one thing, and then start breaking it and moving up. Your operator improvement will be continuous if you operate, okay? You can't do it and then wait for a year. Sprint is so frustrating. About the time I get good at it is at 03:59, okay? and then you go, crap, I've got to wait 6 months. The nice thing about the CWTs is, you get your jollies once a week and the NS sprint on Thursday night, so you kind of keep the rest from coming up. But you got to operate regularly to have the brain build up these neuron circuits. It's a chemical thing in your brain. And if you stop, it goes away. So you've got to keep building this stuff up. And you've got to keep working out to keep your muscles going. It's the same thing between your ears. And so your study, analyzing, and planning is you're looking at what you're doing, sort of intellectualizing it a little bit, and say, where was I good? Where was I not good? What did I learn? What do I need to not do next time? And now we pick the low-hanging fruit. So there's always some low-hanging fruit that you can grab. If you look at it and you say, oh, I need to do this, and this is easy, and all I have to do is reconnect this, that's low-hanging fruit. Or if I just have a better set of phonetics, that's low-hanging fruit. And there's always something that's easy. And you have to be willing to put up with the cycle of life. Okay? And this happens to everyone. You observe, you judge, and you act. And then you repent. Okay. So observe, judge, act, repent, and it's like 2 steps forward, 1.9 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1.9 steps back, and that's how we go. Okay, so what are your priorities? These are the priorities. First and foremost is the operator. It's this. This is the most important piece of equipment in your station right here. Then we worry about technique. And then we worry about antennas. And then we worry about radios. And then finally, gadgets. Okay. Typically, when you start out, you think in opposite terms. And you think, there must be some gadget. There's some guy in a booth over at Xenia that has something that if I just buy this thing and I put it in my station, suddenly I'm going to win. Okay. Usually it goes the other way. You buy this gadget and you put it in your station and it made things worse. Okay. So because you weren't thinking about the operator. What does the operator need? What do I need to do to focus? So we're going to flip that. Operator, technique, exercised by the operator. then the antennas around your station, then the radios. Radios are great these days. And then gadgets. I mean, Ray and all the other guys don't want me to put the radios fourth. They want me to put the radios first, right? Okay, as Rob will tell you this afternoon, radios today are pretty damn good, PDG. So listen to what Rob has to tell you, and you'll be a better operator for it. Let's talk about the operator. Most important thing in your operator business is your head and eyes, because this is the most important. This is where the computational stuff is going. This is where the strategizing and the planning and the responding and the copying is going on. And your eyes, and you're looking at, what are you looking at in your station 99% of the time when you're on the air? Is it the radio? Nope. It's the computer display. Okay, that's your window. What you're creating here is this giant ionospheric radar radio telescope where you're receiving stuff from everywhere at all angles and all bands, and you're trying to integrate to your mind to know what you're doing. So where do you get that information? Your head and eyes. So you want to make sure your head is even and you're not hurting yourself, and your eyes can look at one thing and grasp pretty much all that you need to know. You don't want stuff everywhere. Next thing is your back and your arms. Okay, so you're sitting there typing away. Is it a typing contest? Yeah, it's a typing contest, okay? So your hands are on the keyboard. You want to make sure that your hands and arms are comfortable. How many people remember the glass elbow, the tuning elbow from analog radio? Sometime around Saturday afternoon, just putting your elbow on the desk was incredibly painful. And so everybody had their own special towel, or whatever that they would use to pad their elbow. That was a big trick at the time, So you want to make sure your back is comfortable, not hurting. You don't want to be sitting funny. Your arms are comfortable, the desk's at the right height. Ergonomics, it's really important. And then what is the most important part of the body? It is your butt, okay? Your butt, you've got to keep the butt in the chair, all right? If your butt hurts, it's like, ain't nobody happy, okay? And I can't tell you how many stations I've walked into over my checkered career, and you look and they've got thousands of dollars of this and that and fancy stuff, and a $5 secretary chair that they found at a garage sale someplace. And it's wobbly, and it's got no back support and everything. When you're doing a 48-hour contest, you're in that chair more than a week of work. More than a week of work, okay? Now, would you accept working in those conditions if you had poor economics and a crappy chair? No, you'd have a fit, okay? So why do it at home? We spend thousands of dollars on radio equipment. Spend some bucks on a chair, for crying out loud, okay? That makes you comfy, keeps your back happy, allows you to put your head and your eyes at the right level. So they're not expensive, okay? You can spend $200 or $300 on a chair. I've got a gaming chair at my station. I've got a multi-op station, and the guys wanted better chairs. Okay, so we chipped in and we bought some big fancy $400 gaming chair, and it's really pretty nice. And then I didn't like it that much. It's all a very personal thing. So we went out and we bought a regular mesh type chair. It was a HON chair. And you can also buy Aeron chairs and stuff like that, and they're out there. And I like that one a little bit better, but they're both so comfortable. They're so much better than the cheap ones that I had before. Spend that money on your butt, and you can keep it in the chair. Fitness, it's important to be somewhat fit. Okay, we don't all have to run marathons, but the more fit you are, the more stamina you will have, the more clear you will think, the better your body will process what it has to do. So try to think about fitness, get a little exercise from time to time. Don't have to lift weights. You're not trying to bust the pile up with your hands, okay? Although you want to sometimes. But fitness is important for the operator to be able to engage and stay engaged. Diet and rest cycles. We have the food pellets at my contest station. Kyle's over there laughing. M&M peanuts is our drug of choice. I was thinking about having a node red thing that when you got a multiplier, an M&M peanut would roll down the track. So that would be fun. But eat a little bit. Don't eat that big pasta dinner, you know, right in the middle of the contest and then you fall asleep. Okay, and your rest cycles. Rest cycles, it's important. That 90-minute thing that you hear about a sleep cycle being about 90 minutes, it's true. Okay, find out what that time is for you and respect it. Because if you wake up down here, you know, it takes minutes before your brain is really back in order. So if you're going to take a nap that suits your body. And you think about all these things. The idea is that when your butt is in the chair, you're engaged, you're thinking, you're focused, and you're operating to the maximum of your ability. And you can do that with diet, proper rest, being fit, and having a comfy thing to set your butt upon. That helps you stay alert and engaged. If you're not alert and engaged, you're losing. Okay, you're not operating properly, your accuracy is going to be down. I had a contest one time where I was on 80 meters and I was sleepy. I had worked too much on Friday trying to get the station ready to go. I was just draggy and my accuracy just went in the toilet. I'm not even sure what I was copying. I don't remember anything during that period. I put calls on the sheet. Somehow there were enough neurons firing in there to do something. But I looked at the accuracy and I went, oh boy, it would have been better for me to not be on the air at all. You know, I would have been much better to take some rest and then be alert and engaged when I got back on the air. So let's talk about mental acuity. Mental acuity is all important. You're trying to process all these different things, you know, and I'm trying to get you up to that next level. Keep your mind engaged so that you're focused on the contest, what's coming in on your ears or your screen, so that you're putting it in the log effectively and quickly. You can make that fun, or you can make that a huge slog, okay? So use these techniques that we talked about in the previous slide to make sure that when you're on the air, you're having a good time, you're focused, and you're not fighting your own body. You want to maintain concentration, remove distractions. No TV in the shack, no watching football on Sunday afternoon. You've got to maintain your concentration on the contest. It's too easy to get distracted. Take the phone away, okay? No doing email or messaging, all that. There are some mutants, okay? I've seen the KL9A and N6MJ, and they're sitting there running, you know, 500 an hour, and they're texting each other. How's things? Oh, slow, you know. That's okay. When are you going? I don't know, you know. And Trey Garlow running, you know, 200, 300 an hour with his feet up reading a magazine. Boop, 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 boop. You'll get there eventually, but you know, remove all that stuff. Okay, accuracy is really low-hanging fruit. People have no idea that it has nothing to do with the equipment. What it is copying accurately, and if you're not sure, making sure that you do get the call right and the information right, and that you're not relying on somebody else's information to put that in there. Remember, most contests, when you bust a QSO, not only do you lose the QSO and possibly the multiplier, but you also have a penalty. A penalty. So it's like 3 QSO penalty, 2 QSO penalty, and you look at your accuracy rate. Okay, well, here's so X%, and then you look at your score reduction. Oh my God. So focus on accuracy while you're doing this, and you will get an automatic bonus. That gets you right up there to that next level very quickly, very easily by being an accurate operator. Another thing in your station, make it easy to do the right thing. How many of us have operated and we're going, well, this band sucks. And then you finally realize that the amp was on the wrong band or the antenna was on the wrong band or something. Come on, honest, okay, honesty. Yeah, and you're going, huh. And then you go click and all of a sudden, whoo, you know, here comes the band. So Make things logical and well labeled, so at 3 in the morning on Saturday morning, when you're already seeing the pink elephants, okay, make it easy to pick the right stuff. Don't put stuff for the right radio over here and the left radio over here, and your boxes are everywhere, and you have to think. If you have to think and you go, well, to change bands, I have to do this and this and this and this and this. Okay, make it as easy as possible to do it quickly and correctly, and have some feedback if you don't. Okay, so you don't operate for an hour with the amplifier on the wrong bands. Not only does it ruin your amplifier, but it cuts your score. So labeling, spend an hour or two with the little label gun things to put this stuff on your gear. So it's really easy, and you don't have to think too much, because it's Saturday morning at dark 30, you're not thinking clearly. All right, know your station. Okay. Know where the menu settings are. Know what all the knobs do. You paid for them, okay, so know what this stuff does. Figure out what the ins and outs of the various adjustments are. Do you have the amplifier, the little, colored labels that we all use, do you have them set properly? Is that good? Just make sure that you know what the SWR, the antennas are, and check them to make sure that they're actually working properly before you start the contest. Stuff like that. Know your equipment, know the layout. Don't be changing it. I know there's this incredible energy on Friday afternoon. You say, well, I'll just rewire the station. No, that's the point where you go out and you take a 5-mile walk, okay? Do not rewire the station on Friday. I'll just rebuild the amplifier, No. Okay, so know your station, study the propagation. What is happening now? Listen to the bands a couple days before the contest and get a feel for when are they really opening up. I know when the propagation prediction said it would open up on X band, when really did it open? And then you hope old Saul doesn't sock us with something like a CME on Friday afternoon. But study the propagation at your location, and maybe also, if you've got targeted areas, look to see what they're going to be hearing as well. Learn your software. How many times have we been on contest and we're listening, and the guy's rocketing along, and you call him, and all of a sudden he goes, oh, wait a minute, computer problem here, wait, I don't know what I did, no, and everybody tunes away. It'll be several minutes before he comes back. Learn the various things of your software so you don't have to be looking them up. Now, there's a lot of different controls. If you find yourself forgetting the secondary ones, make a cheat sheet for yourself and put it on the desk someplace, Alt something, control this, control that, so you can reach over there and see it real quickly. It's really important to copy and recognize calls. I have this thing going with K1IR on phone contests that I hear him. All I go is, and he goes, N0AX. So we have this thing, okay. Just recognize call signs and learn, oh yeah, that guy sounds like this, and I'm gonna listen to this station, and I kind of know that station. Copy the station, learn who's active, so that if you have a big pile of people, or if you're trying to dig through a pile up, you get there quicker. Every little 3, 4, 5% over time, compound interest, it really makes a big improvement in your score. Study your old logs, even if it's painful. I used to have this thing in Sprint that I would put my log in a spreadsheet, and it would compute what I called the doofus factor, which is like you get these periods where you absolutely cannot work anybody. You're completely out of sync. We've all been there. So I look for those. What happened? What was I doing? Was I going fast and then all of a sudden nothing? Or was I going slow? Whatever. Study your old logs, find out when things were really working, and try to think, wow, what was I doing? What really worked? What was happening there? How can I recreate that? And, oh, this was bad. How can I not recreate that? Okay. Study the logs of your peers, the people that you're competing against in your contest club. Get some of them and say, wow, how did you find that guy? How did you know that station was on. How did you heard her where, when, how did this happen? And you were going really fast there for a while. How did this work? So, and you can also find their doofus factor too. Study the logs of winning stations. Who won? When I was just starting and I was in this process of coming up, and you never stop coming up. You talk to the top guys, they're all still trying to improve. But as you're coming up, there's these people that are just amazing with what they do. How did they get another 1,000 QSOs? Ask for the log. Chances are they're going to give it to you. They're going to help you the way that you will presumably help others. So ask for these logs. What are they doing? How did you do this? What were you doing to make this go so fast? And that's how you learn these little wax on, wax off tips. Technique. Let's jump down one more layer here. Number one source of score DBs is technique. Honing your technique, becoming efficient, becoming effective. Practice makes the master. Wax on, wax off. Okay. I asked Jeff Steinman, N5TJ, at one point, and he was just winning everything, setting one record after another. It's amazing we went to the same high school, but had no idea we even existed because we were 4 years apart. And I said, Jeff, what's the secret? And he said, there is no secret. He said, it's just reps. It's just getting in there and continually improving. Every time you get onto a contest, you do a little better, a little smoother, a little finer, a little more stamina, and it just gets better and better and better. And if you go at it with that attitude, then you're going to continually improve your technique. So listen to these operators. What are they doing that's so good? You start working with multi-op teams. Listen to the best ones. When you're not on the air, just put on a set of phones and listen to the best ones go at it. How do they do it? And you can start a multi-op team and invite them, have them come over and then watch them, make them nervous. What are you doing? Okay. Ask them questions. It's really interesting to just watch them. It's like if you watch a long distance runner, if you run, you're running along and here comes this guy, and it just cruises right by. What's going on? Well, that runner is not throwing their arms around and lifting up their legs and stuff. They're doing the absolute minimum it takes to get their foot off the ground and move it to the next spot. The next one, they're conserving their energy. They're totally focused. They're just booking, okay? While you're thrashing around, all this kind of stuff. Listen to the masters and listen to how they run. And just so effective, so efficient. That's a cue. Try to emulate that. You can trade recordings. You can listen live. Just listen. Run more and whenever you can. That's the small station challenge. You're thinking about, gosh, there's this big station. I should be making lots of QSOs. Well, how do they do that? Because they're calling CQ. If you're not calling CQ, you're not winning the contest. That was something that was impressed on me ages and ages ago. So find the propagation. You've got a small station. You're not going to elbow the big guys off their frequency. They will squash you like a bug. So go find propagation that favors your station now and use it. And you don't have to be on the band edge. That's kilowatt alley where the big dogs run, okay? Unless you can really power through, you're just not going to have any fun there. So move up the band. Get into a clear station. Think to where the other stations can hear you clearly. So signal to noise ratio works on both ends. If you're calling CQ, maybe you can hear stations are calling, but if you're in all this mess down on the low end, the other stations aren't going to be able to hear your signal. So move your signal someplace where you have a good signal noise ratio in your target area. And then people will call you. Now the skimmers on CW and on the digital reporters, they will find you in that whole first 100 kilohertz band, okay? You can even move above 100. Can you do that? Yes, you can do that. You move up above 100, you're obviously going to be in a less populated area, but it's going to be a clearer frequency. If you're a smaller station, you'll be more audible to the target on the other end. And you can often get much better rate, and you also get some unusual multipliers that don't like being squashed in a big pileup on the other end. They will tune by and grab you. So think signal-to-noise ratio on both ends. Accurate, accurate, accurate. Type accurately. Learn how to just type, just sit there with your eyes closed and just type that stuff in. Send accurately. Speak and copy accurately. Learn how to move your mouth and make your automated messages clear and direct. It's almost like you're making an advertisement for your station. That's exactly what you're doing. So when somebody tunes by you, they hear your call sign clearly, they hear your information clearly, and you have to move your mouth a lot. So you have to practice that. It doesn't help to go really fast because nobody can hear you. Okay, clearly speaking and copying. Breathing is so important, particularly in something like sweepstakes. I remember my first on-the-air newscast when I got into broadcasting. It was 2 o'clock in the morning on a party weekend, and I'm sure there were 8 drunks listening, and that was about it. But I got so nervous, and I forgot to breathe. My voice got higher and higher and higher, and I almost passed out at the end of a 5-minute newscast. Okay, just breathe, okay? When you call CQ sweepstakes, N0AX, stop, and you go, while you're listening, inhale. And then when you give the exchange, give it in one breath, and then stop. And then inhale again. And you establish a rhythm, it calms you. When you're breathing, you're calmer. It's a body thing, okay? But learn how to breathe, learn how to be calm, and set up a rhythm. It makes the pilot respond to you better because they know you're going to do the same thing every time, and it makes you more accurate, and it makes you more competent. And that second radio. If you've got the second radio, learn how to make that play a little bit. Don't try to go full SO2R right off the bat. Just get that second radio in there, simple antenna, and start working it in when you can. When you're going slowly on the run radio and you're tuning around over here and you find somebody and you got a little gap, jump over there and work them and then come back. Oh, cool. Okay, and then do that, and you'll find yourself getting better and smoother, and you can automate the process, and you'll stumble. Okay, we all hear people stumbling. You will stumble. I stumbled. But that will add a lot to your score slowly and incrementally and a few percent at a time. Accuracy, I keep coming back to this. Go for world-class accuracy. Try to go for that golden log. That would really be cool to get listed in the golden logs things. You know, 200-300 QSOs or up, and you didn't make a single mistake. That's so cool. Your score reduction is 0. You just made 5%, 6% at least on your score just by being accurate. Study your LCR and UBN report. My personal Waterloo is really fast, H and 5. Sorry, that's just where it's at, and I have to work at that. I know that I have to work at that, so I pay more attention to it. When I was just starting out in CW, D, U, G, and W. 2 of one thing and 1 of the other. That was my nemesis. And it got to the point where I would simply write D, U, G, W when I was copying and then figure it out later, which didn't work in code groups, but whatever. What do you consistently miss? Work on that. What do others consistently miss from you? Are you not speaking clearly? Are you not using a good phonetic? What? Fix it. The LCR, as painful as it is a good thing to learn from. And learn to pull out full calls. When you don't pull out a full call, you go, who's the WB2? Well, you've automatically cut your rate in half because you've got to stop, okay, call again. They all call, okay, and you have to ask for the WB2. Okay, and so if you can listen and grab WB2 ABC first time, you really accelerate your rate. And that's another piece of low-hanging fruit. Here's a tip. If you call CQ and then a bunch of people call and you only get the prefix just wait for a second. And they'll call again. But they will be, fewer will call, and they'll be spread out in time. They won't all start at the same time. And sometimes you just wait for a second and you'll get a completely different call, but a complete call. And that means one back and forth has been avoided. So that's an interesting little bit of low-hanging fruit. Be wary of databases. The best way to a bad accuracy is to use a database. It sounds so counterintuitive, but this is the database. This is where their information is. This is where their call sign, blah. Single super check parcel, that's okay. But when you start pre-filling in the exchange, you can lose all of your QSOs. You bust the first one, they're all busted from that point if you don't correct it. And if you do correct it, then you got to go back up and mess with the log and all this other stuff. So avoid the database if you want to get to world-class accuracy. And learn when not to guess. K3ZO had great advice. He says, try twice and then quit. That was it. This is a contest. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a, you know, the idea is not you're being kind or gentle or polite. You're trying to make points, okay, and so are they. So if you get, and you try it a couple of times, say, sorry, QRZ contest. They'll move on, you'll move on, maybe they'll come back later. We've all done that. We can't get through the pilot, we tune away, we come back 5 minutes, one call, we're in the log, just because propagation changes. So don't guess. Guessing is bad for accuracy. It's going to bust stuff. You're going to carry that through the log, and when to move on. 2 times and quit. Running is key, okay? Just get on there, call CQ. It's an unfamiliar thing when you're starting, but call CQ whenever you can. And watch your rate meter. Watch the QSOs per molt. It's so much fun to do DXing during a DX contest, okay? And 9 Golf 5 shows up. Oh, I want that one. Okay. How many QSOs is 9 Golf 5 worth? It's just a multiplier. It's no different than, you know, PY4, you know, if you don't have it on the band. Okay, so how many QSOs are you willing to give up? If your rate meter says you're working, you know, 2 a minute and the QSOs per molt is 4, okay, you can only call that guy for 2 minutes and then suddenly you're hurting your score. Okay, so learn to do that math. And don't get too distracted. I keep putting packet, you'll hear that word so many times. How many people actually use packet radio? That's what I thought. Okay. It's like the floppy disk symbol for save file, you know. The floppy disk hasn't been manufactured in 30 years, you know. We used to call it single op distracted, you know, because you're trying to tune and then food pellet, you know, and you're over there, squirrel. So if you're trying to be a single op, try to run, focus on running, and only when you have to start moving do you start doing a sweep for multipliers or something. Okay, too much adjusting or tweaking. The JAs will not know or care if you move your beam 10 degrees in order to peak it on JA. They will not care. And you're in there, oh, I got to point it exactly at Berlin. Okay, no, you don't, okay. Our receivers are really good. Just point it along the Pacific Rim, point it at Europe, be happy, stop messing with stuff. Maybe peak your amplifier if you go from one end to the other, but that's it. Leave it alone. Focus on what you're supposed to be doing, which is working people. Okay, operating time, off time planning. Maybe, you know, I haven't been able to do a 48-hour contest in years and years and years. I just need to sleep, okay? So I just have to allocate time, and basically my secret is to have Kyle and Connor come down and operate all night while I sleep until the morning. Yeah, see, and then I make them pancakes, okay, and then we're good, okay. Plan your operating time. How much time do you really need? How much can you go? You know, you have to find that out, and then find the sweet spots in the propagation for when you are going to be there to work people. Plan your off time. It's no good to knock yourself out at dark 30 if that means you're dull and ineffective during the morning Europe run, okay? So yeah, you may miss the multipliers, but if you're gonna make it back in rate, make sure you're alert and awake and in the chair during your high score times. And then go get that next contact, which is particularly hard on Sunday when things are slow. So you'll get to Trey Garlow soon enough, but you know, don't be reading the magazines, no TV, texting, browsing, all this kind of stuff. Focus, focus, focus. If you are that bored with it, take a break. Take a shower, take a walk around. A 15-minute break will clear your mind. It's just amazing how much. And a shower, it's terrific. Plus you get that wonderful ghost code in the shower, you know, where your body is desperately trying to make that post-contest tinkle. It's like, whoa, where was that guy when I really needed him? I was out doing the Missouri QSO party one time, and I did 45 minutes on a county line, you know, and I had the, Ellen was driving, and I'm operating, and I had the radio hooked up to the car stereo so we could both enjoy it. And so I'm operating away, and I stop at some point, and a couple minutes later she says, I hear it. And I said, what? She says, the ghost code. I hear it too. So she's got potential. Okay. All right, manage your score. Watch for those multipliers and move them. Sunday is usually pretty good. I'm talking in the context of a big 48-hour contest here, where you can work people on different bands. Late in the contest, when things slow down a little bit, you can sometimes easily move the other station, okay? And go bing, 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 and work them on 2 or 3 different bands. Have the other frequencies ready to go. So you say, can you move to 15 meters? And they say, yes. Well, have a frequency. Don't say, oh, wait, hang on a minute, let me find a frequency. No, no. You got to be ready to go. 21, 111, or 14, 123, or whatever. And they'll type it in on their end, you'll type it in on your end, and then you're done, and they're back, and they're back running again. Avoid these penalties at all costs. Accuracy. Expeditions. Oh, well, as far as penalties go, when you see suddenly Sunday afternoon and say 5U1A has been on all weekend, big multi-op expedition, and then Sunday somebody posts 5V1AA. It's busted, okay? All right? Suddenly a giant signal from Togo does not simply materialize, okay? Always get the call sign. Expeditions, NG3K puts out a list all through the week. Who's where, all these different things. And they want to work everybody as much as you do, so keep an eye on it. Man, I haven't worked the VP2M guys. Or, I'm missing them on 20. That's easy right now. Where are they right now? Make skeds during the contest. This is usually something you can do on phone. You're working somebody and they're far off and the other bands aren't open right now. But say, are you going to be on 80? And they go, yeah. And you go, when? Okay. And we'll be out there about 400 something something. Okay, what frequencies you guys? Okay, I'll see you there. Whoa. That's the kind of thing, and then you make a little note to yourself using those cool functions in your logging software or paper and pencil. 0400, be there 37 something something something, and wow, that went in. How did you work that? Well, you don't know, QSO, a little sked, but know the propagation. So you can make a sked when you might actually be able to work them. Okay, sometimes it's good to just kind of kick back. When you're about to change bands or something like that, go, how am I doing? Am I ahead? Am I behind? What's happening here? Just kind of get your head back in the game and see where you're at. And don't be afraid to review and adjust your plan. Propagation is funny. Maybe you're doing better than you thought. Maybe you found a nice hole in the bands and 20's doing much better for you this year. Don't be afraid to change. On that second radio and the antenna, you got to keep it simple, okay? Especially to start with. And you don't want to have these giant, incredibly complicated setups when you're just starting. Keep it simple. One radio, one little antenna outside. You just keep starting. And you can put up a temporary antenna. And you know what temporary means, don't you? until I die. Okay. Okay. So put something out in the backyard. Just get used to it. You know, it's just like every so often I'm going to pick up another station, and then you get better at it and better at it and better at it, and it's really low-hanging fruit. And pretty soon you're interleaving QSOs and you're just hot shit. Okay. And you got to integrate it into your station so the logging software can jump back and forth between the radios. N1MM has its little control arrows and other things like that. Worry about automating that after you get a handle on doing it manually, so you know how to set up the automation. If you start out with a whole lot of automation, you can really tie yourself in knots. Target your low rate periods for when to use the second radio. Like Friday night, small station, middle of the United States, 40 meters, you can hear everybody in the East Coast just slamming, okay? Well, that's a good time to use the second radio to tune around on another band. While you're picking them off here, you can also tune around. Maybe 20's still open that way, or maybe 80's starting to open that way. Use that second radio. Just pick them off. And so instead of frustration grinding through the band, you're actually engaged, and it's exciting, and hours pass. It's fun. But don't knock out your primary radio. You want to make sure you have filters on so that when you transmit over here, you don't kill your radio and vice versa. And consider the automation, but don't jump into it with both feet until you get some experience with it manually, so you know what you're trying to do. Okay, in-band tuning. If you are low power, sometimes with a clean radio, you can do 2 stations on the same band. Just move your antennas really far apart. If you're getting over S9 plus 60 on the second radio, you're either too close or you know, that's not good because you'll damage the radio. But if you can do that, QRP is really good. You can get to within 20 kilohertz of yourself. And if only one band is open, you can double your effectiveness on it. So you're CQing on one frequency and tuning around for spots on other. Okay, the quick QSY, somebody asks you to move. You want to be there now. Make it easy for them. Know the frequency, have the frequencies, make a list. Every so often, tune on the second radio to where there's a clear frequency. Oh, okay, all right, so I can move them up there. Running and tuning, listen to 2 audio streams at the same time. You've heard the ghost code. I think we've all heard the ghost code. But when you're listening to 2 audio streams at the same time, you're trying to turn off a thing in your brain that is automatically correlating 2 audio streams. That's how you can go into a bar and it's all noisy and you can still talk to that guy. Okay, because your brain is really good at that. Well, for SO2R, you have to turn it off. Okay, and it's there all the time. And this is a chemical process, okay, where the neurons fire and don't fire. Okay, so it takes a little while for you to get that practice of having your brain listen to 2 independent audio sources. Sort of like trying to watch TV and listen to your spouse, okay? The different things. But in practice, shifting your focus back and forth between the 2 streams. And a really good way to practice, I was joking about the spouse and the TV, but if you're tuning around with your radio, put the ball game on the other ear. Just practice having your brain go, what are you doing? What? You're doing what? I spent my whole life building up this amazing correlation function and you're trying to break it? Yeah. So it's really an interesting thing. And once you turn it off, you get this weird enhanced audio thing because your brain is still processing these 2 separate streams. And then slowly it kind of comes back together. It's sort of like crossing your eyes and then having it come back together like those stereo things. It's a real interesting thing. You can overthink this, obviously, but practice listening to 2 audio streams and shifting your focus. It's great for spot chasing when you've got a slow pileup. You know, tune around, find those. The idea is to get more stations in the log than you would have had doing one radio. That's all it's about. CQ, get away from the big guns. Get. Nobody else can hear up close to them because they're so loud, and they're all so close together because they're all so testosterone fueled that they just have to beat their heads against the other. Okay, get out of there. Tune away, just walk away. Then worry about SNR. Are other people going to be able to hear you and respond to you? Respond consistently, efficiently. If you call in CQ, be ready when somebody answers. It's like, oh my God, somebody called me back. No, don't fool around with them. You just want consistent, efficient responses. Work the fast ones first. When you get a pilot, in case 7SS calls in at 800 words a minute and it just sounds like barcode, just work Danny and he's done, whereas the WB9XYZ is still making his first call. Okay, grab the first guys because they will move if you don't answer them. They're doing this, okay? So, or they're on their second radio. All right, so work the fast guys. The slow ones will be there for you. Pull out a full call like we talked about before. Learn to listen for that sound in the pilot. What is that? Oh, great. Whoa! Everybody else stand by who's 3 Victor. Okay. And the weird prefixes, those are the ones, any prefix that begins with a number is really cool, all right? But learn to listen for these little nuggets of goodness when you're running and you hear these guys that are multipliers calling in. And RF gain and attenuation, it's amazing. The RF gain is not welded at 10. It is not. You can turn it down. And if you turn it down, what happens is your dynamic range goes up. And when you're on 75 meters and the static is just beating you senseless, turn down the RF gain and put in some attenuation. The band will be so much cleaner, you won't believe it. Okay, you can still hear people. Learn how to ride the audio and the RF gain. Use your receiver, keep your dynamic range in the sweet spot between the noise floor and the overload range. Rob Sherwood will talk about this afternoon. And use your ears for filtering. Fred Long never bought CW filters. He's a mutant. He's crazy. But he would just learn how to discriminate in his head between the different audio tones. Learn how to grab an audio tone and lock onto it if you're doing CW. Not so good if it's phone, but you want that one, not everybody else. Okay, antenna selection. Next biggest bang for the hardware buck. Improve. What you want is just that next level. Simplify your switching and aiming. You're not going to buy a new antenna unless it's a really big one that's going to make a huge change. If you can go from a fixed wire to a small beam, money in the bank. Okay, but simplify your switching so you don't have to do 8 switches just to change antennas. Make it easy to aim at where you want. And remember, contesting is not DXing, although we're DXers at heart. It's really hard to separate that. Focus on volume. Maybe a small fixed Yagi to your sweet spots, to Europe if you're on the East Coast, or maybe you're Caribbean or Pac Rim, depending on where you are in the country. Okay, remember, it's only temporary. Okay. Simple low band receive antennas. How many went to Frank's talk this morning on optimizing your low band? Okay, a lot of good information there. Look up Frank's talk online. There's a lot of PDFs and stuff, really good stuff. Anytime you can reduce noise, it'll reduce your fatigue. Okay, radios. The clean receiver is the most important. You need a wide dynamic range, but it doesn't have to be an $8,000 dynamic range. Sorry, Ray. Okay, most radios are just fine, but you got to move your dynamic range to where the sweet spot is, above the noise floor and below the crunch level, okay? And you can use RF gain and attenuation to help. Filtering. You want good filtering, but you can overdo it, okay? You want to have some situational awareness. So unless you're really, really trying to pull one little guy out of a mess, 400 or 500 hertz with soft sideband slopes is usually pretty good, because you can hear somebody kind of sneaking in, you can hear somebody that's off frequency, all this kind of stuff. You don't want to try to run a pilot with a 200 hertz filter because it's just too narrow. Low audio distortion. Well, how many of us have bought a radio that has a terrific RF front end, and then the output audio is crap. Okay, and like, what's the matter with this? It's crunchy, it's messy, it's noisy. Okay, low audio distortion is really important because distorted, noisy audio fatigues your ears. Okay, wears you out. So make sure you get nice, clean audio. So clean transmit is just as important. Okay, we're going to talk about the Clean Signal Initiative. You'll hear more about that. But big sidebands do not make good neighbors. Okay, this is the part of the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is the retributive clause, where if you do not follow the first clause, or others will do unto you as you have done unto them. Okay, that's the flip side of that. So clean up the transmit signal. And with modern solid state amplifiers and radios, this is a real challenge because they are not designed for linear service. And we're going to find out how bad this is. How many had a sweep tube amp back in the day? We're back in the area of sweep tubes. So learn how to use all those knobs. Gadgets. The fewer boxes you have to manage, the better. Okay, if you can automate something, do that, but make sure you do it manually first so you know what you're doing. Really evaluate the need. It's cool to have a new box, but is that going to really help, or is it going to be a distraction? Is there some alternative to buying a gadget? Maybe you can rewire something, make it more clear. Is the extra complexity worth it? Maybe, but you got to deal with it. That occupies some of this. Take some of your 25 glucose-driven watts. Is it worth spending the energy on that? And then you got to integrate it into the station. Don't just plug it in and leave it over here at the side someplace. You got to make it part of your dashboard, your operating dashboard. And then you got to learn how to use it. There's too many people that want to fiddle around with a processor or a filter or something, and can't make effective use of it. So it's actually hurting at that point. Your software. Turn off all the stuff that distracts you so that when you fat finger something, you don't all of a sudden wind up in a different contest. Upgrade your software and test it before Friday. Okay, Friday is why authors of software turn off their phones on Friday. Okay, I think I'll try this new software. Nope. Okay. If you got to absolutely upgrade to a new version, go ahead, but try to turn it off. Also turn off automatic updates on Windows. Don't ask me how I know this. Arrange your windows to match your layout. If your radios are one above the other, make the control windows one above the other. If they're left and right, make your windows left and right. Don't cross them up. Okay, make it easy for your eyes and your brain and everything to work together, especially at dark 30. Learn how to edit a previous QSO while not suspending a run. How many times have we heard this? I see. I busted your QSO before. Just a minute here. I gotta edit it. You know, it's like, okay. And everybody in the pileup is tuning away. Okay. So learn how to work the next guy. Hold it in memory while you're jumping up there, fixing that damn letter, and then getting back down, and poof, nobody knows. Switch focus between your radios. Learn how to do that with your brain and your software in concert. Boop, 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 boop. Make it easy. And put the monitor where you can see it. Not up here, not over here, not over here. You can always tell the guy with the monitor off to the side who comes into work on Monday morning. Hi, Bob. How you doing? Okay. And you got resources. Other contesters in your contest club. Solid gold for the most part. Okay. Talk about it. Give a talk. Ask for information. Look on the 3830scores.com soapbox. Great stories, particularly from the big stations. SO2R tutorials, photos, videos abound on the net. YouTube and various blogs. The Tower Talk amps and top band reflectors that you can get at through contesting.com are solid gold. And don't forget to search their archives. There's a lot of good stuff in there. National Contest Journal has bonus content on their website, a lot of good stuff there. Contest Club newsletters, all kinds of good stuff. As a newsletter editor for a while, I love getting all these other newsletters. There's a lot of, you know, personal stuff in there, but it's really fun to read some of the stuff. So let's jump back. Operator first. Focus on yourself. This is the most important part of your station right here. Well, this is also important. Technique. Just smooth it out. Just craftsmanship. Easy, smoother, more efficient. Your antennas, if you're going to spend money on something, your antennas are generally where you get the biggest bang for the buck, unless you're still using that HW101, sorry. Your radios, maybe it's time for a new radio now and then. Maybe spend some money on a second radio. That would be good. And then gadgets to fill in those little tiny gaps. So we probably have a couple of questions. Tim waved his hand and used all of his fingers, so yeah.
My question primarily involves CW rather than phone. We spend a lot of time listening to our own sending when we're doing contesting. Yes. What level do you listen to the foldback audio?
Okay, so how strong is your side tone, your monitor, whatever. You don't want it so loud that if you're using a second radio, that it obscures what you're hearing over there. I typically set it so that I can, when I'm calling CTU and I've hit a automated send button, then it's low enough that I can tell what's going on, but I'm not trying to copy my own message. I know what it is, okay? So I want to be able to listen or think about something else and then snap back to that. So that's always a personal thing, yeah.
What is your personal, I mean, I've never had a golden log. What would you say a good threshold is to say, if I'm above a certain percentage, what is that percentage where I say, okay, I got to do something?
Oh, okay. You're aiming for, I'm not going to put a threshold and say this is bad, okay. What you need to do is push, 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 push. Look for the top operators, look at their accuracy level and try to get there. And then you use your log checking report and you're saying, where did I mess up? Try to take those away. So typically if you're under 2% down in that area, you're doing something right. Okay. Other question? Okay, time for the next thing. Thank you very much.
You know, some of us, unfortunately, like I'm deaf for 20 years, so 2 radios is out. And I get a lot of B's and D's mixed up. They sound the same, don't, and they won't use
Are those your glasses, by the way?
I suspect so. Thank you.
Hang on a second.
Thank you.
K1RX, are you missing your glasses? Oh, okay. Good. Okay, somebody lost a pair of glasses up here at the front table. Oh, AA2, yours? Okay. Just put them on the table.
So what?
Okay, he was asking me.
Okay, take care of his question.
No, while he's doing that, I'll second radio.
I'm W3TV. You and I worked on the nomination for K4RO. Yeah, I just want to thank you for being involved in that. I think it's really big. Glad to get it. Yeah, he's going to choose him to be president. My term expired. We got elected. Yeah, we're all right. Thank you. I'll see you later on.
There is no official person.
Well, let's see. Hang on a second.
What is this? This is.
Small station. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You could probably just unplug all this stuff and...
I don't need this computer, I just need my presentation, which should be on the
on this one, yeah.
Okay, so let's see.
Try to find it.
Your Sunday morning presentation.
See, kan du också?
Yes, no. Hier, ich halte dir das mal.
Danke.
Yeah, or email me. That's only part of it.
I don't mind working at all.
Hast du schon gefunden?
Träumchen, ich sag's
Kannst du das
dir.
doch alles wunderbar nutzen? Kann ich
So,
das
und
zuklappen oder willst du runterfahren?
Ich pack's gleich weg. Mal schauen,
It changes from time to time.
Green. Markus? Markus? Markus?
Ist irgendwas mit Musik oder Ton oder irgendwas? Ja gut, kein Schnickschnack. Gut.
Wie kann ich denn da die Präsentierdings, dass ich da die nächste Folie sehe? Ich kann auch meinen Laptop da hinschmeißen.
Wir haben ja noch ein verdammtes Windows 7 Ding gefunden.
Ja, aber ich glaube, das ist umständlicher. Das ist nicht so.
Ah, shit. Kennst du das von? Nee, falscher.
Okay, dann stecken wir jetzt um.
Ja, stecken wir um. Nee, ah, shit, ja, nee, es war natürlich Windows P und nicht Windows L. Jetzt müssen wir HDMI am Schluss.
Ja.
Okay. Gib mir mal den. Ja, stellen wir einfach unten auf Erde. Aber die Kabel braucht ihr, ja?
Ich brauche nur das Kabel.
Okay. Ja, dann lass die anderen Kabel doch einfach drin und stell's auf Erde.
Ja, jetzt unter uns ist.
Hast du genug Batterie, ne?
Das ist der.
Dann stellen wir einfach hier an der Seite. Strom.
Und dann gibt es da die Bildschirmpräsentation. Das will ich sehen.
Yeah. I gotta get a new chair.
Funny enough.
Password, so that's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. It's on the screen now. It's not on the screen. Es ist nicht auf dem.
Moment.
There was no technical guy here. We just left alone.
It worked fine.
Yeah, that's what we didn't know the password.
Well, we just shut down. Never mind.
Where's this?
Oh, this isn't going to work. Maybe it works.
Well, does that works?
Okay, good.
Now, does that
I don't
also
know where
work?
the splitter is that feeds YouTube.
Aha.
But whatever.
We
Oh, yeah, this is
we can hook up
recorded.
the other one if you know the password.
No, I don't.
Okay.
There's nobody here.
Okay. Curiously enough, that setting works. Well, give it a few seconds, but it worked before.
Aber das wird auf YouTube aufgenommen, das stimmt.
Ja, gut, aber es geht, wenn es über den Splitter geht und darüber, dann sollte es ja wurscht sein. Und Hauptsache wir streamen das Richtige raus über HDMI. Aber die Einstellung hat... Nee. Was macht dieser komische Splitter?
Eine Viertelstunde alles.
Ich meine, es ist ja eh schon bewundernswert, dass überhaupt Windows 7 draufläuft und nicht XP, weil...
There's technical.
Can we go back to the other?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Mach den anderen nach oben.
Yeah.
We didn't know the password, so we...
CTU, username, password, and CTU.
Okay. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, just, I mean... Okay.
We still need a password. Was ist es?
CTU.
Well,
Okay. So
that's a password.
the one we need. Ah, scheiße, englische Tastatur. Nein, wieder das falsche, ja. Will hopefully be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think.
That one does not. Okay, that's looking better. I don't know where's the cursor.
Use the mouse.
Ah, there's the mouse. That works.
Yes, 3 o'clock is good.
That's what Phil wanted. All right.
Okay, it's up on the screen.
Are you full screen? Full screen. It's in a view, so that's okay.
Yep.
So both of them, username CTU, password CTU.
Okay. All right.
Alright.
So we're all set?
And this is for pointing, or?
It's for advancing the slides.
I don't think it's plugged in.
Oh, no. So, because you have to stay up on the mic.
Uh-huh. So I'll just do this anyways. Okay.
Okay. And then,
All right.
and then also,
I'll
you
hook
have
it
to-
up.
this is the YouTube feed.
How much cable do you have?
So you're going to be right here on the mic. And you have
Like
to
here?
be 5 centimeters away.
1, 2, 1, 2. I'm not an SSB operator, you know that. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay.
Do we check if YouTube is working, or?
Yeah. Jordan will tell you it's
It's
working.
all right? Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead and start.
All right. Hoopala. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about how can we become involved into YOTA, the Youngsters on the Air, or in the Americas, the Youth on the Air program. First of all, what are we going to talk about is the current situation within the contesting. Then I want to talk about some little survey we did among the Americas, how accepted the contest or the contest knowledge in general is within the youth who were attending the latest YOTA camp in the Americas. What are the future plans? I want to give you some best practice examples, what we can do to achieve, to get more youth involved into contesting, and how to get started now. So, in the beginning, just a few words about myself. My name is Philip, Delta Kilo 6 Sierra Papa, from the Munich area, southern Germany. I'm joined today by Marcus, Delta Lima 8 Golf Mike, who is serving as the vice chair of the youth working group within the IAU Region 1. I am the chair of this working group. So we have to do quite a few things with the youth in general in our region. We are working closely together with the Region 2 here and try to evolve the YOTA program itself. Furthermore, you can read it out here. Also member of the Executive Committee Region 1, WWROF YOTA contest. Some of you may know it. I'll go into detail afterwards. And I'm also the coordinator of the German YOTA team. I'm also an avid contester, DXer. I like to be on the radio. CW is my favorite mode. So just a few words about myself. So what is the current situation with the contesting in general? Just get rid of this. Oops. What is the current situation? Oops. Current situation. There we go. You all know the situation that in the contests, not many youths are participating at the moment. Think about your own club. Probably not many youths are in there yet. So the increasing average age of radio hams is definitely present. This also affects all of us within the room. So imagine in 10 years, nobody's going to call you in a contest. That's an issue. You want to win the contest, and you won't win the contest with just be on there, call secure, nobody's replying to you. So the impact is definitely there, and we have a decreasing number of participants within the contests already. So we all together can lower the average age of operators by encouraging more youth to join in. So that's what we try to do within the youth working group and all the other stuff we do here. And this was also part of the youth contest survey by our fellow friend WB9VPG, who is the camp director of the YOTA America camps, which was held last year in the US. And what we can see here within the slide is that he asked the participating youngsters or youth, how do they, or what do they know about contesting in general? So what you can see here is that a majority of them is unexperienced. They probably never heard of contesting before. Just a few, like in the front row here, W4IPC, know about contesting, know what's going on there, are active or regularly active, let's say, and though the mean is 2.42, so not many know about it. So there's a first problem. There's a first problem we have to face. Keep that in mind. I'll come back to the survey in a minute. So what to do? Get the opportunities for the youths, for the fellow youths, and get them interested to join contest teams. That's basically how I got into contesting. Once in a while, or just, I have to remember, probably 10 years ago, 11 years, 12 years ago, I got a random email from DJ2 Queen Victor, who was back then the technical guy at Delta Lima 1 Alpha. Some of you may know the call sign from Germany, big contest station, and they just asked me to join them, full stop. That's how I got into contesting. And I never did so much contesting before. I just learned everything, and this is the first thing you can do. So we have to show off this awesome aspect of our common hobby, for example, at the Yoda camps. So this is what I go in particular now. Yoda camps, some of you have attended, are a big show-off for these, let's call them events, these contests. So we need to get them interested. So big part of these Yoda camps is to share the knowledge. Youths can explain probably better to other youths what's happening. So they can act as Elmers. Also this opportunity today with the Contest University, you can learn a lot about these contesting in general. So the biggest part basically is the networking amongst each other, amongst the clubs, amongst any events with youth involved. The basic point here is get the youth involved. So if you have a contest going on, invite 1 or 2 youths. They don't need to operate, just sit there, listen, learn, and then they operate. So what is the basic outcome of this slide? It will not be all about the youths, definitely not, because we're not the savior of the hobby. All the, let's say, 30 plus, they are all joining the hobby. Once the kids are out of the house, they want to get a new hobby. They are joining in as well. These are also a noteworthy percentage. Though the youths will make a noteworthy percentage in the near future. So we are part of the ongoing process. So coming back to the youth contest survey, back to WB9 VPG and the camp. You see the graphs here. I'm going back to the other ones. The mean was 2.42. Some experienced, they know about contesting, some never even heard of it. And now you see the graphs changing. With the camp is usually about 7 days long of the duration, and they get to know about the contesting. And so we changed the mean from 2.42 to 2.9. So there's definitely development going on. So during these workshops we do within our events, we definitely get some knowledge shared to the next generation, or part of the next generation, and getting the point out of the way that we don't have callers in the future onto our CQs within the contest. I want to go to the best practice examples. What do we do within basically the youth working group in Region 1, which covers Europe, Africa, Middle East, and Northern Asia? So we do have a so-called YCP in progress. YCP is called Youth Contest Program. So we as the youth working group are funding big contest stations in our region to get youths involved into contesting. So the team only consists of the youths and those ELMAs present giving instructions at the stations. So these big gun stations, I'll show you a list whom we got involved in our region already. Open up their doors and give them full access, smaller contest, 24 hours, and they're gonna learn how to do it. Our only thing we we tell the participants is please know how to use a radio. The other things you will learn at the site. So what else do they have there? Of course, it's an event abroad. Probably the youth never traveled abroad. So they're gonna learn a little bit about the host country. That's obligatory. They also meet the local hams. Networking again. Networking, the biggest thing I also accomplished among the hobby within my 12, 13 years of license already. So this is the most fun thing, the networking apart from getting the opportunity to get to these big gun stations and operate from there. I mean, the youths probably don't have the ability at home to build big antennas. They probably just have a wet wire in the garden, some meters long, 100 watts, and then they come to these big gun stations. Just think about the impact they have. Getting to at least, they can't imagine a 3-element multiband beam. Now they have stacked Yagis, big power. So this is definitely an impact they want to see here. So the key data, again, we as the youth working group have set the maximum age to 25 years or less within our terms of reference. So this is our age limit for the youths, the defined youths. So we invite them up to this age. We have 1 or 2 participants per member society. Member societies representing a country. As I said, any level is accepted. Just know how to use a radio. That's the only thing. In most countries, it's also possible to operate without a license under supervision. So we take advantage of that as well. So we also have licensees or licenses afterwards such events, new licenses, which is also a big impact. Apart from that, it's most likely a bigger team operating. Some of them never operated a contest before. They are done after 30 minutes, an hour, just sitting there and doing the contest. So it's most likely a bigger team, but it's all about a team building, you know. And as I said, the participants always get to the stations on their own costs. If they are not able to, we always find a way. That's not the issue. And the contest itself is then funded by the youth working group. So here's a list of all the participating stations since 2015 when we established the program. So you see a lot of big guns from Europe, also Middle East, you know, from all the contests. Just naming a few, 4 Oscar 3 Alpha before his station came down. Also DM9 Echo Echo, just usual stations with big antennas, some power, legal limit, which is a big benefit for all of them participating. LX7I, LZ5R, it's all have been participating with us to make it happen, open their doors, share the knowledge, be an ELMA for part of the next generation. Another big thing we established 2.5 years ago is the IOTA contest. Some of you may have participated, I hope. Some already won plaques in the room. So this is an organized contest by the youth working group, again in cooperation with the Hungarian Society, EMRAS. And for this year, we have again set 3 contests to participate among or worldwide. First one was already done on the 22nd April. Next one coming up on the 22nd July, so everyone is invited, also on the 30th of December. We have set this contest only lasting 12 hours to just not overstress the participating youngsters. And it's basically participation for everyone. So not only the longer license guys and gals, but more likely also the youngsters. I will come back to this point in a minute. So we have the open category for everyone. We have a IOTA category for the ages up to 25, as I mentioned before. And also, which is significant for this contest, a multi-operator category, which is only available when you have youths participating, and 2 youths make up 1 ELMA above the age of 25. So this is, to my knowledge, the only contest where some rules like that apply. So what are the rules? General rules are 80 to 10 usual contest bands, CW SSB, with a high percentage of CW operators under the age of 25, to be honest, at least in Europe. We're a bit struggling in North America with the participant rate, but we hope to improve that meanwhile. The report is 599 plus age, and age is the multiplier. So the lower the age, the more points you get. So the younger the operator, the more points you get. And this is also a thing which was not implemented before, so we try to have it, or let's say we are, within our statistics, we think it's really satisfying to see how many youths are participating. Details, of course, can be found on the website with all the rules, but we are here for questions today, so you can ask in the end for sure. What categories do we have to sum it up? Single op 3 bands, which is a common thing. Single operator all bands. Then the 6-hour only IOTA, again, favoring the youth. They don't want to probably do the full 12 hours. They're just finished. Don't overstress them if they do it for the first time. Then again, this multi-operator single transmitter all bands. 2 youths, 1 ELMA, 4 youths, 2 ELMAs. We also don't exclude anybody. We have the shortwave listeners with us. And also the station sponsors, which is also unique to us, to my knowledge. So these are, as described in the YCP program, station openers. So these provide us a picture in the end, and the highest score will also be awarded a wooden plaque, just for recognition, just for opening the station. And I think this is quite crucial to open up these stations. I will come back to this later, because these could be the technical guys for you in the future for your stations. I mean, the youth today, they're all going to study, going to work. They all have the knowledge, or will gain the knowledge through you, through the work. And these could be your helpers, your friends at upcoming contests. So this is, as I said, very crucial for us to have these all included. Station sponsor and the multi-operator single transmitter all band IOTA category as the most beneficial ones for us. What is our drive for the project? We, as I said, have the special focus on youth. Definitely on the youth, with the engaging score recognition. And we are definitely attracting the youth through there. Of course, you can always say, we want more youth to be on the contest. That's always a thing. You always want more participants. But the rate for now, while only being in the 3rd year of the contest, is definitely growing. There's also the case that youths get on the air during the contest, and we don't even know them, because they're not member of the society. They just go on the air with their call sign. We see them, they submitted a log with us, and they're like 14, 15, 16 years old. So this is a target group which we don't know even. So just have a look through our scores. Probably you see some call signs from your area, research them, invite them to your station. Could work, could not work, but if you don't try, you don't know. Yeah, focus on support of the youths, category for station sponsors. We have those plaques available, and it's also recognition for you guys here opening your station doors. So what to do? Youth activities in general. As I said, networking is a key figure. We have this IOTA summer camps, IOTA sub-regional camps, youth contest program. Probably you know about the December IOTA month, where we have 31 days of activity throughout the whole December with the YOTA call signs, or KHYOTA in the US. There is the networking. As I said, look through the scores. Probably there is one guy near you who doesn't have an ELMA and will be happy to have one. So this is a key thing here. Also, the building up future winning teams. Just to mention Team Exuberance, probably some heard of you. K3LR opened his station a few years ago. Probably will again for the Team Exuberance. And end of July, Sandy says? No?
Probably.
Okay. So Team Exuberance as one of the projects, YCP is another one. These are winning teams in the future. We are connecting each other through this. Sneak peek from my side, we are going on the expedition through one of these networking stuff in the future, where we met at these activities. So that's something to work on. The networking is one of the best parts within the hobby, definitely. As I said, I like this the most within the hobby, apart from CW, to be honest. Yeah, get to know the next generation. What we have achieved through negotiations, discussions, is that we have now highlighted youth scores in various worldwide contests, like CQ, like NAQP, IAU, HF, YOTA contest, etc. And so it's even easier for you to find these scores, search for your region, look them up, just drop them an email, offer them your help. We also get mentioned in the National Contest Journal in the Next Gen column by WB9VPG. We have a checkbox on 3830 where we can say we are youth. So hopefully the trend is going onwards, and we can follow the trend and get more contests involved to get the youth scores highlighted, or even getting them recognized with their own categories, and probably also own plaques, sponsored plaques. And how can it turn out? You see two young gals there. On the left, Megan, Echo India 5 Lima Alpha, and Leon, Delta Lima 3 Oscar November. They met at the last year's Croatian YOTA Summer Camp, 11th edition. Both are excellent CW and SSB operators. They are both, or at least I think Megan is 15 and Leon is 18 now. So very young, very young. And they applied for WRTC as a youth team this year in Italy, and they got the place. So they're now doing training sessions at Delta Queen 2 Charlie, DL2 CC, DL2 SAX station. They are opening their doors for those two. And they will compete as youth team number 6. So this is a success story we all share. Through this networking, they didn't know each other beforehand. They just met at this 7-day camp in Croatia last year, and now they're working on WRTC together. So there are the success stories. We just need to find those people to make it happen. Youth work starts in front of your door. I'm saying it again and again and again. Again and again. Find youths in your local club. If they are not there, go to exhibitions, show off your club, invite the youth, show them off our wonderful hobby. Be open-minded, probably understand what they want. Not all are into radio contesting. Some of them are technical guys. Some of them are computer guys. They have skills on this level, and you probably need them for your station setup in the future. So think vice versa. Think in every direction possible. Open your stations for small contest activities where it's not crucial to win. Just give them the opportunity to operate the radio, experience big antennas, some power. As I said before, they probably just have a wire dipole at home and 100 watts. That's a big thing. I come back to my experience back in the time, DL1A. They had big antennas, and I was really impressed. I was really impressed. And probably I wouldn't have started contesting that serious when I wouldn't have been there for quite a time. Youths, as written here, are the most important and dynamic segment of the population in any country. As I said before, they're going to study, going to work. They are eager to learn. They are eager to learn. And I mean, we all in this room have knowledge to share. If I look around, we all have knowledge to share, all of you. We are all in the hobby for quite a long time. We all have our experience made throughout the years. And even I am happy to share my experience with the youth. So could you. So could you. So we need to develop the future of ham radio contests now and not, just do it now. Another example here, youth work starts in front of your door. You see some pictures of our recent expedition to Mauritius for CQ Worldwide CW last year, 3 Bravo 8 Mike, where you see my fellow friend Mike 0 Sugar Delta Victor, Jamie from the UK, here with a red shirt, and on the right picture holding the spider pole. We met through the YOTA activities, and now we're going on the expeditions together. And we are learning from the Elmas. We're learning how to build the antennas at the beach. We're learning how to set up multi-multi environment abroad. We're learning how to do project management, how to do the expeditions. I mean, we like to do things. It's not all about contesting, but contesting delivers the skills to do such. So this is another best practice example. If you're going somewhere, take 1 or 2 youths with you. Open your stations. I mean, if it's about the money, that's never an issue. If you know the right people, it's never an issue. Just to be said, it's never an issue. So get them involved and open up your stations, go ahead and make it happen. I think lunch is coming up quite soon-ish? 12:15. Okay, so we have some time for questions now. And I want to invite Marcus also here to the front, not to the front, if necessary. But we too are eager to answer your questions if you have any in regards to this topic. Go ahead.
Most of the existing contests are all of the same format that's been around for a long time. You know, fixed stations, big stations, basically a heavy emphasis on having a very strong signal and running, that kind of thing. What is the interest level in other types of contests, other formats like shorter contests, digital contests, hybrids, contesting and something else? Is there a discussion about, gee, I wish we could do a contest that was like this?
I mean, I've mentioned the workshops we do at the various YOTA activities. And there's definitely the point where we ask these questions and people are interested. You see the numbers from the contests. The new, of course, they're discussed, but FT4, FT8 contests, they have participants, so there is some interest in those contests. And I would assume that also youths are participating within this contest. It's easy to access, easy to do it, even with 100 watts and wire. So these discussions are going on within our events, definitely, and that's also why we do the YOTA contest for the 3rd year in a row, because we see the involvement of the youth. We see that it is possible to do these 12-hour contests, that we, as I said, don't overstress the youth to get them involved. Because nothing is worse than just sitting, get them seated in front of the radio for 24 hours, frustrate them, and then they're gone. That's not worth it. Just keep it simple. Yeah. Yes.
Starting to talk about, I know that we've kind of relaxed the rules on streaming and social media posts. What's the general discussion about getting contesting in front of more people by streaming contests? And we were just discussing like live leaderboards, you know, make it like a game, right? Have sprints like Ward talked about where it's quick and you win the game and go on to the next game. Is there any discussion around mostly social media and content types getting the message out?
I know it's a very controversial topic. It's a very controversial topic. if you check out the IOTA contest rules, nothing forbids you to do it. As we heard before by Doug Grant, you can do it if it's not forbidden by the rules. So the discussion is definitely there. As I said to Ward, within these events, these topics come up. Though we are not actively evolving people to do it, but we're not against it. I mean, change is natural. Change is natural, and if you don't allow it, SSB was an invention back in the days also. I mean, the discussion was there always, and if you have a discussion, if it's alive, why not? Yeah. I'm always happy to discuss things, yeah, definitely.
Just to note that the Scandinavian activity contest, they have a special class now that encourages streaming and everything like that.
All right.
I think that's coming next year.
Great.
This year.
So we have some evolving there as well. it's going onwards.
And just to continue, I think it is quite an important thing, this streaming and showing this live, because that's just it directly relates to, like, as I said, gaming and
it's another target group which we can track definitely. So I would assume there is a lot of potential in this, yeah, definitely. That's why we don't forbid it. Yeah? We see potential in this. Any other questions? Ward?
Yeah, this is a good point. You know, it's not like we want to create a computer game in lieu of radio, but the idea of different visualizations of what's going on is really key. Everything on the existing loggers is basically a computer version of a paper logbook. It's got more sheets, but it's text. And what we're really doing is looking for, you know, we are embedded in this hemisphere of multiple bands, multiple angles, multiple directions, plus the sun and everything else is coming in. There's so much data there that I would think it would be really interesting to get these new eyes and brains on the problem. We've been doing the same contest since 1952. You know,
it must be changed.
So, you know, let's visualize this and put radio know-how in a different visual space. And I think you'd have a much more interesting, well, it'd be different. It'd be a different contest. It would make my head explode, of course. But
it's just so easy now because of computer games, because all the software and everything and the capture cards and everything is just ready. We can just
it's built in the loggers already to upload your score.
So
yeah. It's just easy, click a button.
Simple manner of programming, the four most dangerous
Keep it stupid simple. Huh?
But of course, like CQ and these contests, when they saw somebody was streaming live, like W2RE or something, he was like, they of course went the other way and said, well, that's self-spotting expand.
As I said, it's a controversial topic at the moment, still, even now, yeah. But yeah, Sandy.
Well, as I understand it, it's not only about the visualization of it, you're also talking about the live scoring now. So the result is right there after the contest. It's not only the streaming itself. Is that right? So that is a big difference too to what it's now.
That already exists, live scoring.
Yeah.
We've within the IOTA contest, we've also implemented a feature on our website that you can log your QSOs even on the website in the cloud. So everything is there when you click submit in the end of the contest. So this is also probably a feature to implement for other contests, just to have it. You don't need a logger anymore, you just need a radio and a wire, just log it online, which could be evolving for some people, or get them involved, let's say. Because they probably have a fear for logging programs. I don't know why you should, but there could be people don't know how to set it up, be scared, and just opening a website is easy.
If you could export the score in an ADIF format back to the original station, then we could integrate it into our log. But ham radio is so focused on this log artifact that it really colors everything. So the idea of putting the logging online, that you don't have to have a special interface between your logging software and a server someplace. You're on the server. You know, I think that's it's a big quantum jump.
So with this IOTA contest, as you see, we want to make a small step ahead, introducing new features, and we're not stopping, we're introducing new features from time to time also. And probably some of the bigger contests will pick it up. We are glad to provide help with that, but we try it out. We can see what's happening, if it's accepted or not. So.
Yeah, I think it's really important to try these things out away from the big contest, because there's so much invested in the big contest in the existing format. So if you can go someplace where you're not trying to alter 60, 70 years of history, you'll have a lot more open environment to experiment.
Within the 3 years or 2.5 years we're active, we have some things to do still, sure, but I think it's quite successful until now. Participate rate, as I said, is going up every contest, so that's a big plus. And with these new features, they are really accepted. I would have, I need to look it up how many people actually used the online logger, but I know from the website that I think at least 15 when I looked it up last time used it, which is not a high number, but at least they use it. And if the right people use it, they probably take this idea to another contest. You know, having it on the cloud, everything's ready, just click submit, easy as possible.
I don't have a question, but I just want to take a minute since I think you've got
Sure.
it. Also to thank you and your predecessor Lisa and so on for the work you guys have been doing in Region 1. It's phenomenal. We've been watching this for a while now. Board and I are on the board of YASB together. I've been supporting this. Probably don't know this, but I'm on your Telegram chat group too, and I've been watching the activity on there. It's fantastic. So,
Thank you, Ken.
I mean, you've been doing a super job. And as someone who spends a lot of time traveling in Africa and so on too, I'm trying to get some activity going there and hopefully get them to the events and so on. And I think some of the slides you showed too would be nice if we could bring some of the people down to the continent as well to do contests and so on.
Definitely, yeah.
And I was also very happy to hear you stress the networking thing, because that's something I've been pushing with the youth as well. Because I mean, when I look at all my years of ham radio, getting on the radio and everything, it's been a lot of fun, but when you look at the people you meet, the contacts you make over the years, and they can impact your job and so many things, and that's to me equally as important and beneficial. So I was really happy to see you stressed up. Great job.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if I didn't network over these IOTA events. I mean, I'm involved into these kind of events since 2016 at the Austrian camp. There's where I met Lisa. Lisa convinced me a few years later to do her job. So, hello, I'm here. Yeah, so I'm definitely happy how it turned out. Also, Marcus, he was part of these camps since many years, and now we're in the position where we can change things, and we're happy to do so.
Yeah, we're hoping to see more of that here in this region too, but you guys definitely are leading the way.
We will network this weekend with the Region 2 guys.
All right, good.
I'll meet them in person again. Any more questions from your side? Otherwise, as I said, we are present at the IOTA Region 2 booth during the fair on the weekend, as well as the IAAU booth within ARRL. So if you have any more questions, feel free to just pass by, and we'll talk about the topics. Otherwise, you can, there's not my email, but there's my email. Otherwise, you can drop me an email anytime, and we can discuss over there as well. So thanks again for coming. I really appreciated the audience. Thanks for the questions, and hope to see you at the Hamvention this weekend. Thank you.
It's your contest, so we're ready to go.
Okay, don't go away. Tim, don't go away, I need you here. My lovely assistant, K3LR, will help introduce what we're doing. In your packet, there's a eyeball sprint log sheet. Get that out and a pencil or a pen, whatever you like to write with. If you have a version of DXlog that will support this contest, great. You can get your laptop open and be ready to go, but it's a little bit clunky for what we're doing. Now, most of you know that in most contests, you have two operating modes called search and pounce or running. I heard someone call running park and bark, where you stay on one frequency and just call secure line. The sprint contest is very different. The sprint contest, you can't stay on one frequency for more than two contacts, one where you call the guy who's initially CQing, and one when someone calls you after that, and then you got to scram, you got to move to a different frequency. Well, we don't have any frequencies in this room, but we have some floor space. So we're going to use that as our virtual band. So on that log sheet, put your call sign and your name, and there's a thing that I think it says QTH or something like that, but we're not going to use QTHs this year. We're going to change it up, and we're going to use colors. So pick a color that you like. Now there's a little strategy here. You might pick something common like, and easy like red, but if everyone is red, then no one gets any multipliers. On the other hand, if you pick something sort of as an obscure multiplier like magenta or chartreuse or taupe or something like that, then you'll be a rare multiplier and people will be chasing you all over the room if they hear you. So the score, of course, is going to be QSOs times multipliers. So pick a color and write that down, and that will be your exchange. Will be the QSO number, your name, and your favorite color, or the color you wrote down on the sheet. Now, my lovely assistant K3LR is going to help me demonstrate how it works in the sprint contest. I'm going to call CQ, he's going to call me, we're going to make the QSO, and pay attention to the order in which the call signs are sent, and then when the contact is done, I'm going to go look for someone else, and he's going to stay here and try to solicit another QSO. So the live demonstration is worth 1,000 words, or maybe in this case, 5 or 6 words. So here we go. CQ contest, CQ sprint, K1 Denmark, Germany.
K1 Denmark, Germany, K3 London Radio.
K3LR from K1DG, number 1, Doug, purple.
K1DG, number 1, Tim, blue. K3LR, QRZ.
Kilo 8, Zulu, Tango.
Now you see how it works.
K8 Tango, K1DG, number 2, Doug, red.
Number 1, Anthony, violet.
You didn't put your call sign in. My call sign at the beginning and yours at the end. You know that thing I talked about earlier about cheating and obeying the rules?
All right, here we go.
So there we go. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock because this is a sprint and you got to move quick.
There is a prize.
There is a prize, but remember, you can't stay in one frequency and just call CQ. You got to move after you work someone. So everyone stand up and I'll start the timer. Are we ready? Ready? Go! 2, 1. Just a little rubber clock. 0. Time is up. The contest is over. The contest is over. You're done. No more rubber clocking. Okay, if you participated, we need your logs. So DL1QQ is out there somewhere. Sandy, where are you? Way in the back of the room. DL1QQ will take your logs in the back. I'll take the logs here in the front. We have a special neural network log checking program right here.
Yes, this is a reminder of why computer lines are so much better.
You were like next.
You get to read those.
Good.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Not too terrible. I gotta say.
Now we got to wait 6 months for the results.
It's going well.
Thanks. Okay, very shortly. Thank you, Doug. It was fun.
Right?
Yeah.
Once you're done, please take a seat. We want to get started with the 1 o'clock session. So please take a seat. Please take your seats. K1DG will tabulate the results of the contest, and it will be announced, the winner will be announced at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Ted Rappaport, N9NB, is a favorite winner, and the winner gets a $100 gift certificate to my favorite radio store, DX Engineering. So, we have a very special guest speaker for the 1 o'clock session. It's Dr. Nathaniel Frizzell. He is a space physicist and electrical engineer who comes from the Scranton University. He also taught at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He has a passion for radio science and remote sensing of the ionosphere. He is active as one of the founders of HAMSci, which he will speak more about here in a few minutes. But let's give a warm welcome from Contest University to Dr. Nathaniel Frizzell, W2NAS.
Thank you so much, Tim, and thank you for having me here today. So yes, I'm very excited to talk to you about 2 upcoming events. The upcoming 2023 and 2024 North American solar eclipses. As I'll show you, at least the 2023 one is also some South America as well. So, what is HAMSci, the Ham Radio Citizen Science Investigation? This is a collective, we're a group or community. It allows university researchers like myself to collaborate with the amateur radio community, which actually I'm also, that's how I got into doing ionospheric research, was being a ham first. So it allows the university researchers to collaborate with the amateurs in scientific investigations. And the big one coming up is these 2 eclipses. And so HAMSci is having this Festivals of Eclipse Ionospheric Science. And there are 2 eclipses coming up. One is going to be Saturday, October 14th, 2023. And the other one is going to be April 8th, 2024. And as I'll show you, these things affect our HF radio propagation and the ionosphere. We have a number of different experiments that we will be doing at HAMSci in order to both study these things and then enjoy them from an amateur radio perspective. So here are the paths of the 2 upcoming eclipses. The one in October 14th, 2023 is an annular eclipse, and that is starting in the northwest United States. It's traveling to the southeast, and the total solar eclipse is in April 8th, 2024. That's starting from coming up through Texas and then leaving through Maine. And I made these, let's see, We've got a few different types of eclipses here. The one in April is a total solar eclipse where the solar disk is completely covered by the moon and you're actually able to see the corona. The one in this October is an annular solar eclipse, which is where you can see the moon fits inside of the solar disk and you just have a little bit of the solar disk going around the outer edge. And then if you are not in the path of totality and you're not in the path of annularity, you might see a partial eclipse where you see the sun partially covered by the moon. So I made these two animations that show you the paths of these eclipses. So here is the one for October, and I'm having a hard time finding my mouse, so give me a second here. There we go. Okay. Let's try that one more time. That is, let me try this one more time. Okay, we're having a little trouble with this animation, but no worries. So I was able to show you the path before over here. The important thing I wanted to point out with these animations is this October eclipse doesn't just go over the United States. You'll also have partial eclipse coming all the way down here into South America and Brazil. And the important part of that is I'm hoping that we'll be able to turn the solar eclipse QSO parties into not just something for the continental United States, but also something that involves both the North and the South American continents. So that's the important part there. So with the eclipses, the reasons that they affect our radio propagation is that the ionosphere is, of course, generated by photoionization. So ultraviolet energy from the sun ionizes our neutral atmosphere. That ionization then refracts our signals back to Earth. So what you're able to do is we can send radio signals out. This is a 14 megahertz signal, what's called a ray trace diagram. It goes up to the ionosphere, it gets refracted back down to Earth. Unfortunately, this animation is not working, but what it would show is this particular animation is a model of what happened during the 2017 eclipse. And you'd see that this portion here, the electron densities, would get depleted during the eclipse, and your 20-meter signal would escape out into space and the band would effectively shut down. So the way this is able to be modeled is that there is a physics-based ionospheric model called SAMI-3, and by running it with a mask over the sun during the eclipse, you're able to simulate what the eclipse would look like in the ionosphere. And you're able to do that to make these nice diagrams. You're also able to use that to compare the observations that we get from things like the Reverse Speaking Network PSK reporter with the physics-based model. So we ran a solar eclipse QSO party back in 2017, and so I'm going to go over those results once more. So in 2017, there was a total solar eclipse very similar to the one that's coming up, but the path started again in the northwest United States and then went down to the southeast United States. And it took about 2 hours for it to go the entire way. So we asked the question, can we use HF radio communications to observe the eclipse effects on the ionosphere? And can we compare these things to a model? And I also wanted to know, can we do this in a way that we can actually have fun in an amateur radio event? So we created the Solar Eclipse QSO party, and the goal was to make this as contest-like as possible. So we ran it for a period of 8 hours. So we went from, and this let you go from before the eclipse started to after the eclipse started, people got 2 points for CW QSOs or for digital QSOs, 1 point for phone, and we did a multiplier by the number of grid squares. The reason that we did the more points for CW or phone is because these systems here, the reverse speaking network, PSK reporter, and WhisperNet, were all able to automatically observe those QSOs, and that served as our data for the experiment. And so the solar eclipse QSO party in 2017 was a really nice success. We got 575 logs submitted and totally parsed, and almost 30,000 QSOs in those logs. We also gathered the data from RBN, WhisperNet, and PSK reporter, and we had over 600,000 spots from RBN, over 600,000 from WhisperNet, and over 1.2 million from PSK reporter. And then this is a plot. So that was quite a bit of data. I really only had a chance to look at the data from the RBN in this particular case. So this is all of the RBN spots plotted for the entire solar eclipse QSO party. If you see a little black dot here, that is a CW transmitter station. So if you were transmitting and participating during the 2017 SEQP on CW, you should be able to find your little black dot on the map. The blue stars are the RBN receivers, and the colored dots represent every spot heard during that period. I've put those spots at the midpoint between the transmitter and the receiver because we're going to make the assumption that there's a one-hop propagation and that midpoint is where the communication, where the ionosphere is being measured. And we were able to plot the data like this. The top is the actual data and the bottom is the model. And it came out very well. So the way you read this is the x-axis here has hours relative to eclipse maximum. So right in the middle here is eclipse maximum, 0 hours. All the way to the left is an hour and a half before the eclipse. All the way to the right is an hour and a half after the eclipse. The y-axis is distance between transmitter and receiver in kilometers, going from 0 to 3,000 kilometers distance. This is showing the 14 megahertz band, and the color is spot density. So this is showing that an hour and a half before the eclipse, the 20-meter band was wide open to communications between 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers in length. It stayed this way right up until about 45 minutes before the eclipse, and the band started shutting down. The ionosphere became weaker, the radio rays escaped out into space. So you got temporary night-like conditions, and then starting around 15 minutes after the eclipse, we started to see the band open up again and gradually recover, though not to its original state. On the bottom here, we have the model where we took that SAMI3 physics-based model, and we use that ray tracing to do a simulation of what is happening up here. And you can see that there's generally very good agreement. There's a little bit more spread in the range that the actual communications were able to see, but still the center of that range is right about in the correct place, and we're more or less modeling the behavior of the band in the model. There is some disagreement, but that's good. That gives us things to look at for the next eclipse. We also found some very interesting things here. I actually had to split the model results into two different parts. So on the right are the observations, and this is organized by band. So 20 meters is on top, then 40, 80, and then 160 meters on the bottom. And the right side is the model, and it's similarly organized, but here the model is just showing E-region refractions. So refractions off of less than 125 kilometers altitude. I found from this that there was best agreement between 20 meters and the E-region refractions. And that was perhaps a bit surprising because I would have thought that most of the 20 meters would be going off of the F region for this, but that wasn't the case. I did the same sort of display looking at F region refractions. So now this is the model being run for refractions greater than 125 kilometers altitude. So this is showing F region. So here 14 megahertz does not agree, but 7 and 3.5 does agree very well. So here this is showing that 7 and 3.5 megahertz were likely F region refractions. And so this is a little bit of a surprising result that, again, 14 megahertz was, for 2017, mostly coming off of the E layer. And using the model, I was able to tell you that it was mostly low elevation propagation for 14 megahertz in 2017. And then similarly for the lower bands, they were coming off of the F region, and our model is suggesting that it's mostly off of high elevation angles. So we get a chance to do this again, and I'm really hoping we can all get on the air for the eclipses in 2023 and 2024. And so we actually, we have the solar eclipse QSO party again, and we also have something called the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge, and we have a few other experiments as well that I'll talk about briefly at the end. So the solar eclipse QSO party, this is our traditional quote-unquote ham radio contest, and the goal here is to generate signals that are observable primarily by the RBN and PSK reporter. The Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge is a contest for skimmers and people who like to transmit whisper. So this might be something a little bit of a different idea for what we normally think of as a ham radio contest. But here the goal is to collect as many spots as possible. All of the rules and information for these contests and other experiments are available at hamsci.org/eclipse. So the dates and times, we're going to do, let's see, we're going to run it October 14th, 2023 from 12 to 2200 UTC, and April 8th, 2024 from 1400 to 2400 UTC. The Solar Eclipse QSO Party 2.0, we're trying to take the best concepts from the 2017 SEQP, and we're going to have slightly updated rules, frequently asked questions, etc. They're all available on the website. Station requirements, we want all the transmit and received equipment to be, for making a two-way QSO, to be located within a 500-meter circle. Remote operation is allowed, so long as all the transmit receive equipment falls within that 500-meter circle. Portable operation from a fixed location is allowed and encouraged. We don't have provisions for mobile or rover operations because that would make understanding the data more difficult. Categories, we have a single category, which is single operator, which is one transmitter only, multi-operator, one or more transmitters, and one, as usual, only one signal per band and mode permitted at a time. We don't have any restrictions on transmitter power, spotting assistance, or band changes. Modes, digital all varieties, CW and phone. The bands are the typical contest bands, so of course no WARC bands. We're encouraging people to start off calling CQ, SEQP on the 38s. And for the digital modes, you want to use your usual activity centers, but please spread out. Sample exchange, it's going to be signal report 4-character grid square. And one thing that is going to be unusual is we're also going to ask you to actually use real RST values. So instead of just, oh boy, I'm hearing groans from the audience here. All right, I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. From a scientific perspective, I don't trust the RST values you submit in the log. So really, if you want to just send 599, it's not going to screw up my experiment. But what it might do is it might give you the opportunity to track how the propagation is changing in real time. So it's really more for you as the operator to try and experience the effects of the eclipse rather than for me as a scientist to see this. So I'll let you make do with that as you will. I'll also note that we have Thursday afternoon telecons where we discuss these rules, and I'm going to ask for participation later from the contest community. So if you think something should be tweaked on here or adjusted, come join our telecons and give us feedback. So that's the basic exchange. All right, we do want to encourage RBN skimmer spotting, so make sure you use buzz keywords like CQ test and QRZ and have a valid call sign to make sure you get spotted. So the scoring is going to be QSO points times multipliers plus your bonus points. So your QSO points, as I said, 2 points for CW and digital, 1 point for sideband QSOs. Multipliers are 4-character grid square, counted once per band. Same station can be worked for both QSO points on all SEQP bands and modes. Hey, here's another rule I'm probably going to get groans about. Dupes are allowed every 10 minutes. Yeah, this is another unusual one. But again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to see how the eclipse, how the propagation changes over time with the eclipse. So by allowing dupes every 10 minutes, it gives you the chance to go check in on that same place over and over again and see how it works. So that's why we're doing the dupes. I can also tell you, we're recruiting a scoring team to handle all the scoring. I wrote all the scoring code for the last SEQP. We're going to try to get a committee to do that this time. It's going to be fun writing the code to score all of this. All right, so other bonuses. So you get 100 points if you operate during annularity or totality. You get 100 points if you operate outdoors so you can see the eclipse. You get 100 points if you operate at a public venue. If you send us information, a PDF of your antenna and station design characteristics, including like the pattern of the antenna, height above ground, etc., you get 100 points. You get 50 points if you calculate the effective radiated power relative to a dipole on each band. You get 50 points per band. And then you get a bonus point awarded for each band and clock hour during which your signal was spotted in a grid square other than your own by the RBN, PSK reporter, or spotting network. So we're actually going to go download all of these skimmer spots from these different networks, and we're going to cross-check them with the logs you submit, and then we're going to calculate a bonus so you actually get points for being spotted. Let's see, Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge. So this is the other contest that's going along in parallel with the SEQP. So this is for people who are not necessarily into transmitting during contests, but they're more into operating RBN skimmers and things like that. Or if you just like doing Whisper or FST4W, which is this newer beacon mode of FST4. So the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge is named after PSK reporter, founder, and operator Philip Gladstone, N1 DQ. We have here you get 1 point for every spot received. If you operate FST4W-120, which has a few advantages over Whisper in terms of being able to determine spectral width and other things, you get a 1 1/4 multiplier, so we're incentivizing adoption of that mode. You get a 1.10 multiplier for uploading PDFs of station design and 1.0 multiplier for uploading photos of your station. So what are we hoping to get out of all this? We do have some science questions here. We ask, can the annular eclipse be observed in HF communications? We saw the total solar eclipse could, but what about an annular eclipse? How large is the disturbance? How long before and after the maximum eclipse are the effects still observed? Is the onset and recovery asymmetry observed? So in the earlier plots I showed you, we saw there was a little bit of an asymmetry between when the eclipse started and when it ended. Let's see, will the results again suggest E-layer propagation for 14 megahertz and F-layer for 1.8 to 7 megahertz? Or now that we're in a different part of the solar cycle, going into solar cycle 25, will it be different? How similar are the effects of the eclipse to dawn and dusk? We often think about eclipses as being temporary night-like conditions, but there are actually big differences between eclipse and the terminator. So how does that actually show up in our radio propagation? Now here's another movie. I hope this works, but if it doesn't, you can come to one of my other talks, so I'm running a different laptop and I'll show you. We do actually, let's see, so Joseph Huba, one of my collaborators, he has already run predictions of the October annular eclipse on the ionosphere. And if I were able to get this to run, you could actually see a big depletion go across the United States and then down into South America. And you'd actually see an equatorial plasma bubble form here that was actually a big surprise to Joe as well. So, come talk to me later. I've got my laptop over there. I can show you these nice movies. These aren't the only things HamSci is doing for the eclipse. One of the nice things about HamSci is we are primarily volunteer. We have a large volunteer base working with HamSci, and so we kind of spread out to different volunteers' interests and different participant interests. So of course I've talked to you about the contests in this talk, but we also have a time, time difference of arrival event where we're actually able to have radio stations send out a custom chirp waveform and receive that, and you're able to infer changes in the height of the F region of the ionosphere by looking at the difference between 1 and 2 hop modes. That's really neat. We have another project that I'm collaborating with Case Western Reserve University. HamSci has this personal space weather station project where we're actually developing specialized receivers for monitoring Doppler shifts of, say, WWV and things like that. So we have that great HF Doppler experiment as well. I do think this one's really neat because we've all learned as we're studying for our amateur radio licenses that the station WWV and its counterpart WWVH are standard stations, and they are locked to atomic clock accuracy and have extremely stable oscillators. And so if you were to listen to them, you'd expect the signal you're receiving, say their carrier at 10 megahertz, to be exactly at 10 megahertz. But nowadays, if you have a radio receiver that is locked with a GPS disciplined oscillator and you have a very stable receiver, you're actually able to see that the WWV carrier will likely be drifting somewhat away from 10 megahertz on the order of 0.1 or 0.2 hertz. And that's kind of surprising, and the reason it's doing that isn't because WWV is actually drifting, it's because the ionosphere is actually changing the propagation path of the signal with time, and you're able to see that. So this whole Grape HF Doppler experiment is an experiment to look at that and study that during the eclipse. So if you're interested, and then we also have other people, it's not mentioned on here, but Jonathan Rizzo, you can raise your hand over there. He's our resident VLF enthusiast, and so he's very interested in very low frequency natural radio, so he's trying to get some things going with that in the eclipse as well. So if you are interested in more of these things, you can go to hamsci.org, and you'll see a little link under quick links that says Hamvention 2023. You can get our whole schedule of talks, and you can go learn about some of the other things we're talking about. If you want to get involved, of course you can just go and operate the Solar Eclipse QSO party. And if you're contesters, you just participate in that, that's great. If you want to get more involved, you can join our Google group. We now have over 800 members. We also have some specialized email lists. We have a booth 5008 alongside Tapper. You can come visit us. You can help us plan and organize these things. So the Solar Eclipse QSO party and the GSSC, those rules are not set in stone yet. We still have some time to adjust them. I think they're coming along very well, but one of the reasons we're rolling them out now to the contest community and coming up here to give this talk is not just to be like, come participate in this, but if the contest community says, okay, no, this really should be done a little bit differently, or we think this, we have a chance to add that feedback in. We're also looking for additional support. Like I said, we're trying to find people, put together a scoring committee. So if you're good with coding and doing scoring and log checking and stuff like that, we'd love to have you join our team. Anyway, there's many different ways you can help. So we meet on Zoom every Thursday, except when we're at Hamvention, at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2000 Zulu. you can just go to hamsci.org, you can click the Get Involved button, and there's a Zoom link. You just click it, you'll be right in our meeting. So we really want to hear from you. I want to thank, there are so many people to thank with HamSci. It's impossible to thank everyone. I really try to give people credit. But one person I really want to thank this year is Gary McKeaton, AF8A, and he's taken on the role of HamSci Volunteer Ham Radio Coordinator. So he's the one that's effectively acting as our project manager right now, and also as I get people asking questions about the logistics for the contests or the different experiments, I often refer them over to him, and he's able to answer those questions. So you may end up interacting with him as you come and email us. If you hear from him, that's who he is. So he'll also be here. He's actually setting up our HamSci booth right now. So I think come visit us. We take a photo like this. We're doing that this Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. over at the Tapper booth at the HamSci booth. And I'd like to thank all of the people who have supported us, including the National Science Foundation and NASA and ARDC, and most importantly, you, the amateur radio community, because without us as hams, without you and your participation, none of this would be possible. So thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, Nathaniel. And, there's been, there was a presentation earlier, EK6SP, and now Nathaniel. There's a lot of youth involved in ham radio. You just got to go find them, and we got a superstar here. So thank you, Nathaniel, for your leadership and everything you do.
Thank you.
We don't have to stick up here, right?
No, I got it.
You got it? Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so we're doing our repeat sessions now, and this is just before the breakout session. So again, the basic station automation techniques and recommendations from N6 TV, room 1. This room right here. The walls are going to come back up here shortly. Optimizing low band receiving antenna performance, W3LPL, over here in room 2 on the right. Understanding remote contesting, the excellent paper given by W1VE will be in room 3, which is to my left. And then in room 4 across the hall is RTTY, FT4, FT8 digital contesting by add W0YK. So go to the rooms, people bring up the walls, and we're all set.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, test.
One more, center frequency here. Hi guys, wake up you guys. Give me a thumbs up. Yeah. That's a unique perspective. I don't have it in my photos before. That's good. Now you'll know what it's like to stand up here when you see the photos. You can keep talking for 2 more minutes. Just had my flash pointed at the webcam. How did that go? Didn't destroy the camera lens? Okay. I'm going to close that door over there. Okay, let's get going. Good afternoon. Everybody awake after lunch? All right, cool. So as you can see, this is a talk about basic station automation, not fancy stuff, but basic stuff. And the question is, why do we automate things? Well, we'll talk about that. I'm going to mention how transceiver automation works with your PC, how amplifiers are automated, how they all change bands automatically, band decoders, antenna switches, and so on. And we'll have some time at the end for questions and answers. Hopefully I can answer. So why do we automate? Well, contesting is hard work. And you will get tired and you will get sleepy, and I hope it doesn't happen during this talk. But fatigue leads to mistakes, as you can see. And, whoa, that's pretty dark. And automation will help you prevent a disastrous mistake. You can turn off one of those lights, not the front one. That's okay. All right. No, I want to see the audience so they don't fall asleep. That's good. You don't want to make a disastrous mistake like transmitting on 20 meters when your amplifier is set to 40 meters. That would be that. You want to let the machines do what they do best so that you can do the rest while not getting much rest while you're contesting. So what are the things that you should definitely automate? Obviously, I hope everybody's doing computer logging if you're contesting. Obviously, you should log the frequency exactly if it can. That's helpful for the log checkers for making sure your queues are good. You want to have most of your transmissions, your CQs, your call sign, your messages for CW, Iridian voice, they should all be automated. And you should talk as little as possible, except for sending the call signs and maybe the exchange. The rig should change bands automatically, and it should, when you change it on the software, and then when the rig changes bands, the antenna, amplifier, and tuner, they should also change bands automatically. If you have bandpass filters and coax stubs at a more sophisticated station, a multi-transmitter station, or an SO2R station, you want all that to switch automatically too when the rig changes bands. But there's some things you don't want to automate, and that is, number one, learn to copy CW yourself. Don't rely on the code readers. They're just not as good as you can copy by ear. And don't blindly trust every cluster spot that you see. If you're connecting to a VE7CC node, those spots are very reliable, but the human spots that end up on there, not the skimmer spots, are less reliable in my experience. See, the skimmer spots are dupe checked, and if they're unique, it doesn't even post to VE7CC. So if one skimmer makes a mistake, and it won't even show up. But if a human spots, he just posts it and forwards it. So Most of the busted spots I see come from humans, not from skimmers these days, if you're using a node like VE7CC that eliminates dupes. Eliminates uniques. I've heard guys using voice keyer automation to send call signs, and it comes out sounding like Oscar, Hotel 2, Bravo, Alpha, Delta. It does not sound natural, and you know you're talking to a computer, and it's not going to keep the rate up. Now, if you have physical disability that prevents you from speaking call signs or phonetics, certainly that's an exception to that rule. But if you really want to be competitive, don't automate that, sending them call signs. CQ, fine, maybe exchange. Thanks, QRZ, standard messages. You don't want to let the computer tell you when to change bands. You want to figure that out yourself. Some software attempts to say, well, last year you changed bands at this time, so you should do it again. Conditions are different every year, so use your head. And there's some software that will say, well, automatically, when a pilot gets hot, you can speed things up by not sending your call at the end of every QSO, every third QSO or something. If it's a fixed rule, like every 3 QSOs it'll send your call, you're really not doing it in an optimal way, because I will send my call at the end of an exchange when there's a big pileup when I hear that it's dwindled down to nothing. But if I hear 3 guys are calling, there's no point in sending my call at the end of the exchange, as long as I do it a minimum of 3 or 4 times, every 3 or 4 times. And of course, where to put your VFO on the dial, you should use your eyes on a scope to figure that out and not let the software just try to find a frequency for you. While automating band changes is going to save you a lot of time, and it's going to save your equipment from damage if you do it right, because everything will go to the right band automatically. And the emphasis I make is it should be fast, it should switch quickly, and it should be reliable. And my recommendation to make it that way is to not use a PC to control everything, or even an Arduino or a Node-RED or any of those fancy things. If the hardware you have is designed to work together, use that hardware feature. That's what's been tested, and that's what'll be automatic. So everything should switch automatically, even if you're rebooting your PC because it crashed. And you should be able to make a contact while your PC is off. That's not always possible. If you have like a flex radio or something, you have to have a PC to operate. Almost all transceivers provide, or many transceivers provide band data information, and others provide operating frequency information. The difference between the two is one is just the band, and the other is the exact frequency of the VFO. Some devices just need the band, others need the frequency. And there are certain peripherals that just track the band data, and others that are operating frequency. So if you have an amplifier or tuner, with a tuner, it often needs the RF frequency. They have an RF frequency counter built in, like the old Alpha 87A. It quickly senses what band you're on and automatically switches. But I like to get the switching done before you change bands or do any transmitting. Otherwise, you're hot switching something, and you want to avoid that. So how does this all work? Well, your PC is connected usually by USB cable, maybe by Ethernet in the near future for certain models. And it's connected to a USB connector on your transceiver. That's pretty basic stuff. It could be a serial port on an older transceiver. And then it has another jack on the back that's labeled band data or RS-232 or remote or CIV that provides information to peripherals. And so you can connect that by a cable to your automatic amplifier, and it'll automatically change bands and follow the band of your transmitter. Remember, your VFOs could be on different bands, so you always want to follow the frequency of the transmit VFO. And you can split that data 2 ways and also drive a band decoder device, which is a device that takes the band information and then fires up 13 volts on one pin of one connector to say switch to that antenna, for example, to drive a relay on an antenna switch. And you could also have bandpass filters for a complex station that also are 1 per band, so you have to switch those at the same time you change bands too. Bad things happen if you try to transmit 100 watts into a bandpass filter and you're on the wrong band. So try not to do that. And if you have an automatic antenna tuner like a KAT500 or an amp like an SPE amp with an auto tuner in it, or a step-by-R antenna that can automatically switch bands with you, then that can be automated so that when you do that on your transceiver, your antenna moves too. So what's band data? Band data is just providing the band, not the frequency. And it's great for an instant switching, and it's great for amps that just need to know the band. Most solid-state amps, including the ones I've listed there, can take the band data information directly from the rig when your rig has that feature. And if you have an antenna switch, that can be driven by a band decoder, such as the Top 10 and Bandmaster and so on. There's others that it's not a complete list, that will take that decoded band data and also drive a pin. But band data is not good enough for devices that need the exact frequency of the VFO before you do any transmitting, such as a tuner, an antenna tuner, or like the KAT500, or an amplifier that has a built-in antenna tuner, such as the KPA 1500, the ACOM solid-state amps with their external tuner, and most SPE amplifiers that have a tuner built in. And of course, if you have a step-IR antenna and its controller, then it also needs to follow the frequency. Even more important, if you have this baby loop controller, which is a small transmitting loop with a very narrow 2-to-1 bandwidth, so every time you move a little bit, it's got to know the frequency so it can move itself to the right resonant frequency. So how does band decoding work? Well, it's a 4-bit signal, basically 4 pins on a connector that are either high or low voltage, 0 volts or +5, 0 volts or +13 on some. And that's the way Yaesu and Elecraft have done it. And it's a fancy name for, you'll see BCD, that stands for binary coded decimal. And it just means that it's, counting in binary from antenna 1 to antenna 8 or 10 or whatever, how many bands it supports. And fortunately, Yaesu and Elecraft stuck to the same standard. ICOM is using a 2-pin band voltage signal instead to give band data. They don't use the 4-bit pins, but they share some bands. So for example, if you have 17 and 15 meter antennas and you're using the ICOM band voltage to switch things, it can't tell the difference between those 2 bands because they're all the same voltages on the output. Flex, to get band data output from a flex, it requires a special cable, an adapter. Kenwood has never provided any band data output of any form that I'm aware of on any of their radios. Yaesu connectors are unusual in a sense that you can try to shove an 8-pin standard DIN plug into one of their band data jacks and it will not go in easily, and if you make it fit, it's not very good for the radio. So if it doesn't go in correctly, you've got the wrong 8-pin DIN. There's 2 different kinds. One's called a 262 degree. You can find some suppliers that have them. They're pretty hard to find from your bargain bins out at the Dayton Convention. And they kind of made the same mistake when they went to the FTDX10 and FTDX1200. They used a 8-pin mini DIN that's the right size, but there's an extra bar in there, so a standard 8-pin mini DIN plug does not fit without modifying the connector. You can buy from DXE a raw cable that has the right connector on it. Fortunately, Yaesu in their other radios, the 101D and P, they used a very standard DA15F connector. That's, people call it a DB15, but there's no such connector. It's technically speaking a DA, the letter indicates the shell size. DE is the smaller one that you'll see in a 9-pin serial port or a 15-pin Elecraft ACC like a VGA connector. And the DB is the 25-pin sized. Anyway, the DA15 is a standard connector everywhere, and as you can see and highlighted in yellow, there's 4 band data pins for your 4 bits. There's also pin 2, which is your TX ground, so then you need only 1 cable to the amplifier. You can key the amplifier inside the same shielded cable where you're providing band data, and that's a convenience. The fewer cables you have to run between your transmitter and your amplifier, the better, because RCA connector to a key out jack can come out. And this screws down, locks in. And then their newer FT710, they kind of did something weird. They combined a second serial port with RS-232 data and band data in one connector with shared pins. So you can see, for example, that the TX data pin is band A, also the band A pin. So you have a menu setting that says whether this connector is going to be used as band data or RS-232 data. Elecraft has a 15-pin DE15 connector, female. It uses the same binary coding as Yaesu, so stuff that works with Yaesu works with Elecraft, but they use an odd set of pins. I asked chief engineer once, why did you choose pins 3, 9, 13, and 14 for a band data? And he said, well, they're next to each other on the connector. I was thinking that people would manually build this kind of thing. ICOM band voltage is on a variety of connectors. Some of their models use a 7-pin DIN. Others of their models use a 13-pin DIN. They're not a lot of fun to solder to, believe me. But it does provide band data. I'm getting some quacking from the audience here. That's a very unusual ringtone. They're quacking up. The exact frequency output is provided by RS-232 data instead of just band data like we talked before. The Kenwood rigs all have an independent serial port. They use a male connector. Aircraft uses female connector. They can't agree. But it is pretty much standard pins. They do require the handshaking pin, pins 7 and 8, to be working. And so when you have an amplifier that doesn't do RS-232 handshaking, you can short those 2 pins together, and that will usually take care of it. There's one Kenwood rig where it didn't take care of it. So the problem with RS-232 is that only one device can connect to pin 3 at a time. You can't connect 2 in parallel, otherwise they cancel each other out. But there's ways around this. Yaesu just has one RS-232 in these radios, no USB. And so that's a situation where you need a custom Y cable or one of my serial boxes, which I'll show later, to split that serial port so that 2 devices can monitor what frequency the radio is on at the same time. And in this radio, it is an independent serial port in these. So you have a USB for your logging program, virtual serial port, no conflict with the RS-232 connector on the back of the FT101. So the amp can do polling and the PC software can do polling at the same time, maybe at different baud rates. Everybody's happy, it all works. But with the other radio, kind of like the older Yaesu models, the K3 and K3S, even though it has a USB and a pigtail to a serial connector, they're wired in parallel inside the radio. So you can't connect one device to one and another device at the other at the same time. You have a menu setting, config RS-232 USB. That means the 9-pin doesn't work, and config RS-232 set to a baud rate like 38400. That means the USB doesn't work, but it does work as a sound card. So you can still use the USB cable for sound and use the 9-pin RS-232. And again, if you got multiple devices that want to talk to the RS-232, like a PC and an amplifier, Yaesu, SPE amp or an ACOM amp that wants RS-232, that's when you need to use a special splitter to share that one and only COM port that the rig has. ICOM radios, most of them, the modern ones, have both a USB jack, which provides 1 or 2 virtual serial ports, and a connector they label remote, which is what their CIV output is. It's a 2-wire serial. It's not the band voltage that we talked about earlier. It's exact frequency information. The remote jack is limited to 19200 baud. An important menu setting for all ICOM radios, if you have it in your menu and you want to use both jacks at the same time, one for devices, one for logging, is to set the CIV port to unlink from remote. That simply means make that remote jack independent of the USB port. And older rigs like the 7700 don't have that. Let's back up a sec here. So I'm talking about radios here. Let me ask the audience real quick. How many in the audience, raise your hand if you primarily for contesting use a Yaesu radio? I see about 8 to 10. Kenwood radio. A little bit less, maybe 5 or 6. ICOM radio. Ray Novak should see this picture here. We have more, and Elecraft radio. And that's pretty cool. I think Elecraft and ICOM pretty close in this crowd. And Flex radio. Okay, and Anon or any other miscellaneous SDR I can't think of. Anon radio, no other SDR besides Flex. Did I leave, besides, all right, homebrew transceiver, anybody? Don't see any. All right, that's good to know. So let's talk about how the amplifier can track the band of your radio automatically. Quick survey, SPE amplifiers. SPE expert amplifiers, a couple of hands. ACOM amplifier, automatic, not the manual switch, not the manual tune. Elecraft amplifier, quite a few more. What did I leave out? RF kit amplifier. And tuner, PGXL, the flex radio amplifier. Okay, thanks. Well, I'm going to talk about all of them. So the rest of you can tune out when I'm talking about one of the other amps. But they're usually, the automatic ones are, with the exception of the ACOM 2000A with its new RCU, I think that's about the only amplifier that's a tube type that can automatically tune. Solid state amps are almost always automatically tuned. They're broadband, so generally they only need band data, unless they have a built-in tuner like the SPE or the ACOM 2000A. They can communicate in multiple ways. They can use band data just to get the band. They can use RS-232. They can use the ICOM voltage or the ICOM CIV, and even an Ethernet LAN for some of the flex amplifiers like the PGXL, Power Genius. They change bands automatically. Now, in the old days, I had an Alpha 87A, great amplifier, never failed for me, except when the blower went once. That was an expensive repair. But I had to change bands either by hitting the button on the amp or by transmitting a little RF, and then it would automatically sense and switch. Now that's fine. That worked well. I never had a problem with it. But you really are hot switching something if there's a few milliseconds or maybe more that it has to sense the RF, do a frequency count, and move all of the gears and band switches and relays. So something's going to get hot switched. So I encourage you not to use that method exclusively of changing bands when you have an automatic amplifier. It's better to get the amp on and the tuner on the right band before you do any RF if you can. ACOM 2000A amplifier with its new RCU can send both types of RS-232 data. There's sort of two flavors of it. The TTL level from 0 to 5 volts is not used very much, so the older Kenwood radios use that. Standard RS-232 is swings from at least +6 to -6 volts on the pin. It's a little more reliable and can go up to 12 volts or more. And that's what the amplifier has, pins to handle both styles. And then the ACOM solid state amplifier, it used the same connector, but they added a lot more stuff. They put band data on some of the pins. It's a little hard to read back there maybe, but the input and output indicated by those arrows there. They moved the pins around, and now pin 2 is the standard RS-232 on their ACOM, so they changed their minds on this one, but this one is a better design. The Ameritron, anybody got a Ameritron amp? I forgot to mention them. I guess I can skip this slide. But no, they have a way of automatically, with this ARI 500 device, that's their interface that senses the band of the radio. Even though it looks like Ethernet jacks on there, it's just they're using cheap Ethernet connectors, and you wire your own cable or buy one of theirs to talk to your radio. Elecraft KPA 500, I have one of these, beautiful little amplifier. Obviously, it's designed to use the Elecraft aux cable, a 15-pin cable with the male and female DE15 connectors. And they're not actually using the band, well, they may use the band data pins, but they also use something called the aux-IO pin, which is their proprietary signaling. One of the few combinations of amplifier and radio that's a nice feature is you turn on the amplifier and the radio says amplifier on, and you put the amp in operate mode and it says amplifier is in operate. I'm going to switch power from your 100-watt drive down to 30 or 40 watts or what the amp needs. And the Elecraft rigs remember when you're using an Elecraft amp that that you want a different drive level on every band, like many solid-state amps need. That's a nice automatic feature. You may need 10 watts drive on 20 meters and maybe 20 watts drive on 6 meters or something like that. So you want the power to automatically drive the amp and for the amp and the radio to talk. So that's a nice integration that they have, in that the radio senses when the amplifier turns on or off. It's the only combination that I'm aware of that does that. Maybe Flex does it too with theirs. KPA 1500 has the same feature and the same connector. I forgot to mention that this amplifier can talk to ICOM band data, their band voltages, but it doesn't have the CIV support. But it's a broadband amp with no tuner, so it doesn't need to know the frequency. This amplifier does have a tuner built in, and it, for legacy reasons, does support band voltage, but it has a second connector on it, a serial connector that can be used to talk to Kenwood radios, and it can be switched into CIV mode so the mini jack on the back of this amplifier can talk directly to ICOM radios. It's the first one Elecraft produced that can talk directly to ICOM radios and get the frequency. But it doesn't send a message that when the amplifier is on or off, the ICOM doesn't know how to switch power levels automatically. So you have to be in control of that. Flex Radio Power Genius has multiple connectors on the back. You'll see there's a CIV jack for ICOM, and it's the only true SO2R amplifier on the market that I'm aware of, where you can take two transmitters into one amplifier, run one at a time, and while you're transmitting on one side, you can be receiving on the other side. SPE kind of says that they do that, but you have to use the SO2R jack for a receive-only antenna. All your transmit antennas are not available to the non-transmitting side, so it's not quite the same with the SPE amplifiers. But this amplifier, the Power Genius, is designed to support BASU band data or Ethernet LAN for flex, or ICOM does it all, and it also has band data pins, which I've highlighted there in the diagram. But they didn't, even though they use the same connector as Elecraft, they didn't put it on the same pins, so you're going to need some custom cabling to make it switch bands automatically. My recommendation is, since it doesn't have a tuner, that if you have band data outputs, use the band data. It's a lot easier to make work. You don't have to worry about baud rates and serial protocols. The band data pins just work. I kind of wish they'd put a transmit pin on there, the PTT for the amp, but they didn't put that there. RF kit, somebody had it. It's got a single cat port that's a USB. There's really a PC inside or a mini computer of some kind. And it wants an FTDI USB to serial adapter to be connected there. That gives, it's just like you would plug it into your PC. And that gives a serial port to the RF kit where you can tell it what kind of radio is on the other side. The downside is it's not going to work real well with a amplifier with a transceiver that just has a single serial port, because then how is your PC going to talk to that serial port? RF kit won't operate in a listen-only mode like SPE and ACOM amplifiers will. It has to send its own polling commands to the radio. That's great if you have a radio with an independent COM port like the modern Kenwood, but not, or the modern K4D Elecraft, but not the K3.
What about UDP?
What about what? UDP. Using UDP to change bands by the LAN connector on the Ethernet or Wi-Fi. That sounds good, but most radios don't have that built in. You have to use PC software. You have to get a PC involved. It has to constantly be talking to the radio. Your LAN has to be working. A lot of variables there, but it can work that way too. As I say, if the rig is made to talk directly to the amp with nothing in between, that's the most reliable way to go, especially if your PC is rebooting. Because RFI is getting into it because you turned on the amplifier. So, anyway, SPE has a nice convention for their connector. They use the DA15 connector, and they put both band data pins on it, and RS-232, and the TTL pin can be used for CIV data. And they have a new circuit for their Series 3 amplifiers with their new firmware that can actually send polling commands through CIV. But you need more than just a cable. You need a little circuit that they document in their manual, and I put in one of my boxes that I'll talk about later. 2 inputs for 2 radios, which is nice, and 2 coaxes. But as I mentioned, while you're transmitting on one radio, you can't really use the transmit antennas on the other radio. So that covers amplifiers. What about band decoders, the things that are going to switch your antennas, assuming you have a separate antenna relay box? Some can work by band data. That's really all you need to get the antenna on the right band. Or the CIV band voltage can work, at least for the contest bands. And if you have a Kenwood rig, then you have to use something like RS-232. Boy, it got cold in here. You can connect a band decoder to your relay box. And so the band decoder takes the frequency or band data from the radio, translates it to a pin that gets one pin out of 8, let's say, that gets a band voltage, and then that drives a relay. So it translates the frequency data in the radio to one pin to drive an output, or it could ground one pin. That's what they call a sync. For a tri-bander antenna, where let's say you have 10, 15, and 20 on the same antenna port, the same jack, the band data can be jumpered or wired or programmed so that whenever you're on any of those three bands, it goes to the same antenna. Here's an example of some band decoder devices that are currently on the market. It's not a complete list. Bandmaster 3 and Bandmaster 5, you see the front and back. Notice they have that 9-pin connector on there, DE9 connector, and I'll show you the wiring for that in a second. That is designed again to read the frequency of the radio and translate it to a pin to drive a relay. So here's what their connector looks like to connect to a radio. You see they kind of use the 9-pin connector for two different purposes. They have the RS-232 on the standard pins 2 and 3. They pull the radio, and they have a way of also doing band data, and you use a menu item to select which method. Actually, you push some buttons on the device, and it switches it from that connector from RS-232 mode to band data mode. They have a 9-pin ICOM band voltage pin too. Anybody have an L-Craft KRC2? That's another type of band decoder. Not as fond of this one because it doesn't have any visual LEDs to tell you what band it's decoded. You just have to kind of rely on it. Ham Plus makes a complex band decoder that is designed to for larger stations where you have one of these at each control station, and then any antenna can go to any band, and little lights light up to tell you which antennas are available. One of the smart things they did on this is they let you key your amplifier through this device so that basically your relay output of your rig is going into one of these RCA connectors in the lower right corner and out the other one to your amplifier, and they won't switch antennas while you're keying the amplifier. Whenever your rig's in transmit mode, you won't be able to hot switch an antenna. That's a very nice feature of this. This was the one I used at my shack, the top 10 band decoders. They work great with L-Craft and Yaesu, but unfortunately they're no longer in production. DXE did buy out the rights to this, but apparently it's hard to manufacture and get all the parts. So if you can find this on eBay or the used market, it's been very reliable for me for decades, and it was made by N3RD. I like this band decoder a lot. On the lowest end scale, there's the Unified Microsystems band decoder. I built up one of these for a customer, and it was a heck of a lot of work because all you get is those two boards, and I had to buy connectors and jumper wires and had to crimp a lot of connectors to get them to mate to each other, and could have soldered them all, but wanted to do it modularly and fit it in a box, and many hours of work. So some assembly required, even though you're saving money just by buying the boards. So let's talk about automatic antenna switches. And this is often driven by a band decoder. It's the output of the band decoder goes to one of these. It gets you on the right band automatically. It's probably the most important thing to automate at a station is get you on the right band. Your antenna always matches the rig. And it always prevents two rigs from being connected to the same transmit antenna at the same time because it has relays that lock out one of them from using that antenna. That's important. You don't want to transmit, when you have two radios, you don't want one radio transmitting into the other. And they use high power relays to do that. Meritron RCS8V has been around for decades. I've found mine, even though it gets all weathered out in the sun, and corrodes and stuff on the outside, it's nice and clean on the inside and does a good job of very low loss switching, very reliable. It comes with a manual band switch that you see at the bottom, but the band decoders will drive the relays in this just the same with a 13 volt to activate one relay. Here's the Array Solutions 8-pack. It's a successor to the 6-pack. It again takes a cable that doesn't have a band decoder built in, but you have a bandmaster, and it has a special proprietary cable that will drive this box. And it also prevents both radios from going to the same band. Radio 1 input's on the top, radio 2 input on the bottom, 8 antennas. Flex Radio has their Antenna Genius, AGXL sometimes called, uses the same connector and pins as the PGXL, and it also has a LAN port for, I guess, UTP or LAN control software to change bands. That Ham Plus band box that I showed before, this is an example of 2 inputs and 6 outputs, similar to the other boxes that I showed, but the control cable has to come from a Ham Plus device. I used the box on the right at my home station. It's a microham double 6 switch. It's built like a tank and has good isolation between the ports. 2 control cables, 2 coax cables for input. Pick one of 6 antennas. I only have contest band antennas, and does a very good job. What about bandpass filters? If you're going to operate an SO2R station or a multi-op or maybe field day with more than one transmitter, you need bandpass filters so that you don't interfere with adjacent bands. It'll, obviously it attenuates the signals from the adjacent bands, and they're typically low power models. There are high power bandpass filters available, so you can put them in the output of your amplifier, but they're much bigger and much more expensive, and they often need noisy fans to keep them cool. So more typically you'll see the low power bandpass filters used between the transmitter and the amplifier. The amplifier goes straight to the antenna switch. It doesn't attenuate harmonics that are getting into the band, obviously, because it's a 20-meter bandpass filter passes 20 meters. So if your 40-meter signal is heard in your 20, you're going to need to put a stub and maybe a bandpass filter on the transmit side. And you can put the core wave stubs on the output of your antenna switch, but there are optimal places to put core wave stubs in the line that may work better. If you switch the bandpass filters, you want them to switch automatically, so that, because you don't want to transmit on the wrong band into a bandpass filter. In other words, if you got a 40-meter bandpass filter, you don't want to transmit a 20-meter signal into it. That could destroy it pretty quickly. So you want it to switch automatically. Array Solutions makes this AS419, Bandpasser 2 sometimes called. It's, as far as I can tell, the same electronics as another bandpass filter box called the Surefire BF100. There's a built-in band decoder, so you don't need a separate band decoder and cable. And they have the connector on the back that can be, the remote jack can be configured 2 ways. Either it can drive relays to some other switch, 1 pin per band, or it can take the 4 band data pins. And there, again, you push buttons on this to switch the mode of that remote jack. It has a network to the Shackmaster and other device, Station Master, I guess, and other devices that Array Solution has. That's what those sort of telephone connectors are for. This is an old bandpass filter, automatically switching by band. It needs a band decoder, doesn't have one built in. It can be programmed to either take 12 volts per pin or ground per pin. Just 6 bands, bandpassers built in. Not as effective, not as sharp as skirts as some of the more modern, like W3QN designs of bandpass filters, but certainly it was the first that I knew about that was an all-band, low-power bandpass filter in one box. And DX Engineering has their DXE 419. I'm not sure what the 419 stands for, but it seems to be a pretty popular number. They don't have a band decoder built in. That radio in connector is really kind of mislabeled. It needs the output of a band decoder because it's 1 pin per band where you select what bandpass filter it is. But it's one box with a set of bandpass filters. This is not an exclusive list of equipment, it's just stuff I'm more or less familiar with. There's others like the EA4TX models, which are very well regarded. Is it VA6AM has the high power bandpass filters. Here's another one that is rarely seen in this country. I've seen some European customers use this. It's a very nice solid state box built by OM Power called the OM6BPF. I don't know how good the filters are inside, but it takes band data or it takes icon band voltage, so you don't need a separate band decoder, and it uses a nice DA15 connector. I'm not fond of DIN plugs, as you might have figured out. So lastly, automatic antenna tuners like the KAT500 or some of the ones in the SBE amplifiers. They're designed to tune one band, multiple segments, including, for example, the tuner built into the KPA 1500. So there's a table in the book that says here are the center frequencies of all the segments, and as they detect the frequency of your radio, they move the tuner to their correct place so that you don't have to transmit with a high SWR. And it will restore that tuning solution based on getting the rig's frequency before you do any transmitting. So that's the important part, is you don't want the tuner moving around while you're transmitting with full power. The transmitter can bypass itself automatically, meaning no tuning solution essentially, when it detects that your SWR is low. So you can often keep it in line all the time, and it does the right thing. And some tuners are smart enough to say, oh, he has two antennas on this band, they require different solutions, so I'll just pick between the best of those two when he goes to this band, or maybe the last one. Elecraft KAT500, that's been pretty popular for a long time, and it has a serial connector on it that, in addition to obviously handling the Elecraft 15-pin aux cables, there's a tiny jack labeled PC data, which is essentially designed to send commands to the tuner. One of the commands it sends, or it accepts, is the same frequency command that Kenwood uses, FA, and then I think 14 digits or something that shows the frequency of the transmitter. So if, with the right cabling, like for example, a serial cable just talking to the Kenwood radio, and then the received data, which goes back to the PC, splitting that and sending it as the data into this PC data connector, then this tuner can automatically follow a Kenwood radio's frequency, which is nice. And then of course it supports Elecraft using their other cabling. The Tuner Genius, similar to their Power Genius, has all three connectors on it. It has a serial connector for CAT data, computer automated, telemetry? I'm not sure what CAT stands for, I forget. But it's RS-232 data, and it also handles band data on the 15-pin connector, same as the Antenna Genius, and it has a CIV connector, and it handles two radios, two inputs, two coaxes, and one set of antennas. The Kessler Engineering AT Auto, which you should not confuse with the Palstar AT Auto, or maybe it's one of them is called HF Auto, I think. The Kessler one has RS-232 board in it and can talk to radios that have an RS-232 to get the frequency instead of having to wait for RF sensing. The Palstar needs some RF. It doesn't have a way of talking directly to your radio, but there is software that you can run that reads the radio frequency and sends that to the Palstar. And then, of course, the automatic antenna controllers from Step IR. Did I poll the room? Who's got a Step IR antenna in the room? Anybody? Oh, yeah. So you have one of these control heads, either the older SDA100 or the newer Optimize IR, which at one time was called the SDA2000. It has a data in connector, which is essentially a 9-pin serial port, but you can't use a straight serial cable from that to your radio. They have some quirkiness in their connector. They want pins 7 and 9 shorted if you're connecting RS-232, and if you want to connect to ICOM CIV, then you just connect pin 9 and ground. And they offer to sell, $30, $40 cables, but there's ways to build your own or use one of my boxes to get the equivalent using a standard cable. There's a data out connector that's designed for two purposes. It can drive a second optimizer or Step IR controller, or you can use PC software like PST Rotator AZ to get a display of your rotator frequencies. But if you do that, then the data in connector doesn't work. So you have one or the other. Ultra Beam is similar to the Step IR controllers, but it has a way of, one of the things I should have mentioned here is the Step IR is a listen-only device. It'll be very happy following the frequency of your radio without having to send any commands to the radio. So you don't have conflicts there when you have a single serial port. Ultra Beam also has that option. It's a menu item that you turn on or off to indicate whether it's going to poll the radio or it's going to rely on PC software to do the polling, and it's just going to listen. And it also has a relay connection through it, as does the step IR. Definitely recommend connecting that relay jack through this tuner so that, through this controller, so that while the antenna is moving, there's no way a high power from an amplifier can damage it because it's opening the keying line to your amplifier. So how you connect all this stuff together, you might remember this diagram from earlier in the talk. You got a lot of cables to connect, but it can be very reliably done. DX Engineering does sell some cables, or you can find builders on eBay to make these cables for you if you tell them exactly what you have. You can try to build your own because all the pinouts and documentation is there in all the manuals, but some folks aren't very good about acquiring the parts and soldering the tiny pins and stuff required. It's a pretty fine cable inside these control cables. Things get more complicated when you want to split your band data outputs to multiple devices, or your RS-232 connector needs to be split and you just have one on your radio because you may have your PC want to use it, and your amp, and your bandpass filters, and your step-IR controller. So to solve that problem, I came out with this kind of special serial, a couple different serial splitter boxes. This one is for Elecraft band data. I call it the Y box. It's basically a 4-way Y cable. You can also use a 2-way one if you only have 2 devices to connect. And it also has RCA jacks that can be jumpered to access any pin on the connector, such as the FSK keying pins for the Elecraft K3. And if you want to split the serial port data, where you can remember you can't wire 2 pin 3s in parallel from 2 devices, they're going to cancel each other out. So pin 2s can be wired in parallel and feed data from the radio to all the devices. That all works. So this box takes care of just using standard serial cables. It opens pin 3 on all but one of the connectors, then your PC passes through it and everything works. And stuff can track as long as your logging software is running and getting polling data out of the radio. So that's the trick to get multiple RS-232 tracking to work. So to summarize here, the key recommendations I have is that whenever possible, let the transceiver drive the devices instead of using PC or Arduinos or Node-REDs or software to be in control. If it's possible to let the hardware do it, then you'll be able to operate your radio automatically even when your PC is rebooting. Band data is great to use because it's instantly switching, doesn't need any configuration like baud rates and things like that. And it's not needed for devices like bandpass filters and antenna switches that just need to know the band and not the frequency of your transmitter. But if you do have something that does need the frequency, such as a tuner or a step-IR controller, you definitely want to connect that RS2 or CIV connection so it can get the exact frequency and go to the right spot before you do any transmitting. And if you're want to use off-the-shelf solutions, but you're not comfortable wiring your own, in other words, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do anything. Let somebody help you. So here's, I'll have a copy of this talk up on my QRZ.com page, along with other talks. And of course, those are the links to my 2 boxes that I sell. And I'll be happy to help provide consulting on how to connect all these to your equipment. So now we got time for some Q&A. And please raise your hand if somebody wants to turn on the lights. I can see you guys better. Yep.
Any information on multiplexers?
Multiplexers for what?
For your tri-band antenna?
You mean a triplexer, for example? Okay. So a triplexer is, for those who aren't familiar with, you can take like a tri-band antenna, just as one coax, you put it into the triplexer, and that splits out the tri-bander into 3 different coaxes, let's say, for 10, 15, and 20. And now it looks to everything downstream from that like 3 different antennas. You also need bandpass filters because the triplexer alone isn't sufficient to isolate the bands, but it does help a lot. So that doesn't need any special switching because it's all done with passive devices. You have the 3 coax outputs, they need to be switched just like if you had 3 monoband antennas. So sort of the same principles apply to when you have a monoband antenna on each band. You're using a tri-bander as if it were 3 different monobanders. So antenna switch goes to throw 3 cables and you're back in business. Then the nice thing is you get one antenna with 2 different radios at the same time, which is a neat trick.
Follow on to that, how important is a 50 ohm load on the unused ports on a triplex here?
The question is,
you need to automate that.
how important is it to have 50 ohm load on the unused ports on a triplexer? Well, if you have a triplexer, why are there any unused ports?
SO2R, you'd only be using 2.
Oh, I don't think it's important. If you're only using 2 antennas at a time, that doesn't.
But if you're using a tri-band, you're on
Yeah.
like 15 and 20.
Right. So remember, you get 3 coax coming out, so one of them is not going to be connected to a radio, perhaps. But you could connect 3 radios. So you're asking, should I have a 50 ohm load on the unused band? I don't think you need it. I think it's essentially isolated from the other band, so they can't even see what's on that connector. So I don't think it makes any difference. If it makes you feel better, put a dummy load on the unused one. But chances are you're going to need more complicated switching to take that dummy load out and so on. Most antenna switches just leave unused ports open. Let me go for right next to you.
You said the Palstar HF Auto requires RF in order to start the tune cycle?
Yeah, Palstar HF Auto, unless you have special software controlling it, needs RF to do a tune cycle.
That's RF, like a
10 watts or something. Pardon me?
It's got to be something other than just tapping the key.
Right. I think it needs like a few seconds at 10. Well, if anybody own a Palstar? I think it memorizes, tuning solutions on various bands, but I'm not certain of that. I've never used one. It does. So it takes a long time to find a match the first time, and then the next time it'll find it faster. But it's got to sense the RF for a few seconds before it can find that solution. Let me go to you next.
We've gone from serial to USB. You envision the industry going to Wi-Fi/Bluetooth.
So the question was, we've gone from serial to USB to what about going to a Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or other wireless switching solutions?
Now you're in your small group.
Oh, yeah.
So 310 is the end.
We can go until 310. Okay. I'll continue the Q&A on this, and then we have a birds of a feather kind of open question and answer session here. But to answer your question, I think that you're going to see more Ethernet LAN stuff happening, and maybe more Wi-Fi built into radios, but that's extra complexity they'd rather not deal with. So it is harder to configure all of that stuff than just to make the cabling work. But LAN can work, but everybody's got to agree on the same protocols for UDP, and everybody's got their own standard they want to push, so we'll have to see. I like the amplifiers that have said, I'll try to work with anything, the stuff that has RS-232. And even Flex has ways of getting RS-232 and Band-Aid out just to be compatible with older hardware. So there's a question over here. You have 4 stack matches.
Is there a off-the-shelf box I can replace their controller with, so I can automate it for the purpose of the controller?
So Alan's asking if there's an automated way of driving the stack match for purposes of remote. And I don't know the answer to that question. Anybody here? Green Heron Anywhere would probably be the best way to, yeah. That's the typical way that folks drive, a complex array for remote. It's a, PC screen, and you need to get the Green Heron screen visible remotely with a remote screen viewer of some kind, and like TeamViewer or the like. Okay, but yeah, I think Green Heron controllers can definitely, do a complex antenna switch, top, bottom, both kind of thing is built in. Okay. Is there another question? Yes, sir. Okay, good question was, can you split a CIV? I believe in many cases you can. A lot depends on the devices and whether they were designed to handle collisions or not. Because you've got, it's a 2-wire serial bus, everybody's trying to use it at the same time. So I believe that I've had success splitting CIV just with a standard splitter. My Y-box RCA cables connectors can be wired to split our CIV. I've done that to a couple of devices and it's generally worked okay, but a few devices get confused when they see too many signals on the CIV line. But I think you should try it first because it's very cheap to try. Okay. Any other questions about station automation today? Okay. Thanks, guys.
I was.
You were? Anybody who wasn't in the talks had a different question. All right, you have a...
No question, but I wasn't in the session.
Okay. Let's see, anybody in the room got an LCAF K4D or K4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as you know, tomorrow I'll be giving a talk in the K4 Users Group Forum out at the room 2 at the Hamvention. And I'll be covering my tips and tricks for that rig. And we'll have hopefully a little live demo with an indoor antenna so you can see how the controls on the radio work. How long have you had it, you guys? Last August? 1 month. 1 month? Okay. Are we still on the web here?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. You knew that question was, I think I planted this guy in the audience. So he had a question of what's the best way to turn on a K4 remotely? So I just invented a new device that connects to the Y box, or the new Y box, which I had a picture of in my slide back here. So you can also plug it into a Y cable. It's a little module, don't have a picture of it in this presentation, that turns on the rig as soon as DC power is applied. And you can turn on an AC power strip remotely by any number of available commercial products that are designed to boot computers remotely. So anything that turns on your computer AC will also turn on your DC power supply, and then the DC power supply will automatically turn on the radio if you have either my new Y box or an old Y box or a Y cable with my new little $24 module plugged into it. And it's essentially grounding the power on pin in the accessory jack momentarily, and then it's out of the circuit, so the power button still works normally, and you can shut down the rig. It doesn't turn off the rig. You don't want to normally cut power to the K4. You want to shut it down cleanly and then turn power off. And you just need to send a PS0 command, which means power supply is off, and it shuts down the rig. 5-6 seconds later, you can turn off the power. Yes, sir?
There's no command you can send to turn it on.
No command you can send over Ethernet or serial to turn on a K4. You can turn it off, but you can't turn it on. That's an architecture kind of issue because it was sort of written as kind of like a K3 with a back-end computer instead of a front-end computer that drives a K3. So internally, the front panel code is the way it's explained to me is the one that listens to that pin to see if it's getting grounded, not the computer. Computer is essentially turned all the way off, so it can't listen on serial. And they didn't implement Wake on LAN, which is a feature that Ethernet has to wake up, send a certain packet over Ethernet, and then, but no, the computer is secondary in the radio, so it's not turned on yet when the radio's off. I think it was you were first, and I'll get back to you. Yes, sir.
Does that K-on that you're talking about
Yeah.
also work for the K3, K3S series?
Perfectly. Yes, the K-on device was designed to work the same for turning a K3 on and off, as well as a K4 on and off. I wish I had a K3, I could make another demo video if you've seen my website. By the way, all these things, you just go to my QRZ.com page and click on the picture and it takes you to the website for the product. Well, I guess this thing is on the internet. I could try to share the screen. Let's see if I can get that to work. Mouse is dead here. What's going on? There we go. Okay. So close that. Okay. So far, we got a blank screen. So you're not seeing the desktop though. You may have some special thing going on here. Where's my mouse? Well, I'll try to bring it up. But anyway, to answer the question, what was the question? The K-on device is just a plug-in module that will work for a K3. Now, we had a question over here. Yeah.
I hate to bring up competition for your new module, but hadn't you brought up the control, or it was discussed on the group's IOs about control by web?
World Wide Web, hadn't seen that post yet, if that was today.
No, this was in the past. I've seen it discussed. I was thinking it was on the aircraft.
Well, there's been many ways to turn a K3 or K4 on remotely using a little circuit. For example, a remote ham software, RC4 server, we have a PC at the site. It has a feature called use RTS as power, which is when the RTS pin is pulled high by their software, that's connected to a small circuit, including one in my serial box, that will ground that power on pin momentarily. So that's a way to do it, but you have to have a PC in the shack. In this case, all you need is a power strip that you're going to turn on and off remotely by commercial software. And then that will turn the rig on. There's many ways to do it. The remote rig boxes, that's how they're turning the K3 and K4 on. Of course, technically the remote rig doesn't support K4, but a guy has written up, AA6AA has posted to the Aircraft Group files area, a procedure to use a K30 and remote rig boxes to turn a K4 on and off. And then he's using Win4K4 software and some other hardware to make the mouse work and everything on the K4 remotely. But Eric's going to give a talk at the beginning of the presentation. Eric, WA6HHQ, the president, co-founder of Elecraft, is going to have 10 or 15 minutes to talk about what's coming and when the virtual K4 software will be ready and when the K4 Mini will be ready and all those questions. We hope he will answer. You know, I would expect to see it later within this year sometime. So they'll have their own ways of doing it, but they won't have a way of turning the rig on without some piece of hardware because there's no commands you can send to the rig to do it. They'd have to totally redo the innards to enable wake on LAN or something. Was there a question over here? Nope. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to share the screen here on the monitor. Oh, I guess we're in dual monitor mode. That's the problem. So, Windows key. There we go. We'll go duplicate. Yeah. Now you should be seeing whoa. Should be seeing the Windows desktop. Ta-da. Okay. Let's see. I think we're on the internet. But I can't get to those icons at the bottom. They're all grayed out. Oh, they're not. There we go. Aha. Geez, I hope that brings up a PG website. So here's my QRZ.com page, and at the bottom, make this full screen. For these presentations, it's not there yet, but the talks I gave, come on, page up. At the very bottom, there's link to online presentations and PowerPoint files. I'll put this presentation that I gave here at CTU at the top, along with an updated version of my K4 tips and tricks document, which I'm going to be presenting tomorrow. And then at the top, you see the picture of the new K-on device that I was talking about, a little module that either plugs directly into the K4 serial port and K4 accessory port, or if it's already occupied by like an Elecraft aux cable, then you can plug it into the Y box. So if you just click on the picture, any of these pictures, it should take you to my new website if it's still up. And there's a picture of the K-on device that'll turn on a K4 or a K3. And there's little videos, but I think it would be rather commercial for me to play the video at this time. So I won't do that. But you can click on the video and it just shows me plugging it in and turning on the power strip, and up comes the radio. I have 3 different versions there, one using the Y box and one just plugging it straight into the radio. So forgive me for the commercial advertising here. Okay. Any other questions or general discussion, problem you're trying to solve at your home station? Open it up to the floor, whatever you like. Yeah.
Bob, I remember a few CTUs back you gave talks on USB.
Right.
And how to override some of the
I know what you're saying.
some of the defaults that
Right.
Windows causes.
Correct.
Well, I've gone through that, and it seems like every Windows update that comes up these days rewrites that stuff. Is there a way to get around that?
So the question was, this is for the folks at home watching on the live stream. How do you prevent the Windows updates from resetting all these custom settings for a serial port that you've carefully disabled, and as soon as they install a new driver, then they all come back again? Well, in my experience with Windows 10 at least, that those updates haven't been happening lately. That if I install the correct FTDI USB to serial adapter drivers from the FTDI site, and not some third-party versions that are floating around that have a different timestamp and a different date, that the operating system updates leave it alone. Now, for Windows 11, which I don't have at home yet, it's possible. Are you running Windows 10?
10.
Okay. For 10, I haven't seen the problem, even though I've gone through many Windows updates. I haven't seen that problem for years of it turning off the serial enumerator and use modem control at startup options that are in the FTDI settings, port settings. For the rest of you, what I'm trying to talk about is, I guess I could show a picture of the options, but I don't think there's a serial port on here where I can see it. In Windows Device Manager, you can display the properties of a virtual serial port. If it's an FTDI, which is what you get standard with an L-Craft rig, there's options you want to disable, otherwise it can key your radio whenever the PC boots or whenever you connect the USB cable. You ever heard this sound? You connect the USB cable or you turn on a K30 and you hear this da-da-da-da-da-da, about 6 or 7 dots like that. That's the USB to serial adapter pinging the DTR and RTS pins to see if there's a dial-up modem or a serial mouse connected to your serial port. It's for backwards compatibility. All FTDI devices do that by default, including L-Craft devices. It's very easy to disable in the properties menu of the, actually I can show you a picture by just going to my webpage again. You can disable the properties and then they won't key your radio anymore. And it only happens, of course, if you've enabled keying by DTR or RTS pin, which is a convenient thing to do. Let's see, history. Hey, still there. So my talk about everything you want to know about USB to serial adapters is linked here. And there's even a video recording, but I'm just going to bring up, or try to bring up the PDF. Here we go. And we'll page, let's see. DDI. Okay. More FTDI. Okay, so this is the screen you were talking about. Let's see if I can make this full screen. All right. Go up. I'm having struggle with the mouse here. There we go. So when you plug in an FTDI USB to serial port and you go to the device manager, well, I guess you back up a little bit here. So this is what your device manager looks like, right? You expand the port section. You right click on this USB serial port down here in COM5 in this example, and you select properties. And when you go to properties, if you go to the port settings tab for an FTDI device, you'll see this advanced button down here. You guys can see this? Somebody might want to get that front light with the black mark on it. You might see it a little better. Thank you. This is the two switches with the black mark. Roll them both down. That's one. One, not that one. Not that one. The next one. That's it. Oh, it's down. Okay. So the advanced button, when you click on that, brings up this dialog for any FTDI device. And there's going to be a checkbox that's checked, that yellow one there. It says serial enumerator. It's checked. That means look for a serial mouse. Don't want that to happen. And there's another one there that isn't checked called disable modem control at startup. So to fix that, for all FTDI ports, there's no harm in doing this. It's a documented thing. Uncheck that box, and the only box you want to see checked in that dialog is disable modem control at startup. That'll make it stop looking for a serial mouse. It'll stop looking for a modem. This also can happen, I can give you my whole serial port talk again, I don't want to do that, but it can happen on legacy COM ports too if you have you're lucky enough to have a PC with a good legacy serial port on it. And there is a way of disabling it in those as well. They don't give you the convenient menu for it. Anyway, the question was, how do I make sure that this doesn't get wiped out by a Windows update? I think you have to check the timestamp of the driver. I don't think I have an example in here. Yes, I do. You see, well, that's an older driver. The latest driver is dated July of 2021 for FTDI. If you see any other date in there, that's a a third party redistributing it with their labeling or their something other, like you buy an RT Systems programmer or something, and they say install our driver and our software. That's when you can get into trouble with the Windows update saying that's not standard, I'm going to replace it. So there's ways of deleting drivers that have our wrong version and getting back to just installing the FTDI won't do it. It always picks the latest version, the latest timestamp, the latest date. So there's ways of deleting those non-standard drivers using commands, but I don't have that in this talk. It's kind of a detailed Windows thing, but you can do it. And that should prevent it from happening.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I've got a notebook and it's got 2 USB ports on
Right.
it. And one is for the mouse. And we wanted to do a QSO party.
Right.
And I had one going to the West Mountain radio.
Right.
I need one more for rig control.
Right. So you have a laptop with 2 serial ports, and one is used by the mouse, and you're using the keyboard in the laptop, I assume, so you're not using a USB keyboard. And you had a West Mountain what?
Sound blaster.
Oh, West Mountain, yeah, external USB sound card.
Yeah.
You couldn't use the sound card in the PC? Most laptops have mic and headphone jack that has a sound card in it, so.
Well, anyway, but that's the situation.
It's an audio oscillation transformer or something, or it's a good USB sound card, the West Mountain, I guess.
So I want an expansion.
Right. So there's devices called USB hubs that split a single USB port into multiple ones, and they often don't need an external power supply, although if you're going to try to charge your cell phone with it or something like that, then you might want to get the model that has an external power supply. I can just bring up Amazon here and you can see an example of what they look like, but there's many models available, and I would go with a brand name version. Let's take a look at Amazon for you. Why not? I think if I bring up the HRO website, I'm going to get in trouble here, so I better not do that. So we're going to say it's called USB Hub, and they make some that are USB 3.0 or USB 2.0, but they'll all work fine for your purposes. Yeah, these are typical. Here's a 4-port model. It's, Sabrent is a pretty good, only 20 bucks for that one, and it has a power supply, which is probably a switcher that makes a lot of noise, so you don't necessarily, it's got fancy lights and stuff, so that might not be a great choice. Let's see, Anchor is another brand name that has a pretty good reputation. I got to watch out for all these sponsored links here. I'm not familiar with these. ANKER, right? StarTech, I think, has some too, but they basically make FTDI USB to serial. Let's try looking for Anchor. What does that message say? Future, you're going to need Windows 10 or later. God, this computer's running Windows 7. No wonder those poor guys were struggling to get animations to work. That's the explanation. I didn't know that. All right. Anchor.
I bought one from Belkin that I like.
Belkin's also a very well-known brand. See, it's getting hard to find USB 2.0 hubs because everybody's moving to 3, but fortunately, USB 3 is compatible. Here's one, Amazon's Choice, 18 bucks. Anchor 4-port USB 3.0 ultra slim USB hub with 2-foot extended cable. Charging not supported. For MacBook, what about the rest of us?
PC's in there. It works on PC too.
Yeah. BC, flash drive mobile. So you wouldn't use that to charge a phone because it doesn't have its own power supply, but it's that way 5 volts in, and it will handle a USB 3.0, so it's sort of future-proof that way. Oh, it's only got 117,200 ratings, so I don't know. 4.5 stars with 100,000 ratings. I guess they built a few of these. ANKER, 4-port USB 3.0 hub. Yep. That will solve that problem.
Thank you.
Sure. That was an easy one. Who's got a harder problem? Or an easier one? I'll take them all. What else do you guys want to look at? It's got to be G-rated. Yeah, go ahead.
You just made a comment I'm interested in, that for USB hubs that have an external power supply with them.
Yeah.
You have found that there are problems with that hub?
No, they all come with switching power supplies, right? Lightweight wall warts.
Yeah.
You put a radio next to any lightweight wall wart, chances are going to hear a bunch of noise. So if you're going to use it for radio stuff, instead of just charging a phone, try to get a linear power supply that's 5 volts instead, and use that if you're really worried about noise getting to your station.
Yeah. The one I have has a switch on it for internal or external. So it's, if you just want to...
Do you have a hub that has a switch for internal power supply or external power? I mean, get power off the USB or use external?
Correct.
That's nice. You can turn it off and see if the noise goes away.
I haven't had a problem.
It may not work though because the power, it's not unplugging the switcher from the wall. It'll draw less current, might get quieter, might not. Who knows? They don't use shielded cables usually on those power cords.
All I can say is I have not had a problem.
Right, but if you put a radio, like a 160 meter radio or a receiver right next to it, I think you're going to hear zzz, all kinds of noise. If you put a, you know, one of the beauties of having a waterfall display is you get to see the noise drifting up and down the band. You know, switchers will tend to be a broadband noise that kind of moves slowly down and up the band, and especially on the lower bands are 80 and 40. So that's where a SDR, a band scope, really helps you identify it. You may not hear the noise because it's sweeping by your frequency slowly and then it goes away and figure, oh, what was that? Once you get your eyes on a scope, you get to see the noise moving around the whole band and you realize there's noise here all the time that I never noticed because it was transient, yeah.
What's a good solution for setting up just a local, like an RTL SDR band scope, or something dongle based and just something economical that you could look at locally, what your signals are doing?
So the question is, what's a good SDR just to get a band scope? There's so many SDRs on the market that can monitor the HF bands, and they take a direct antenna input from 0 to 30 megahertz, for example. Even some of them even go to the VHF range. So I have 2 different SDRs. One is the old Perseus. I have a talk here about adding a SDR to an older station. It's called adding a software-defined radio to an SO2R station, one of my oldest talks. And in there, I was using a Perseus SDR and essentially switching it to the antenna jack of my radio, using a receive antenna in and out, like you see here. I guess I can do
Using the same
slideshow.
antenna that you're transmitting and receiving.
Right.
Okay.
And the trick there is to use a splitter. You need a rig with an RX antenna in and out jack so that the SDR is prevented from any RF coming from your transmitter. By hooking it up like you see in this picture, it's protected, and if you have a bandpass filter, it's going to protect it from the other radio that's transmitting while you're trying to receive too. So you do have to split with a splitter and a 50 ohm splitter the RX antenna out and in jack, so that, and you have to activate the receive antenna jack on the radio to even enable that, to have any output. So half the splitter is going to the SDR. In this case, I just had one SDR. But there's all kinds of software like HD SDR that can connect to many different types of SDR. And I mean, there's going to be a bunch of them out at the show. They're all pretty good, you know, just for looking at band scope kind of thing. Be better to get a transceiver that has a band scope built in. What are you using now for your transceiver?
I just have Kenwood TS590 SD.
TS590.
Yeah.
So that doesn't even have a receive antenna in and out jack. So it makes it hard to protect the SDR from your transmitter. You would need one of these DX Engineering RTR, what is it called? RTR something. That's a receive switch that MFJ may have the same thing. Let's see if I can find that on the DXE website. That'll make Tim happy, huh?
I thought the 590 did have a receive jack, but there are two receive transmitters.
I don't think the TS590 has RX antenna in and out jacks. Maybe an RX antenna in. In only.
Yeah.
So you need the out, because that's got to be what feeds it. But there is a solution for that when your rig doesn't have it. DX Engineer.
You're saying you got to enable. Yeah.
Here it is. So the RTR2 modular receive antenna, only $335. It's going to cost you more than the SDR.
Right.
But it is designed to do that. It's only got 4 left in stock. Let's see what's on the back.
Let me get online real quick.
So here's your receive antenna input, and then your transmitter goes through it, and you feed the PTT output, pass through this box. And so when the rig goes into transmit, it bypasses the receive antenna. And when it goes into receive, I assume it splits the receive antenna 2 ways, to your receiver and to your SDR, main antenna out and RX antenna in. So it can handle that situation. I think that's would be the way to go, but
Thanks.
also consider upgrading radios. You'll see a lot of nice radios with built-in waterfall displays out at the show tomorrow. So.
I didn't hear your waterfall display. Can you hit some high points?
The high points of the waterfall display talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. That's the wrong talk. Yeah. Oh, are we done? Oh, thanks, Joel. Sorry. Ran out of time. But it is linked from my QRZ.com page. And I think there's a video link for that too.
Very good.
So, thanks, guys.
Thank you. We just had it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session here in this room before the big plenary with Rob Sherwood. And this is going to be a VHF contest update, and we'll take a few questions. There have been a lot of significant changes, I guess you could say, in VHF contesting over the past several years with the introduction of some new digital modes. And I thought we would sort of run through some of the, how do I, whoop, there we go. Oh, the space bar. Ah, that works.
Backspace goes back in.
All right. All right, so one of the things that has been looked at here over the past few years is the impact of the FT digital modes on VHF contesting. There were some concerns that were expressed about the decrease in use of analog modes, namely single sideband and CW. So the Contest Advisory Committee of the ARRL seated a VHF subcommittee with a task to review VHF contesting and really kind of see where we are in the current time. They actually went through and analyzed contest data both before the introduction of the FT modes and then as well as afterwards also. This subcommittee is made up of some very well-known VHF contesters. We actually have one of them in the room. Bob, K2DRH, is here with us, and I'm glad Bob's here because if there are any specific questions about what they're looking at or where some of this data came from, Bob can certainly address that. But these folks here on the screen are addressing the VHF contest concerns going on right now, and it's sort of a living process that they have. There were some rule changes that went into effect last year. Did they go in, Bob, did they go into effect for the June contest, or did they? They did. Yeah, to where we actually have a separate category for single operator, right? That includes only the analog modes, or you can enter in all modes.
Well, it's not for, so far we've done it only for the single operators of all the classes. Considering doing it for the rovers, multi-ops, well,
yeah, that's a work in progress, right?
No point in multi-ops. Yeah.
So as I said, they implemented analog-only categories for single op, and this was approved by the CAC, the PAC, which are both committees of the ARRL board, and they were implemented for last June. You know, the FT8 modes, or the FT modes, which includes FT4, FT8, has had an impact on contesting, and it's been well, there's been a lot of positive, but there's been some negative as well. It has created a lot of increased use during contests. This subcommittee that was looking at the rules surveyed the contest community, and that was a pretty extensive survey that was out. So if you have been active in VHF contests, if you were on any of the VHF contest reflectors, you were aware of it and probably received an invitation to respond to it. They also conducted an extensive data mining of previous VHF contest logs. And when they started this, they looked back at the 4 years before the FT modes came into play in VHF contests. And then they looked at 5 years after that. So you have 9 years of data with sort of the introduction of the FT modes right in the middle of it. And if you look at this chart that we have up on the screen right now, this is a chart of the total logs that were submitted from the contests. And the legend here is down at the bottom. Of course, the big line up at the top is the June contest. That's the one that has by far the most activity. And the other two contests, January and September, are below. And you can see, I guess the January contest is sort of the middle one. Now, you can certainly see a spike in 2020, and that's really part of COVID being in place, and no one had anything to do but get on the radio. So that's really not a bad thing in itself. But even if you take a look at these charts, you'll notice that that once the FT modes were introduced in about 2017, you can see that activity has been increasing in the contest based on the number of logs that were submitted. And even when you break it down and you start looking at rover logs, the rover logs, of course, spiked in 2020 as well. But then they continue to increase after that. But you're starting to see a little roll-off right now from last year. But still, the activity is greater than what it was prior to the introduction of the FT modes. This is a list of logs that were submitted by affiliate clubs or individuals affiliated with a club. And the interesting thing about that is I think you can see a pretty good increase taking place here, especially the trend that we've seen in the other log submissions is that June, of course, continues to be the popular contest. But if you look at the spike here, even for last year for the June contest, it was quite a significant increase. The next couple of charts look at contests by band. This is the January contest, and we can see as far as the individual bands being 6 meters, 2 meters, 222, and 432, and then 902 and above is included into one line. So when you start trying to look at the number of unique call signs that you find in logs, and this would be not necessarily people who submitted a log, but you take all of the logs and you say, okay, we want to find out how many unique call signs are in there. And the purpose of that is to try to really identify how many people were actually active, whether they didn't submit a log or not. And again, taking a look at the September contest, where you're seeing a good increase, and of course in June, you're seeing more people that are becoming active in the VHF contest. The September contest increased back during COVID, and it's starting to roll off just a little bit, but activity is still above what it was prior to COVID and with the introduction of the FT modes. And this is a chart of the stations that, percentage of stations on 6 meters that were using analog mode. And if you look back beginning at 2017, you can see there's a significant decrease. So it's quite apparent that the bulk of the stations that are operating in the VHF contest today are using the digital modes, the FT modes. And I'll note that just in case someone's not aware of it, I believe most everyone in here are quite familiar with VHF contests. They're a little bit different at HF contests because in the VHF contests, you can get on and operate any mode. You don't have the mode restrictions on VHF contests like you do on HF contests. So one of the things that was a concern of mine in VHF contesting is that you have the introduction now of some new modes, digital modes, FT8, FT4, and then during a contest you're trying to manage still the analog modes, CW, you're trying to operate single sideband. Could everyone please mute their phones? Because I was in an earlier session and there was 6 different people had phones go off during the session, so thank you very much. What it provides for me is mode fatigue. You know, if you get in there and you're starting to try to manage about 6 different modes during one contest and switching back and forth in different parts of the bands, That's more fatigue than staying up for the 36 or however many hours we have on a VHF contest. It really wears you out. But it's quite evident here that the analog modes are decreasing in use. And you can see the same thing on 2 meters here. This is a 2 meter chart of analog activity, and it has been on the decline as well. Don't know how well this is showing up. This is just a show of rover logs and the number of rovers that are using the digital modes versus some of the analog modes. And you can see that the use of the digital modes has increased significantly among rovers. So just to sort of summarize what I had prepared here, then we'll have a little open discussion to answer any questions or hear any comments you may have. The number of logs that are being submitted for VHF contesting is increasing. And that's a good sign because it shows increased activity. Not everyone that gets on and participates submits a log. Some people just want to casually get on, make a few contacts, maybe work a new grid, work a new state on a particular band. So, but that will relate to some extent to an increase in log submissions. So that's good to see. It's also good to see that the total number of QSOs on 6 and 2 meters has increased. That shows that those are 2 popular bands, and they always have been in the contest, just simply because there's more stations that have been on and have equipment for those bands, and you can work more stations there. Interestingly, the total number of QSOs on 222 megahertz has decreased. And I don't know that I understand that. You know, several years ago, our activity on that band was centered right around 220 megahertz. And then the amateur radio service lost the lower 2 megahertz of the band. We used to have 220 to 225 megahertz. And after that FCC action where the lower 2 megahertz was reallocated to the land mobile service, we were pushed up to 222 to 225 megahertz. That really stalled a lot of the activity because the equipment people were using on the band are transverters. A lot of folks didn't want to go to the effort of recrystalling their transverters and maybe making a few minor modifications. And some people are just really upset that we lost that part of the band and said, I'm done. Now, there's been a lot of some increase in use of the band recently. Back about 18 months ago or so, there was a new group that started a pursuit to finish worked all states on 222 megahertz. There had only been 10 worked all states awards that were issued on 220 megahertz. And up until right around the start of 2022, there was another group of about 6 or 8 folks who were very close and decided to make a push to finish up worked all states, and they did. That got a lot of popularity, and it's kind of surprising that right now that there's not an increase in activity on the band. There's a lot of interest, so hopefully over time that will increase. It's a really good band. Another interesting thing here is that total number of QSOs on all the other bands is flat. I guess you could look at it in one respect, it's not decreasing, but it's really not increasing at all. But the total number of logs has increased, and the total number of rover logs has increased. In fact, in recent contests, there's been about 40% of the rovers are using digital. So, in addition here, for some of the higher microwave bands, there's been an increase in the number of unique call signs logged there, with the exception of 34, 56, 57, 60, and 10 gig. In recent years, 70% of 6-meter contacts and 40% of 2-meter contacts are digital. And that's clearly shown in the graphs that were displayed by mode. And fewer than 10% of all 222 megahertz and 432 megahertz contacts were made using digital. Now, the trend is increasing in that respect, but it's kind of interesting to me that with all of the increased use of the digital modes on 6 and 2 meters, why 222 and 432 is sort of not really seeing the same level of increase you do on the other bands. So the CAC VHF Plus subcommittee continues to review participation, and also taking a look now that they have some data with the new analog only mode that was introduced last year, how that is performing. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions, comments you have about VHF contesting and where things are. Yeah.
More specifically about the 222 and up contest in August, is there any plan to add some more categories to it? Like one that would be particularly nice, and I strictly activate I do the June, all 3 of the VHF contests. I do them portable. And I'm a soda operator, so generally I take low power equipment, top of the mountain, and I operate that one. I've done very well activating those. The 222 and up is unique because there's no specific category that covers that group. And when you look at what the spirit of the contest, as far as distance and everything else is concerned, kind of tailor-made for that type of, for that group to really get out and make a big impact on it. There's usually very few participants in that contest. Sometimes if you enter in your region, you're the only one that's in it, you're going to win because nobody else is participating. Is there any discussion about adding that a portable category to the 222 and up contest?
The question pertained to the 222 and up contest that is held in August each year. Is there any discussion about adding some new categories like a portable category to kind of capture some of the activity that is occurring, but to identify a category on its own? Bob, I'll let you. Bob, if you want to come up here to the mic and or just since you're on the subcommittee, I'll defer that to you.
Sure. Sorry, Bob.
And you look so comfy.
He is comfy. Well, the answer is we don't know, because it's one of the things that's come up in the last month or so that we've been discussing. See, we've been off on microwave issues for the microwave contest, and we also addressed some rover issues that were a problem. One was some of the guys in California, get out as rovers and they only go to one grid, and technically that's not a legal rover, and we had to kind of finesse that around and change that. And a lot of people are still irate about rover circling, so what we're trying to do is put a minimum distance requirement in, but we're getting a little bit of pushback on that. Not liking the 5-kilometer thing that we're proposing, and that's coming from the CAC and some of the other committees also, higher up in the ARRL, so they're pushing us back a little bit on that one. But it's one of the things that we're thinking about tackling, because it was a contest that was pretty good. When K9JK was trying to do it, he was trying to get 200 logs. We never made it. We almost made it when it first came out, but it's been declining precipitously at this point.
Yeah, the reason why I brought it up is I'm sure you guys probably noticed a couple of years ago, specifically in Arizona, that's where I live.
Right.
The rise in, specifically for January, the number of portable activators in January for the January VHF contest. When we've brought up the 222 and up, most of the guys were like, hey, if I got to compete as a single operator, I'm competing against the guy at home that's got a ridiculous array and is running power, and I'm standing on top of a mountain with a 3-element beam and a 5-watt HT. There's just no comparison.
And that's
definitely
something I'll bring back to the committee and talk to them about.
And the reason why I'm bringing it up is they all expressed interest in it, but it's like, man, I'm not going to put through that much effort if I'm going to get wiped out by a guy running a kilowatt with
Yeah, that's
12.
kind of weird, in that respect, and I think that was why they kind of had the original concept anyway, that there was no overall winner. It was just going to be regional winners, but now it's kind of drifted away from that. There seems to be an overall winner, and that overall winner is going to be a perennial overall winner because of the fact that he has the station and the people to be able to work,
All right. Yeah, we appreciate that, and it flowed to the right person. Yes, right back here.
Well, one thing I've noticed in a lot of contesting, you know, and you kind of hit on it a little bit with the thing with trying to finish the worked all states, but that's working from one place. And has anybody thought about some kind of an award for how many places you work from? You know, like not a worked all states, but a work from all states, or something where you get an award for actually going out and going to a bunch of these places.
Well, I'm trying to recall, isn't the Central States VHF Society's reverse VUCC, award actually is in place? That is
the ARRL.
Yeah, it's not it's the Central States VHF Society award, but it's called the reverse VUCC, and that actually is awarded to the station that activates the most grids throughout the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we need to be thinking about that a whole lot more. You know, give people awards for going to those places.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
This is really great work looking at the data. It did remind me that when I was teaching residents and medical students, I always had to caution them that correlation is not the same thing as causation. There have been a whole number of changes that have gone, the IC 9700 being one of them.
Yeah.
So there's been equipment changes. The thing I like about the situation right now, once you've worked a state or a grid, you've worked the grid. And so you have the whole range of tools available to do it with. CW, sideband, FT8, I don't care. If I've worked them, I've worked them. And I hope, my concern is that the analog only guys will become their own little group. Which to my mind kind of takes away a little bit from that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I heard some grousing over here about rovers running digital mode. There was a bunch of people. That's fine. Yeah, I'm K2QO, and I rove most of the contests. And it has become a necessity, and I'll tell you from the rover standpoint, we're losing lots of cues because every time I look at the screen, go to FT8 at 6 meters, I see all these guys at 0 dB. Like I could work them in an instant and move along, or I'll decide, okay, well, I'll go to FT8 and then I'll work somebody on 2 and they'll say, hey, let's go to 6. Well, the radio's stuck on FT8. You know, I can only have so much gear in the vehicle. Right. And so for me, it's just a monumental pain in the ass. Sorry.
You know, just to comment on that, I was grousing about that too, and except for the fact that when June contest, okay, when obviously 6 meters is open on E-skip and you can rock and roll and just, you know, work up great numbers, but like in a January contest, okay, there's a finite number of people out there to work, and okay, I can work them all real fast in 5 minutes, or I can take 15, 20 minutes to work them. Gee, I don't see the difference, you know, sometimes.
Yes.
You know, Joe Taylor is brilliant, and FT8 is a brilliant mode. The problem is the scoring and the award system. If FT8 really has a 40 dB advantage, then why can't I run 5 kilowatts and call myself QRP? They should count FT8 contacts as 1 point and analog contacts as 10 points.
Well, actually, the comment was about a staggered point system for QSOs based on the mode. The subcommittee actually looked at that, didn't they, Bob?
Yeah, we did.
Because there were some comments that came back that said, you know, it would help if you offered a staggered points per QSO based on the mode. But after evaluating all of the comments and the structure, decided against that route, right?
Well, essentially, you know, we had a hard time coming to a consensus with it, first of all, because we all had different ideas about it and so forth. But we looked at the possibility of future consequences in that, because it would seem to me that a lot of the stuff that we do is VHF, UHF, SHF, we start getting into 432 and above, we start getting into CW works, but phone doesn't. And I think we're going to start seeing more and more, as the technology matures, FT8 stations going up into the higher bands to make these really long distance contacts. And that's going to have unintended consequences to be able to, you know, just run different modes back and forth like that. I think it is, and I think pursue that.
It's just unfair. I just believe in a level playing field. It's just unfair competition.
Get yourself an FT8 radio and let's go.
So we got like 30 seconds left here in our time. Yes, sir.
You know, if you're seriously running the contest, there are times, you know, your big band opening on 2 and up, you're going to be on sideband because you can find people, work people more. But in the South, they can get pretty slow on those bands in the middle of Sunday afternoon. And FT8, you can find somebody, a rover in Mississippi on 222 in the middle of Sunday afternoon. You're not going to find him on sideband.
That's right. That's right. I was on in January for the VHF contest. 48 hours on CW, 24 contacts. And a well-equipped sideband station did about 40 contacts. People on FT8 had 300-400.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I know this was a short session, but if you have some opinions or comments, as I said, Bob is on the subcommittee, and in your Contest University booklet, this presentation is in there, so you can look and see who's on the committee. And
remember, Russ is going to do the complete presentation too on Saturday over at the VHF.
Oh, okay. Say that again, Bob.
Say Russ, K2UA.
Okay. Russ Healy, K2UA, will be giving a complete and full report on these results and on where the contest subcommittee is for VHF contest at the VHF forum Saturday at Hamvention, right?
So you can pick on him there. What time?
Well, I don't know. What time? Do you know what time it is?
Oh, it's usually 2-3 in the afternoon. You'll have to look on the.
Okay. Okay. Thank y'all very much, and.
Good? Okay. Just like to make sure. Okay. Let me do
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Carefully brought my computer glasses with me and
All right, we need to take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. You don't want to miss this one. There are items for sale outside from Contest University. Terry and Jason and Amy are out there, and Jerry. Again, a nice round of applause for the CTU support staff, MAAMY. Our professors today, we had a great group of professors. They put together tremendous presentations, and I hope you really enjoyed them. I'd like to recognize Frank, W3LPL, 5 presentations today. The items that we have for sale out on the tables, you get a whole bag for $20. You get what you have. If you want to take a bag home to your friend, and inside the bag is a $20 voucher to DX Engineering. So you really come out net zero when you look at those things. I want to thank the professors for their hard work and everything they do. And again, thanks to George, W5JDX. We've been streaming worldwide on YouTube all day, Room 1, so that has been a good thing as well. And it's been recorded. Room 1 has been recorded, so you can go back and see the material. All those recordings and video files and also PDFs are up on the contestuniversity.com website, so you can always go back and refer to things, and I hope you've had a good day. Remember, you need to stick around to see who wins the sprint, the eyeball sprint contest. K1DG will be here after Rob's talk. With that, I give you the man himself, Rob Sherwood, NC0B.
Thank you, Tim. Well, I'll be talking about transceiver performance today, but one thing from the past I don't have time for today was transmitter side. And so there are some videos in the past if you want to look at that. And as Frank pointed out many times, Maybe you need a new rig, and we all like a new toy, but your antennas are really important, and directivity is a really big deal. So what am I going to emphasize today? I want you to optimize what you have now, or what you might pick up in the future. And something I'll call net receiver gain is real important, and I'll get into that. When do you use a preamp? When do you use an attenuator? I bet a lot of people don't use an attenuator when it's appropriate. And sometimes you use a preamp when you shouldn't. It's amazing what you can buy today, though, for $1,600 or less. The 7300, the two new Yaesus, and the classic 590. And then if you're doing maybe sodas or parks on the air, or maybe it's just an IF for 10 gigahertz, the IC705. So it's just amazing what you can buy today. Lab measurements, been doing those since 1975. Weed out the ones that just probably shouldn't consider. On-the-air evaluations are really important, so we'll get some feedback on that. And if you're locked into a brand, well, is that an issue? It's not. Well, my chart on the web is sorted in dynamic range. You say, what is dynamic range? And that deals with how strong can signals be before the receiver starts making its own interference. So that's a simple way to think of it. It can also be called spurious-free dynamic range. In other words, the spurious is just beginning to show up, and that's defined in 1975 in Ham Radio Magazine and QST. The other thing, though, is for about 25 years, once we started getting synthesized radios, and they had digital readout and they didn't drift, general coverage, but they had just terrible synthesizers. So the phase noise of the synthesizer was poor, and often, for a very long time, approximately 25 years, it wasn't the dynamic range of the radio close in a CW pileup that was the limit. It was how good was the synthesizer. So that was a difference. And the other thing is looking at reviews. Sometimes the data is pretty straightforward, and sometimes it's confusing. So one example was the FT-DX3000. One of the ads in QST said it had a dynamic range of 106. I think that came out of thin air. But I tested it before it was reviewed in QST, and I said because it was phase noise limited, it was an 82 dB radio. But it could also be tested in an unusual way where you could measure the third order product, that spurious free dynamic range, with a very narrow spectrum analyzer, and you got a 100 dB radio. Well, the number was right, but it wasn't what we hear on the air. So just when you look at a review, try to look at the details. And if you did look at that QST review, clear back for that 3000, the reciprocal mixing dynamic range, although it wasn't defined in the 2012, the data was there, and guess what? It was 82 dB. So when we had these upconversion radios that started out with a Drake TR7, in a sideband pileup, the numbers probably made sense. They were only 20 kilohertz testing. But in a CW pileup, we don't find in a de-expedition the QRMs up the band 20, 30, 40, 50 kilohertz away. So these radios really had the ability to deal with big pileups, limited amount, 70 dB. But then along came the Orion 1, and then of course the K3, and we started moving back to low IFs like we had many, many years ago. So the close-in dynamic range, which is really a CW pileup, RIDI pileup type number, big numbers that are really astounding. At the same time, we started seeing these direct sampling radios. And in that case, of course, a direct sampling radio by definition has no roofing filter, like a K3 has, or 101D. So the testing doesn't matter whether you're wide space, narrow space, the radio just performs how it does. Well, this is some information off my website, the top 25 individual transceivers. Not starting at the top and counting down to 25 because there's duplicates, and you say, why is that? Well, like the K3 came out, then the K3S, and then the direct sampling radios came out, and there was more variation in a direct sampling transceiver because each ADC chip, analog to digital converter chip, is different. Not an enormous amount, but certainly more than we were used to seeing with a superhet. So there's duplicates in there. So this chart is individual radios. And what should really jump out at you is right in the middle is your magic 100 dB radio that we couldn't buy 20 years ago. And of this 25 transceivers, I've operated 20 of them in major contests. So that's been really a big benefit for me as a reviewer. That's ever since my contest station started being built 16 years ago, I've got to use all these different brands. So how are you going to select a new radio? Well, maybe you want to take one of those 25. That'd be a good start. You say, well, if I'm married to one brand, I've been using this brand for 30 years, that's fine because all the major OEMs now have a great radio to offer from a standpoint of basic performance. The price range is astounding from $1,000, the 7300s, back to $1,000 now with the rebate, up to, you know, the sky's the limit. Well, what is really different among the different radios today is the user interface, the ergonomics, you know, how are the buttons work? Is it easy to get into a menu and things like that? Another thing that's very different is noise mitigation, which of course has gotten much worse. When I moved to Denver in 1969 out of college, there wasn't all these electronic things making racket, and a blanker was basically there for a tick or something or other off a line noise, but now it's a different world. So here's my list of what I think is most important when you're like, what do I do with the next $50 or $500? Location. Well, I admit most of us aren't going to move. I did move out to the country because Denver got really noisy. Your antennas are very important. And my skill on CW has deteriorated. When I was in high school, I was on CW a lot, and there's where I need to spend my next year. And then pick the radio that you want. So this is something that's very different. We're certainly going to talk about net gain, attenuators, preamps, and all that for any radio. But there's a really big difference now in direct sampling radios. And there on the left are 6 of the very popular direct sampling radios. On the right, we can see they're all pretty much 100 dB. And really, 100 dB radios are more than adequate. But what is very different is the OEM's decision on how much gain ahead of the ADC chip. Now, an ADC chip is very noisy. You couldn't operate 10 meters without analog gain ahead of that. Most radios will have an ADC driver chip, or maybe it just has a whole bunch of preamps so you can switch in with different gains. So look at the difference between the 6600 and the 7300. There's 22 dB difference in the noise floor with no preamp. Now that doesn't mean that they don't have enough preamps, but you need to realize whatever radio you've got, it may be one that if I had the 7300 or the 7610, I'm going to be running attenuation on the lower bands. Well, if I'm running the 6600 and the K4, I'm going to be running more of a preamp than I might with the ones that are just designed differently. They're not right or wrong, they're just different. I also want you to realize that you would want the receiver noise floor, that's a CW sensitivity type measurement, but the noise floor sensitivity, we want it to be 10 dB better than band noise. And I'm going to talk about band noise in something I hope you'll try out called measuring antenna noise gain. So this is a reprint from the ARRL handbook. It was done a long time ago. It lists noise versus frequency. Now the top solid line is residential, and that one's out of date. Residential noise is really degraded. But the dashed line, that would be a typical rural noise level that I'm lucky to have out east of Fort Collins. But also the quiet rural, in my case, is simply where I'm pointing the antenna. It's more noisiest for me towards the Caribbean. It's quietest towards JA. So here off that graph are just some numbers. You can see band noise on 160 is 30 dB or more noisy than, that's at night of course, than on 10 meters during the day. What's that mean? It means that every transceiver is designed to work properly on 10 meters to have enough sensitivity. And now 6 meters, everybody's got 6 meters on their rigs today. So if it's designed to be sensitive enough or have a low enough noise floor on 10 meters, it's got way too much on 160 or 80 or even 40. So we just need to keep that in mind. So here's something I did actually 10 years ago, but it hasn't changed. It was, well, let's measure my noise with 4 or 5 element beams all around the compass on the top 3 bands that we're certainly going to spend a lot of time for contesting. And so as you can see, I highlighted where it was most noisy, like on 20 meters at about 120 to 30 degrees, 15 about the same, and on 10. But down below, I listed the number off that chart, and you can see my measured rural noise is within 2 dB of that chart. And so it really depends where the beam's pointing as to in effect, what my noise level is just from the band noise. Not talking about RFI here, just band noise. So what could be a typical mistake you make? Well, if I turn my preamp on, I'll hear better all the time. Well, that's not correct. And if someone says, well, turn your attenuator on, and well, I can't hear anything with the attenuator on, and that isn't right either. It depends on the band and how your radio is designed. We saw that 22 dB difference in different direct sampling radios. So a preamp is a tool. An attenuator is a tool. You don't use them on all the time. You pick it at the right time. Most of them have attenuators with several selections. The ICOM 7300 does not. It only has one, which is perfectly fine for 160 meters at night. But the RF gain just does it without any digital readout. So you can just use the RF gain on your 7300 on the lower bands to optimize how to operate it. So misconception. Several years ago here at CTU, after my presentation, and we were finished, and a guy came up and said, I looked at my radio's review in QST, and it's most sensitive with preamp 2 on. So I run it all the time. Well, that's just not the way to do it, and I'll show you how to make that decision, when do I run a preamp. Likewise, and someone sent me an email about 2 months ago and said, I'm going to buy an SDR radio because it's noiseless. It's digital. It has no noise, right? Well, if somebody could invent that, they'd be really rich. So every radio has to have at least 150 dB of total noise. Total gain, whether it's digital gain, analog gain. We've got analog gain, as we know, in front of the ADC chips. We've got audio gain. So to go from a signal, let's say minus 130 dBm, which is not the weakest we can hear, but it's a fairly weak signal, to driving a speaker or headphones at 50 milliwatts or something, that's 150 dB difference. So that's what our amazing radios do. Okay, antenna noise gain. This is something I'd like all of you to try. Humor me. And if you've got any type of an analog meter, it could be a Simpson 260, a triplet 630, or anything that's got a dB scale. Hook it up to your speaker. I want you to be able to hear what you're doing and see it on a meter. And I want you to have a dummy load accessible, so you can flip it to your dummy load, however you're going to do that, with an external switch or a spare port on your receiver, transceiver. And you're going to want to compare what is noise coming out of my transceiver versus band noise. And of course, you're going to do this on different bands and pointing your antenna in different directions. So you would set the noise coming out of your receiver on this meter that had the dB scale to minus 10. And then you're going to, that's on the dummy load, and then you're going to switch to your antenna, and tune a dead spot in the band, of course. And you want to see how much it goes up. So let's just look at 10 meters as an example here. In my case, this happened to be 10 meters with a 5-element monometer at 65 feet. It happened to be a Pro 3. And so I went from the dummy load to my 5-element Yagi, fed with hardline, and band noise only went up 3 dB. That's really significant because that means your receiver is contributing half the noise. Well, you don't want your receiver to be making half the noise. But if I turned on preamp 1, well, it went up almost 10 dB, and that is perfect. The receiver is hardly contributing noise at all then at that point. Well, let's jump up to 6 meters. Well, in this case, I've never tried a 6-meter radio hooked up to my 5-element Yagi that I could do more than barely hear the antenna connect by going from dummy load to antenna. With no preamp, 1 dB increase, insignificant. And even in the case on 10 meters, preamp 1 was fine, went up almost 10 dB. On 6 meters, it only went up 4.5, which meant the receiver was contributing about 1/3 of the noise, and you don't want that either. But then I turned on preamp 2, and it was almost 10 dB. So if you would make this test a couple of times and like, okay, I'm used to that, click, dummy load, click antenna, you can then by ear make the check anytime you just get on the air to say, oh, is everything fine? Did water get in my coax or something went wrong? And do I need the preamp? Well, if I got the preamp off and it's barely hear the switch from the dummy load to the antenna, turn the preamp on, or maybe turn the second preamp on. Wait a minute here. Okay, so I'm going to make some comments on antennas. My friend Rick, DJ0IP, says height equals might. Of course, Frank talked all sorts of details on Yagis and stacks and all that. But in an average environment, well, how high do we need our antenna? My first antenna as a novice was at 22 feet. I didn't realize how big a deal that was on 40 meters and 80 meters. I didn't get out very well. So some of my friends have a tower at 40 feet, and the difference is significant. At my QTH, now I happen to have all monoband Yagis, and they're fairly spaced apart. Obviously, there's going to be some interaction, but if I switch between a 3-element Yagi at 40 feet and a 4-element Yagi at 70 feet, there's almost always a 1 or 2 S unit difference. So height is might. And then, as Frank said, horizontal polarization on 80 meters and up, really a big deal. I did learn the hard way that 2 of my towers are close to the house. I have 20 acres out there in the country, and the ones that are closer to the house pick up more noise from my house. But the ones that are 200, 300, 350 feet away are much quieter. So if you can get your tower located away from your house, and maybe you have to say, well, there's my neighbor's house, I put it halfway in the middle if I can. So RFI is really a problem. So optimize your antenna first. Did that switch? Oh yeah. So I consider a Yagi, obviously we like the gain, but the attenuation is really, to me, more significant. I'm in the middle of the country. There's QRM coming from the East Coast and the West Coast. So there's the rejection off the side and the rear is really significant, like 20 dB. So in my case, I'll be operating contests and I point my 3-element Yagis toward the Caribbean and the 4 or 5 elements to Europe or JA or VK or wherever they're going. And the difference is just astounding. Now maybe you've got a stepper and you can switch it back, one direction or the other virtually within a few seconds. But directivity is just amazingly different. It's almost like, in my case, I can switch, click, it's like another band. So consider directivity something you really should strive for. If you've only got a wired dipole, and maybe you've got a G5RV, and of course it's a popular antenna, by the time you get up to 15, 12, and 10 meters, it's got all sorts of lobes. And so sometimes the lobe's your advantage, and sometimes the null's not. But if you are going to spend a lot of time now, since the upper bands are so open, a 40-foot center-fed antenna, I'll call it a ZEP, fed with window ladder line, and a DX Engineering tuner balun, and then a tuner of any type, an unbalanced tuner, that 40-foot antenna is broadside on 5 bands, 20 through 10. So you know where the RF's going, which is an advantage. If you say, well, I'm going to hang the antenna pointed to the northeast, the RF's going to the northeast. So that's nice to know. There's my station out east of Fort Collins. Kind of go crazy. They're all monoband, and it's been a lot of fun to have the versatility of click with switch. I'm going in some other direction. Architectural differences now in the radios and the user interface. Well, we've got so many good radios. Remember that list of 25? You can't go wrong. There are going to be differences, but the basic operation of the radio today are just amazing. We've got superhet, hybrid superhet, which means a direct sampling band scope, but a superhet regular radio. Or we've got the direct sampling, which of course by definition has a direct sampling band scope besides being a direct sampling radio. Most all the interfaces today are either an internal LCD screen or your computer, if you're running it with the computer. You know, Flex runs under Windows or Apple. Apache only runs under Windows. Windows updates are kind of a pain. Now, I'm not suggesting you stay with Windows 7 like I do because there's no updates, and I like that. You know, one hour before a contest, Windows doesn't decide, I'm going to update your radio. So, but the radios that are just standalone, you know, has an embedded operating system. And so how you interface is just totally your choice. I'm an old-fashioned guy, licensed in 1961. I like knobs. Of course, I use a computer with N1MM Plus for logging, but that's just personal choice. But the Windows computers sometimes go off and do things, and this can cause some trouble, so I'll mention those in a moment. So what's come out in the last few years? Well, of course, the K4D started shipping and been out now a couple years. It's kind of at the high end of the transceivers today, exclusive of the ones that are like 10,000 and up. Then we've got these amazing lists that are between, well, $1,000 and $1,400. Amazing. And then the ones that are, we'll say, the upper end of each brand are between $3,000 and $4,000 in general. So I'm going to be talking about the top two, the upper list of these. So some comments on Flex. Well, as you probably know, they've had a military contract for 2+ years, and they're still working on it to some extent. I just learned today that there's still some of that going on. So they've been busy with that. But we're going to hope the technology that's come from this will be trickled down, and we'll see some new type of performance. I know, for instance, the Apache can either null a signal with the diversity or peak a signal, and I would hope that that might come down the pike from Flex with whatever came of this military contract. I would say for the last 5 years or so, Flex has been focused on remote, so a lot of people are running remote. Of course, you can do it with any brand, but Flex is probably maybe have a leg up there. And then they've been focusing on contesting. Not a lot of change in DSP at Flex for quite some time. There are some bugs that have been around for a long, long time, maybe virtually from beginning, but we have a very loyal customer base. Now, I can't fix my radio with these surface mount components the size of a grain of salt, but I really like to see a schematic and a block diagram and documentation, but we don't get that from Flex. Just recently, they started shipping again, and so this is good to hear. The Maestro has been out of production for a year, and I guess the word is it'll be September or later till that's back in production due to parts problems. Apache. This is interesting. It's a very different setup where we have a company manufacturing the radio, but they don't write the software. So Warren Pratt and our 0V, who lives about 30 minutes north of me in Loveland, Colorado, he writes all the DSP code, noise blanking, noise reduction, pure signal, which is pre-distortion for a super clean sideband. He writes all that. And so often in a contest, you can't turn on the noise blanker because it false triggers. But he has something called a spectral noise blanker that works in the middle of a CW contest. It's amazing. It's the only brand currently that has pre-distortion. If you look in your latest handbook, there'll be a picture in there that included an Apache 200D and Rob Sherwood's transceiver, which at the time was a 990, I believe. And mine is wide and the Apache is really narrow. So the difference in this pre-distortion, we're hoping to become more prevalent, because ICOM has mentioned it, Elecraft has mentioned it, and Flex has mentioned it, and so far we only have the one OEM. This would be great if we could really narrow these signals down. I consider the Apache to be a fiddler's delight. It's got lots of things you can click on that aren't well documented. I don't even know what some of them do. Don't consider it plug and play. One of my best friends in Boulder said it took him a year to really get it figured out, and at times he was ready to throw it in the trash can. But it's finicky, but it does some amazing things. If you're just maybe transition from a technician to a general, I'd say make your first radio, standalone radio, 100 watts. You need a power supply, a microphone, and an antenna. You don't need to have to deal with getting a computer to run my radio. So that's just a suggestion. The Apache doesn't have all this open source software documented very well. Like I say, there's all sorts of things you can click on, and maybe you like to experiment, but I don't. But I certainly do use it to test an amplifier because of the pre-distortion. You can measure amplifiers, you know, quote, linear amplifiers. So this OEM makes the radio out of Australia now. All the software is open source, volunteer. And consider a separate computer, because sometimes Windows goes off on its own. It's going to re-index your hard drive. Or you're talking about something and I'll say, okay, I'm going to look up with Google whatever we're talking about. Now the Windows computer is busy doing that. And it can mess up pre-distortion. In other words, the pure signal pre-distortion can get goofed up. And then it goes back to normal. So you might want to consider just a dedicated computer for the Apache and maybe for the other computer-controlled radios. Comments on the 7300. Well, I called it a game changer 7 years ago. Not that it meant it was the best radio ever made, but it brought direct sampling with knobs at a reasonable price. It was $1,500 to start with, and now it's $1,000. It's amazing. My friend in Boulder that owns the Apache, he just bought a 7300 this past week. Over 54,000 of them have been sold just in the US and Canada. It's just astounding. Maybe Ray Novak knows how many worldwide. I mean, the number could be, who knows. It has really good dynamic range, as all the direct sampling do. Not my first choice for field day with multiple transmitters. You know, if it's a standalone one guy, no big problem. Or if you have just one signal per band and you have bandpass filters, okay. But that's not your first choice for field day. But if you can run a 7300, you can run the entire ICOM line. The ergonomics are very similar. Whether it's a 7300, 7610, 9700, or 705, they all run about the same way as far as how you use it. The big thing that all these radios, I consider almost everything today software defined. Now, I think the term was tend to be used originally by, well, it's one run with a computer. But now everything is upgradable with firmware. We stick in an SD card or a thumb drive, or we connect via the internet, and we upgrade things. We fix bugs, we add new features. The biggest improvement was about almost 2 years ago when ICOM enabled something called the scroll mode. Before, when I would be in a contest, and I worked search and pounce most of the time, and I would tune, and the waterfall would skew off at an angle, and I'd lose track of the signal. If I had averaging on for the band scope, and I'd tune, it'd go away until it would finally build up again. But once they added this scroll feature, it's almost as good as the TS890S, which is my favorite from the standpoint of an S&P operator, particularly CW. So this was a big deal, and it's a standalone radio with knobs. It doesn't have a computer hooked up to it, but this software improvement was dramatic for me. Yaesu FT710. This is Yaesu's first toe in the water for a direct sampling radio. That means of the 6 biggest OEMs, the only one right now that doesn't have a direct sampling radio is Kenwood. Now, it came out 6 or 7 years since the 7300, so it's got some better lab numbers than the 7300. The pricing's very similar, $1,050 versus $1,000. And I would think my biggest complaint is the way the interface works and what happens when I'm tuning a contest and I've set a span. Let's say on 160 I set a 20 kilohertz span and the band's at least 60 kilohertz wide, maybe 80. It doesn't reset itself when I go to the edge. I worked this entire fourth quarter of last year running the 710 and the 10, the FTDX10, in CQ Worldwide, CW, ARRL 160, ARRL 10 meters. So I really got a handle on how these work, what the strengths and the weaknesses. Certainly they all receive signals fine, but there's just differences in the design. So then let's talk about the FTDX10. It's kind of a little brother of the 101D or the MP. The ergonomics are different from the 710. The user interface is the same, so there's not much difference there. I wish they'd put some averaging on the display, on the spectrum scope, and I wish they would slow down the waterfall, but that's my choice. Everyone's opinion wouldn't be the same. But it's a classic, the 10 is a classic super het hybrid, in other words, direct sampling scope, super het design with roofing filters. Now the 710 and the 10 have an audio peak filter. The 7300 does not. Of course, the 7610 does. So I ran all these contests, and by the time we were almost end of December, it was time for Stu Perry on 160. That's an interesting contest, and you give out the grid square, just like the VHF guys. 160 CW. Well, because it's easier with the 10, the FTDX10, to adjust the CW bandwidth with the concentric knobs for shift and width, I ran the Stu Perry contest just with the 10. That was easier for me to adjust the bandwidth over time, depending on activity. Now, that's what the signal densities were like. So, since I had those, I have 3 operating positions at my contest station. So the 10 was at one, the 710 was at the other, and my reference radio was at the third. So I always have a reference radio when I'm evaluating radio, like, this seems strange. This happened with the K4D way back after it only shipped for 9 months. I said, selectivity is not really right. I go to the reference radio, and then I actually stopped in the middle of the contest to measure what was going on with the K4D. Well, they've fixed that now, of course, but at the time it was wrong. So I need a reference radio. Doesn't mean it's a perfect radio, there is no such thing, but I know how it works. And so if something's really weird, I can go tune in the same signal and just sit on another chair and compare them. So anyway, so that's what I was doing with the 10 and the 710. And so I found the 10 was easier to use in one respect, but in this respect to the positioning of the audio gain knob, for instance, it was almost like these were designed by 2 different companies. The 10 has the volume control just to the left of the tuning knob, which is wrong for a right-handed person, but the 710 has it back where it belongs on just the right of the tuning knob, and so, just funny. The 710 has a less crowded buttons. The 10 has a lot of buttons right around the tuning knob, so it's just different. The 590, now this has been around a long time. The 590S came out in 2010, the SG in 2014. Overall, it was probably the best bang for the buck until the 7300 came along. It was really popular. N2IC ran 2 of them for years. Big contester, I'm sure you know him. It's an excellent overall performer, particularly on the contest bands, excluding 10 meters, because it's an up-conversion radio on that band. But, it's got a lot going for it, and in the used market, it may be kind of a bargain. You probably pick up one or the other for like $600. User interface is simple, so it's not too complicated. Back when the S and the SG were new, I ran them in contests, of course, and also the 10 Tech Eagle. So, Kenwood, here's my question. The SG came out in 14. The 890S, by the way, I've owned the 990, I've owned the 890, and so the 890 came out in 2018, and it's been nothing new since then. Personally, I like the waterfall in the 890S first, because the way it works. It highlights the bandwidth when I'm tuning of my CW, my chosen bandwidth, whether it's CW or sideband, and when you're tuning it, you never lose the whole picture. But then the TS2000, which was a DC to light radio. Normally DC to light radios are not, they're a compromise, but they cover everything. But they were supposed to be, when it was discontinued, there was supposed to be something to come out to cover HF and another radio come out for VHF, and it's never happened, so that worries me. So there's a lot of competition right now in comparison to the 590 SG. 10 watts in a battery. How many people here do POTA, SOTA, or whatever running on a battery? Well, this is a great little radio. It covers 160 through 70 centimeters. Do sideband, CW, FM, digital with a laptop, of course. It's got a cute, fairly expensive, I mean, it's $360 tuner that you just push a button. I happen to run a 706 Mark II-G in my Mobile, and it's got an AH4 tuner on the roof with my homebrew antennas. You push a button, and in 2 seconds, you're tuned. Same deal with the AH705. You can put a rock on throw it up in a tree and pull up a 23-foot piece of wire, put another 20-foot piece of wire on the ground as a counterpoise. You can cover 40 meters through 6 meters. New Year's Day this year, I was on VHF on 2-meter sideband, and there was a guy in the mountains in Colorado running the 705 on a battery with a 3-element beam on 2 meters, and he was S9. It was just a beautiful signal, sounded great, great signal strength. It was line of sight 100 miles away. There's a picture of it. It's like 1/4 of the weight of a 7300. It's a tiny little thing, but it's just as easy to use as any of the ICOM radios. Comments on the 705. Well, since they have a common interface, if you can run one, you can run the others. I didn't use all the VHF features, D-Star, things like that. I don't do that, but I ran it in 3 contests, sweepstakes, ARRL 160 CW, ARRL 10 meters, sideband and CW. I wasn't running it QRP though. I was driving the linear, but I was evaluating the receiver. It was great. And also it recenters itself just like the other ICOMs. When I run to the edge of my span, whether it was 20 kilohertz on 160 or 100 kilohertz on 10 meters, it would recenter. Comments on the K4. Well, much of the firmware was ported over to the K4, so for a while some of the things that were kind of funny were because it was ported over. Major improvements in firmware. So, and features, and of course it's probably going to be developed now for the next several years to get everything that everybody'd like. Beta releases still have some bugs. That's why they're called beta, but you're the beta tester, and then they get fixed. Some of the things I just see recently on the reflector, where's the 2-meter transverter? So I don't know. It's excluding the $10,000, $12,000 radios. It is kind of the top of the list on price. There was an increase in price in April 20th of 9%. I think the scuttlebutt is there'll be a little discount here at the Hamvention. Probably most of the K4 owners own K3s. Very loyal customer base, reflector support. TV Bob, where are you? I don't think you sleep. You can answer a question like at 3 a.m. or something, just amazing. The only weird thing about the K4D that I found was that let's say I just have a tri-bander for the upper bands. I'm working 20 meters, I'm rolling away, running, doing a good run, but I want to know is 10 meters open. I can't switch to my 10 meters and listen if I've just got that one antenna because the transmit low-pass filter's in the circuit. I don't know why that was designed that way, but that's just the way it is. But that's about the only thing that I thought was really bizarre. Comparison between the 7300 and the 7610. Well, I'm doing this because people call me up all the time and say, I've got a 7300. Is it worth $3,250, which may be on sale tomorrow, I don't know, to go to a 7610? Well, it doesn't have a noisy TR mechanical relay. It's solid state. The amp can be keyed with either the relay, which I don't use, or a FET, F-E-T, so that's totally silent. It does have an audio peak filter, which the 7300 does not. It's, of course, got dual receivers. We know that. I set up my dual receivers on 15 and 17 to work Bouvet. I never heard them. But it was, with the dual displays and all that, it was like a piece of cake if I could have heard them, but I didn't. It's got more buttons. It's got more LCD buttons. It's got more physical buttons. It has 1 button per band, so you don't have to do anything. You can go from 160 to 10 with 1 punch. It's got 2 antenna ports compared to the 7300 has 1. For me, this is a big deal because my transmitter for 630 meters is on antenna port 2. External LCD monitor port, I don't use any external monitors, but a lot of people do. That's great. Even the little 7300 display or the 9700 display works for me. But if you like a big monitor, you got it made. The fan's much quieter. I like that. It's got a receive-only port. I'm going to build my first beverage this summer, and we'll get to see how that works out for me on 11680 meters. It does need an accessory to make it easy to tune, the second receiver. It's called an RC28. It's kind of expensive, but then Flex has one, Elecraft has one. Guess what? They're all about the same price. And I have 3 7610s. I have the external knob on 2 of them, so whatever. Important factors considered. Okay, my website's sorted by one column. You couldn't always sort by something. I guess you could sort on sensitivity, but that isn't really an issue. So it's sorted by close-in dynamic range, which is CW, RIDI, contest-oriented, or de-expedition, of course. That's one number. Don't just consider one number. Operator fatigue is an issue. I know when the K3 first came out, the audio, receive audio was horrendous. That made me tired within 20 minutes. That got fixed in the K4, of course, but so things that may not be obvious, like the AGC does crazy things, or the audio sounds poor. This is not what you want. It's so noisy in an urban environment now. You might pick a transceiver because it has the best noise blanking, the best noise reduction of anything available, even though you say, well, I really want something that just is a radio with knobs, but this type of noise blanking and noise reductions happens to be available with the Apache. Flex probably has the best remote, although you can remote anything. My station was remoted for a year by a station in Florida. Pure signal, this way to really clean up a sideband signal from Apache is wonderful, and hopefully Flex has talked about it for years. ICOM says it will happen with the PW2. Don't know the details, of course. And Elecraft says we'll have predistortion sometime. This would be great. Right now it's just one company. Well, what happens when the second guy does it? And then competition starts pushing the technology. So we'll hope that happens. The Apache requires, and the Flex require either an internal computer, like on the M version for Flex, or an external for Apache. So that's just different. So bad ergonomics can be frustrating. That's why I chose to use the FTDX10 instead of the FT710 for W1MBB, just because it was easier for me to use. Was the speech processor adequate? When the K4 came out, it was not. That's been fixed. The EQ didn't work right. That's been fixed. Remember, these are software-defined radios, whether you're running them with a standalone computer or it's all built in. Thank goodness we can be upgraded. But then, are they upgraded regularly? Some brand maybe kind of faded away. So we would hope we continue to get new features or bug fixes and things like that. What about warranty service? Now that's a big deal. Maybe you guys can fix radios that are surface mount, but I can't. I could fix my R4C, and I did that to customers for like 45 years, but you know, the parts were bigger. Kenwood had a problem. They closed down their Virginia facility, and everybody had to send to Kenwood to California. They were absolutely terrible. Sit on the shelf for 3 months, then one friend of mine in Alaska waited 3 months, he got it back, still didn't work, went back again another 3 months. Well, they fired that company, of course. They have a really good company now in New York. But that's a big deal, is service. The other thing is, you've got a radio, it goes out of production, everything does. Can you get parts and service after it's out of production? So that's important to consider. What's total cost of ownership and things like that. So I'm going to say the bottom line comment is, this is a hobby. It's supposed to be fun. We finished a contest. We finished a rag shoe, or maybe we're on FT8 and we just worked 10 stations we couldn't even hear coming out the speaker. It's supposed to be fun. If you say, well, this radio, Sherwood says it's great, but I hate using it, get something else. There we have it.
All right. Thank you, Rob.
There you go.
Thanks. So, did you have fun today? Good. A lot of work went into this, as you can imagine, and we're really excited to continue to do this as long as we can keep doing it. And hopefully you'll come back. Hopefully you will spread the word to your radio clubs and others about Contest University. Download the PDFs, look at the videos, share them, put them up at your clubs. You know, that you're all ambassadors of Contest University now. So, you know, go out and spread the word a little bit. There are t-shirts for sale out in the registration area. Some of them are from years past, so there's other colors, etc. So go out and see Terry and Jason, and they will hook you up. Now, the long-awaited results of the K1DG eyeball sprint. Come on up, Doug.
Okay, got the mic up. Are we live here? Okay. There we go. I just got off the phone with BMW North America. They're not happy. I don't know what they're So we had a very spirited competition. I will say that some of you got some really grotesque handwriting. But I did want to recognize one of the competitors who submitted an excellent score, DN5HR. I don't know if Frederick is back in the room. No. He is the son of DM9EE. He's 11 years old, and he had 5 points, or 5 contacts for 25 points. So tied for fourth, N9NB, who submitted a soapbox comment of slow rates this year. He's the only soapbox comment we got. K9ZO tied with him at 80 points. Tied for third, N5DD and K1TH with 81. Very close there, 1 point can make a difference. In second place, VK3GK with 88 points. All the way from Australia, taking advantage of propagation to the southern hemisphere. And the winner this year with 99 points, W5BK. Come on up here and get your gift certificate from DXE.
It's not a BMW.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Always a fun time, the eyeball sprint. At this time, we have a special announcement, and I'd like to call our Contest University board member, John Doerr, K1AR.
All right, put this down for normal sized people. All right, this is not one of the funner things I've had to do in ham radio or contesting, but I actually have some news I need to share with all of you. And I think the reason why it's important to do that is because we're a community. And contesters and the camaraderie that we have is just something that's very special. So some of you may have already heard this news, but I'm just going to read this update I got here just a short while ago. It's our sad duty to inform you that this morning our friend DL6RAI Ben passed away in a tragic tower accident while preparing for a major rebuild of his P49V station on Aruba. Our sincere condolences to his family and to his friends. May he rest in peace. As some of you may have heard, Ben has been nominated into the Hall of Fame, CQ Contest Hall of Fame, and we're going to be doing that on Saturday at the contest dinner, and we're still going to do it because he deserves that. But rather than have it sort of spread around over the weekend, we just thought it was appropriate for all of you to hear it now. And it's probably not the best way to end CTU, but like I said, this is what friends do. So I think it's appropriate for us to just take a moment and say a short prayer for Ben and his family. And if you're so inclined to join me, let's do that now. Our Father, we have sadness because we've lost a friend, tragically in a way that maybe should not have happened, but nevertheless, we just lift up his family. We're thankful for all the guys and gals in this room who have a special bond. Maybe they've never met Ben, but he's still a contester, and so are we, and we have that together. So we just pray for comfort for his family, and we thank you for your ability to do that in our lives, each and every one of us. In your name we pray, amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. Surveys are very important to Contest University as we go forward. And Amy over there, N8AMY, would love to take your survey before you leave today. Be safe, have fun, get on the air. 73. Okay, you can shut her.